gains, a year's worth of knowledge in a year's time, and a different consequence when that doesn't happen. And if you do that, then everything else will align the right way.
Are there any policies you tried to implement as governor that you wish you'd been able to but weren't able to?
Yeah, we implemented, I had a thing called Think Week. I stole it from Bill Gates. Bill Gates apparently takes 1 week vacations. That's what happens, when you're worth $50 billion, apparently you don't take vacation. So he would send out to all of his employees, you have any ideas? I'm gonna go on vacation, I'm gonna read them. So he spent his 1 week taking in all incoming, and so I tried it. I took a week off, and my Think Week had all these ideas, and one of the ideas was create a degree for high school, so that students can have a degree where you're aligning courses to meet the criteria, the credit criteria, but also make it interesting for them. And teachers will love it as well. That was the idea.
Choose sort of your major.
Like your major. So the major might be English, or it might be a foreign language, or it might be history. To kind of take away, the net result was, I thought it was a cool idea because it would take away the homogeneous nature of schools. You would have some schools, this was back in the CSI Miami days, so a lot of kids wanted to be forensic scientists. Well, you'd have your science courses aligned with that kind of learning. And teachers actually created 700 separate majors in this effort that took a year to kind of develop. And then they kicked me out the door. New guy came in, thought it was a dumb idea. I thought that was a cool idea because I think learning, particularly in high school, one of the great challenges is that kids get bored. They just don't, it's not as, elementary school you see pretty good progress across the country. In Florida we had huge gains. Middle school we've seen gains as well. High school is a real dilemma for our country, and so I think making it more alive, making it more relevant to them, tying their education to something that interests them was a good idea. And I hope some state does that, because I think that would be something that would be really relevant for aligning our interests so that kids, when they graduate, have some purpose in why it's important to learn. So they're not struggling when they get to college. A lot of kids could graduate in 4 years, but they change their majors because they haven't really thought through what they want to do when they grow up. And starting that process not in a way where you're running into a dead end, but just making it so that it's relevant. The learning, we found that teachers love the idea, and students seem to be encouraged by it as well.
You've been a big advocate for school choice, but I think it's fair to ask what kind of school choice. Milton Friedman advocated for universal choice, for vouchers for anyone and everyone. Howard Fuller has argued for more of a social justice-based model that focuses on low-income families. What do you think is right?
Look, I'm all in. Whatever we can get is the way I look at it. This year, Brian Sandoval and the Nevada legislature passed the most dramatic reform in modern times, I believe. If it's implemented faithfully and correctly, it's going to be extraordinary. It's the education savings account. It empowers families to pick their school of their choice, and it will be disruptive. And I think that's good. I think we need a little disruptive. We need to kind of break the chain a little bit to assure that, the outcomes in Nevada are not good. The learning outcomes are horrible. Kids are going to struggle unless we create a new system. And the net result of a system where a parent has total choice of where to go is that every school is going to have to get better, or they're going to lose their students. And when they lose their students, they lose their funding. When they lose their funding, they lose their jobs. To oversimplify this, that kind of tension is what we need. And so I do believe that states that focus first on low-income kids, it's fine. I'm totally for that as well. We have the largest corporate tax scholarship program in the country. 70,000 kids, low-income kids, go to private schools with Step Up for Children, and it's an extraordinary program with great results. That's a social justice, if you will, program. But ESAs, if they can be done, I'm for it. I'm for vouchers for kids, families with learning disabilities. In Florida, just to put it in perspective, and I know you have a program here in New Hampshire that is, a mini-me version of the corporate tax scholarship program. I hope that expands dramatically. But in Florida, if your IEP, your individual education plan, which every parent has by federal law for a child with learning disabilities, if you're not satisfied with it, you can take the state and local dollars and go to a private school. And guess what? if you measure on the NAEP test, kids with learning disabilities, which state is the number one on the 4th grade reading test? Florida. This is this mythology that's built up. If you provide parents choices, that somehow public schools will lose out. The simple fact is they have to compete harder to make sure their parents are satisfied and their children are learning. And so we should expand every one of these things. It doesn't destroy public education. That is the myth that has been shattered by Florida. We have the most ambitious school choice programs, public and private. You go to New Orleans, where, 70%, if not more, of the kids are in charter schools and now in private schools. The public schools are getting better. They have to get better or they close. I mean, this is America. Why wouldn't we think that we could apply the same principles, the common sense principles of continuous improvement that we embrace in everyday life? Why wouldn't it work in education as well?
Let's talk about Common Core, which has been a divisive
What's
issue.
that?
Your favorite subject.
Common Core?
It's been a divisive issue among Republicans, and I know that you have said that you believe all states should have high standards and should maintain high standards.
Yeah.
But how do you know that states have high standards if every state has a different standard?
Well, you know them. You know if every state has high standards because you have experts that know it, and if you assess to those standards faithfully, you know that high standards, it's not like pornography where you know it when you see it, but clearly low standards, you know it. That's what most states have had. Higher standards, along with real accountability and school choice, and ending social promotion, and teacher effectiveness plans, and rewarding teachers for continuous improvement in student learning, all of that together yields rising student achievement. And the whole objective needs to be about rising student achievement, to deal with this skills gap and the challenge that we face where a third of our kids, after we spend more per student than 3 countries, ends up not being college or career ready. So in my mind, the debate needs to be broader. It needs to be about real accountability, school choice, high standards. If people don't like Common Core, fine. Just make sure your standards are much higher than the ones you had before. We can't keep dumbing down standards. Another thing about standards that I learned through this process is that it's a collaborative effort of teachers and academics. And in most states, we have standards that teachers never get through during the school year because it's like a compromise. We end up diluting the number of standards. We have way too many standards. They're not high. They're not clear and transparent. And the net result is that we're untethered. The teachers don't actually know what they should be teaching. And so fewer, higher standards that require critical thinking skills is what we need. And this should not be federally driven. The federal government should have nothing to say with this. And if it's the commonality, to me, Campbell, the commonality is not as relevant as the highness of them.
So just let me ask you on that, on the
Because
commonality.
you can have bridges for determining. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to create bridges to compare state by state, which I think is important. You could use the NAEP test as a means by which to measure how states are doing. But states ought to drive this. There should be no federal involvement in curriculum content or standards, for sure, directly or indirectly. They should be, the federal government, I think, needs to be a partner in reform. If states want to open up their systems, then the monies that flow from Washington need to be portable. We need to have Title I monies go for reform. We need IDEA monies going for reform. I think early childhood education monies, if states want to try something different, the federal government shouldn't create rules around that. They ought to be liberating that money and make sure that we create meaningful reforms.
So let's push on that a little bit. The
Yep.
federal government's role in public education versus the states, because there's some tension there, especially right now in Washington, where people are debating, Congress is debating, new federal education policy,
Yep.
the reauthorization of No Child Left Behind. That there are significant differences between the House bill and the Senate bill. They're in conference. If you were looking at what they're talking about, what is most important to you? What should we be fighting the hardest for?
I'd love to see this notion of portability of federal monies so that the federal government is a partner in reform rather than kind of a top-down provider of money with all sorts of strings attached.
Explain Title I portability.
Sure.
Well, not everybody's
Yeah, that's a
familiar with
nerdy
it.
concept.
Yes, it is nerdy.
Title I is the money that comes to schools that have a percentage of their kids that are qualified for free and reduced lunch. And it's a big slug of money. And it comes without any accountability attached to it. There's a lot of forms you have to fill out. In fact, if you, in the state of Florida, we have maybe, as I recall, we had 300 employees working in the State Department of Education. 80% of those people were filling out forms to fulfill the requirements of 10% of the total budget per student that was funding. So the federal government funds about 10% of all spending, but 80% of the bureaucrats were there to fill out the requirements of the federal government. So number one, reverse that. We should be outcomes oriented, not input driven. That's the federal government's main problem across the regulatory sphere. And if states want to try something different, that Title I money that goes to schools that are where low-income kids reside, they ought to have that ability. In Florida, that might mean expanding the corporate tax scholarship program or expanding high-performing charter schools. Similarly, IDEA money, which is for kids with learning disabilities. The federal government promised to spend 100% of the money for those kids, and they're probably about 10% there as well. The same principle should apply. And that's what I think the federal government's biggest contribution would be a catalyst for meaningful reform. And the requirements for receiving this money ought to be outcomes, not inputs. We should try different things to make sure children learn. And the federal government should take a step back and say, all we want is to assure that children are learning. And it should be in your measurement tools, not ours. And I think that would be a much more dynamic system than the one we have today. Can I make one more thing? Because the reauthorization of the ESEA law, the K-12 federal law, is an important one. And I'd say the one thing, apart from this flexibility that neither bill has as dramatic as I'd like to see it, the one thing that I think is important is just a simple requirement of accountability, of tests, of a test to measure student learning. The one thing I know for a fact through hard work as governor of a state, through visiting 250 schools when I was a candidate, to being all in on this subject, is that you cannot, if you don't measure, you basically don't care. And we should make sure that there is at least some basis of measuring student progress. And both bills in the House and Senate has that requirement, and I think that's fair. The kind of test you use should be state-driven. The fact that we have too many tests, then make them fewer and make them relevant and make them better. But there should be a test to measure how a child is doing, and it should be based on learning gains. I mean, the whole focus here is a year's worth of knowledge in a year's time. We should be all in on that subject, because when we neglect that, the kids that are left behind are kids in poverty, African American kids, Hispanic kids, and then we blame it on the social circumstances of their life. And that is what a former president called the soft bigotry of low expectations. And we should reject that out of hand.
Do you see, aside from Title I money, a role for the federal government in similar to the way Race to the Top did, where you incentivize states to adopt certain policies? You know, if it's school choice, if it's vouchers, is that the way to get some states moving on some of these issues?
Look, I don't think Race to the Top has yielded rising student achievement. It's yielded some interesting reforms for states that were starting on the journey, and they got money for it. We haven't seen rising student achievement except in a handful of states. Where have we seen it? We've seen it in Florida because we had real accountability in school choice. We've seen it in Tennessee, huge gains. And I would say there it's because of school choice, some accountability, but also an all-in focus on teacher effectiveness tools, where teachers were given greater tools, because that's the single biggest driver of student learning is a capable teacher in a classroom that is well-trained and capable of delivering results. And so the federal government ought to be focused on the things that matter, and the things that matter ought to be state-driven. And yeah, I mean, we ought to provide incentives. I don't know if we need a competitive grant program that becomes highly bureaucratic rather than focusing on these more liberating aspects. And by the way, the Department of Education doesn't handle all of this, but I think early childhood education ought to be in this conversation as well. We have, I don't know how many scores of programs. I would take this is going to make news probably, so wherever you guys are. Stop looking at your BlackBerry and start listening now. Listen up. I would take, if a state wanted to, for example, Florida has 70% of its kids in 4-year-old literacy-based programs. 70%, more than any state. It's in our Constitution. We have and it's 80%, 85%, I think, private. It's privately driven. It's a lower cost alternative to the de Blasio. We'll hire union teachers, expand, make this into another thriving business for the bureaucracies and for the unions. Their cost is probably 3x more than ours. Well, if we wanted to expand that program, why shouldn't we be able to use any of the early childhood literacy programs that exist in the Department of Education or Head Start that isn't in there? I mean, I think some of this stuff ought to be bundled up, and their block grants ought to be given to expand these programs that are totally effective at a lower cost. One of the reasons why we have great learning gains, and where we're now a national leader, even though 58% of our kids are low-income kids, and we're a majority minority student population with about 57% of our kids, is because we have a focus starting with 4-year-olds, a literacy-based focus. Then we assess when they come the first week of school, as they're going to start, as they already just started in Florida and apparently start this week here in New Hampshire. And we determine what the learning deficiencies are. And then the kindergarten, first and second and third grade teachers work as a team to assure that by the end of third grade, these kids are going to go to fourth grade being able to read, to be able to learn math and science. That whole strategy should start at 4 years if states want to do it. And so Washington can be a partner for these reforms, and that's what I advocate. Instead of just saying, well, you got to get in line, you got to fill out this form, you got to do this. We don't care what the effect is. We're just going to spend the money and allow politicians to say, I'm for early childhood education. Well, great. I mean, that's wonderful. Pick little kids around. It's great for a picture. It's always good for a TV ad. But I want to make sure that kids are college ready by the end of 12th grade. And the way you assure that happens more often than not is assure that a third grader at the end of their third grade is ready to go to fourth grade literate. That's what we need. We need to stop, pretty pictures. No, we need to start dealing with harder policies to make this happen.
You mentioned how critical teachers are.
Yep.
There's no one more important in what we're talking about today. Let me go personal and name a teacher who had a big influence on you. And think about for a second and tell us if you can, what did that teacher do that was so special that we could potentially translate into policy?
So I've met a ton of teachers, and I can tell those stories as well. In fact, I'll tell you two. I'll tell you one who was my teacher in residence because of what she did, and the other was my teacher in high school. This guy's name was Angel Rubio. He was from Spain. He was a Spanish teacher down the road at Andover, and Andover was like a perpetual headache for me. I mean, it was like so hard. I mean, it was really hard. I stayed back in 9th grade from a pretty good school in Houston, Texas, to go to this school, and I had like a 70 average my first trimester. It was hard. It was like the bar was so high, and this teacher said, okay, we're going to read the great works in Spanish in 10th grade. So I'm reading. I wasn't bilingual yet. I hadn't met my wife, so I wasn't all in on the subject matter yet. And we were reading Cervantes. We were reading Don Quixote. We were reading Unamuno, this Borges from Argentina. These classical works in Spanish, and I got to do it. I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was so hard. It was impossible for me to imagine. And this teacher just said, you're going to do it. You have to do it. You can do it. He encouraged, he kind of threatened a little bit in his pleasing way. And it gave me a sense that high, lofty expectations really matter. And when I got to be governor and I saw the standards, for example, to put in real context, in Florida, many states in 1998, when I was running for governor in 1999, didn't have an exit test. So, look, just get a piece of paper. It's great. Don't worry. Kick you out the door. Doesn't matter if you're going to actually take college courses or you're prepared for it. Who cares? You're not going to get a job either. Don't worry about it. That's the life we lived in Florida. We had an 8th grade level high school graduation test, the HSCT, High School Comprehensive Test, 8th grade level. So I'm in a lab. Wandering around. I went to visit 250 schools as a candidate, and I'm in Seminole High School, and there's a kid practicing for the last time he can take this 8th grade level aptitude test to graduate from high school. The question he was struggling with is a baseball game starts at 3, it ends at 4:30. How long is the game? Now just pause for a moment and think about the tragedy of not being able to answer that question in 12th grade. And immediately I said, we have to raise the expectations. I mean, we have an 11th grade now, I think, graduation test in Florida. We should have a 12th grade level graduation test, for crying out loud. I mean, this whole notion that you dumb things down and expect a good result, that kid is just going to be living a life, unless he's just overcomes great adversity. Imagine where he is right now. It just breaks my heart every time I think about it, and it's because we dumb it down so that everybody looks good. We have to stop doing that, and that's the lesson of Angel Rubio, is high expectations. Kids are smarter than we give them credit for. It's up the adults in the system to organize the system around them to assure that that is validated, that they are smart. Así, AP Spanish, mucho gusto. The other, can I give the other story real quick? Teacher in residence, Cheryl Clyett. I met her. She had an idea. She wanted my mother to come to kick off she's a math teacher. She wanted my mom to come to Sealy Elementary to launch she was the second lady, I guess they called it back then, right? To launch a campaign to get 1 million pennies for the school. And they were going to create this massive math project and writing project around how you go about getting 1 million pennies collected by all the whole school community. And so they launched it, and they got 1 million pennies. And I saw the incredible work, the creativity that goes into, well, actually kids were learning higher order math, far higher than what they would have learned, because it was something relevant to them. They thought it was cool, and they were proud of the fact that they were involved in it, and the community got involved, and they got many more mentors, which was one of our big initiatives. We got 200,000 mentors in our school. And the net result was that kids were alive to learn, and this teacher was just extraordinarily creative. So I asked her to be the teacher in residence, and she's one of my best friends, Cheryl Clyett. So there are spectacular teachers out there. She just retired this year. She went back into the classroom after we left.
You have, obviously, relationships with a lot of teachers. You've also battled with the teachers' union.
Yeah.
Do you believe, I mean, how would you think about this as president? Do you believe that the teachers' union is a partner, can be a partner in this? Or are you going to try to break the union?
Look, I'd love a day where Randy Weingarten and I could hold hands and sing Kumbaya. I mean, I've talked to her, and she's cordial. You know, she's charming. But she's not going to change. So her job, and the NEA leader, is to represent the economic interest of the adults in the system. Not all of whom are teachers, by the way. That's not in the case of Florida, I think teachers make maybe 50% of the people that the union represents. I tried, when I was governor, to work with the Florida's teachers unions on lots of things, to increase pay, to deal with the class size, to trade higher pay for this mandated constitutional amendment that we have lower class sizes that really didn't impact student learning. But it didn't work. It didn't work, and I realized, look, their job isn't, my passion was rising student achievement. They may want, teachers want that for sure. The union, though, is not there to talk about rising student achievement. That's not their job. They're there to collectively bargain, period, over and out. So anybody that challenges that notion is in their way. So I don't see, while Washington's not a place where you're going to have this dialogue take place, this is, again, a state-by-state effort. For example, in Florida, our foundation lobbied, and the legislature passed. It was vetoed first, and then Rick Scott came in, and we changed the system where all new teachers, there's no tenure anymore for all new teachers entering the teaching profession in Florida. We're moving to a performance-based system, which I think is the right way to go. That's done at the state level, and that's what we should be focusing on. The simple fact is a low-performing teacher will get, at best, a half a year's worth of knowledge in a year's time for a kid. A high-performing teacher will get a year and a half's worth of knowledge in a year's time with a child, like-kind kid. Well, if you lose the lottery and you have a bad teacher 2 years in a row, and your neighbor gets a great teacher, you end up with a learning gap that's hard to overcome just in 2 years' time. So this is an important subject. It really is locally implemented and state-driven, though, in terms of policy.
Hillary Clinton won the teachers' union's endorsement, the AFT's
Wow,
endorsement.
really quick.
Well, it's
Like,
interesting
it took
because,
about a day for her announcement, and all of a sudden, bam, there it is.
but she
wonder
hadn't
why.
talked about, well, that's what I was going to ask you, because she hadn't actually talked about her views on K through 12 public education, and yet she won the endorsement. What do you think she said to the AFT to get their endorsement?
Don't worry about me. Worry about Jeb. I don't know. I mean, these are state-by-state issues. The federal government can be a partner in reform, and accountability really matters. The union does not want to get to a system where teachers are measured based on student learning. That's the one thing they really don't want. They don't want the reforms as well. I'll give you an example of a reform that would be commonplace if we didn't have 13,174 government-run monopolies as the governance model for the 73 million kids. And that would be competency-based learning, where students learn in their own way, at their own pace. When they master the material, they move on, where you could have kids graduating earlier than 12th grade because they're being pushed, they're not being held back, and where kids that are struggling aren't just passed along, that they master the material before they go on, and that you use digital learning, virtual learning, as a tool to be able to make that happen, or a flipped learning classroom environment. The unions hate this because, God forbid, if you actually had teachers that were partners with the classroom teacher to be able to make this happen. The teachers love it. The union hates it because they want to have a collective bargaining entity that is subservient to them, where they can negotiate as though it was 1950. The people that want rising student achievement would want to tear down all these barriers and create a new governance model that makes sure that children learn, and that we should have kids that are smart and motivated be able to learn at a faster rate. Why do we want to hold kids back when they could start college as sophomores? Thanks to Angel Rubio, by the way, and other teachers I was so privileged and blessed to go to this school. I started as a sophomore. I graduated in 2 years. I mean, you can do that if you reform higher education, but make sure that K-12 learning is much more student-centered. The unions would hate this. They hate anything that brings about more choices for parents and students. And that's the problem. And Hillary Clinton's embrace of them probably means that she's embracing this old, top-down driven system that isn't yielding the results that we need to assure that more and more of our students are college and or career ready.
I don't think you're going to tell us who your choices would be for Secretary of Education, but maybe. But name some people
I'm just saying.
Name some people that you listen to who influence your thinking on this.
Boy, I listen to a whole lot of people on education. I listen to researchers that do extraordinary work, that really have real insights into why some kids are learning and some kids aren't. What are the systems that make it work? Mitch Daniels is a guy who we worked cooperatively together. Mitch told me, look, you've done all this stuff, I'm going to steal it and make it better. And he did. Indiana's success under his leadership is extraordinary. He continues to have really keen insights on how to go about doing this. He's now the university president and just a wonderful guy. There are a lot of people that I rely on to get advice. One of the people that I have been a partner in the reform movement, who I think is the most extraordinary person in terms of policy, is the executive director of the Foundation for Excellence in Education, Patricia Levesque. She was my education advisor. Just brilliant person. There are a lot of governors that have practical experience about how to go about taking ideas, getting through the legislature, working with their systems to be able to execute on these bigger ideas. There's a lot of talent, and I think there will be a lot of people that could partner with me, should I be privileged to be president, both inside and outside of the Department of Education.
I can't believe we have 5 minutes left, but we do.
I thought we were going for 3 hours.
But I want to end, I want to bring it back to children in the classroom, because we've talked a lot about policy and politics, and innovation, which you've touched on a little bit. But Envision for us, if you can, what the classroom of the future looks like, because we've been educating our kids. We today educate our children, your grandchildren, the exact same way our grandparents were taught. So like, when does it change, and what does it look like when it changes?
I think it's more experiential, more hands-on, more exciting for kids, more relevant to things that are interesting to them, that connects them to their future. Less rote, more creative. I think it is, there'll be many forms of this, but I can envision, if you tear down the barriers that the monopoly protect right now, a system where a child starts with a cohort of kids, 20 kids, all are unique, all are different, all have God-given abilities, some learn different ways, and that you use technology, you have a trained teacher that is harnessing the technology that is available today to make sure that every child reaches their maximum ability at the end of the experience of each year, and that it's competency-based, that if a kid can do it faster, fine. Create the system where they can move faster. This exists. I went to Stockholm, Sweden, and saw the knowledge schools. Joel Klein, actually, I think in New York you have a knowledge school. London has one as well. This should be the norm. If this is how you can get rising student achievement, a version of that is competency-based, where children learn at their own pace in their own way, where they're turned on by the learning experience because we've harnessed technology, something that they're digital natives, and where we move to a system where students can start in the classroom. They're with their age group, but they're mastering it. And then you end up getting students actually being the teachers of kids that are struggling. And it becomes a collaborative effort. This is what we need. The system we have today is still designed as though it was in the 1930s.
Is that the next phase of school choice?
It is, but then how do you collectively bargain under that arrangement? How do you, we must regulate the content, we must do this, we must do that. All of the system, is designed to this traditional classroom that existed in the earliest 20th century. So we need to open up the system and allow for innovation to take place. That would be my version. There may be other versions that are unique. I mean, why not allow total voucherization? As Nevada is moving in this direction, let the suppliers come up with the creative solutions, have high expectations and accountability, and get out of the way. Do you think America is lost it in terms of our ability to create and innovate? I mean, we're still the vanguard of creativity and innovation in this world. We just have to tear down the barriers to allow it to happen. Like we say in North Florida, we just need to let the big dog eat. And the big dog will eat, I promise you. You guys don't like the big dog eat analogy? You don't have the big dog eat analogy here in New Hampshire? Not even up in the North Country? Come on.
Last question. We have 2 minutes left. If elected, fast forward to November 2016, you win.
Sounds good so far.
I'm always sort of amazed at how some presidents so effectively use the bully pulpit and others don't. What if there's one or two things that there may not be federal policy that comes into play, but that you can really try to push with that bully pulpit, what would it be?
Well, I think we need to reform higher education as well, but that's another forum for another day. But I do think what I started on is really the national tragedy. And the bully pulpit needs to be used to create a sense that this is a crisis. We can't just deal with this in a tepid fashion. When a third of our kids, truly, only a third of our kids are college and or career ready. Think about it. Hundreds of thousands of kids can't get jobs because of the skills gap. Billions of dollars are spent in community colleges and public universities to deal with remediation. Really, basically, redoing high school math and reading because it wasn't done right the first time. These are huge challenges, and now you see what happens in the first anniversary of Ferguson. You see kids that appear aimless, that don't believe that the system works for them. They don't see how their lives has purpose and meaning. They're living in the here and now because they don't have the kind of education that would allow them to rise up. Babies being born in public hospitals today are likely to never have a job unless we change and alter the course that they're on. Imagine that. because the first rung of the ladder is getting higher and higher and higher and higher because of automation, because of the rapid change of technology and innovation. That's the world we're in. We can't ignore it. And so, yeah, this has got to be the highest priority for the next President of the United States. It's not a federal program, but you don't think a president can mobilize the support of educators, community leaders, business people to say, enough of this nonsense? And that would be my mission. That's my pledge to everybody in this room. I'm on fire on this stuff because I believe this is the way you create a right-to-rise society more than any other thing. And for our country to succeed, we cannot just cast away huge numbers of kids without them having a chance to achieve earned success.
Governor Jeb Bush, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all. Thanks. Thank you, Campbell. Have fun today.
I will. So I'm going to assume our next guest is ready, unless someone starts waving their hands manically to tell me no. Everybody in good shape? We have some people filtering in, so I'll let them take their seats before I bring her out. Okay. You guys ready? Yeah? Thank you, front row. I'm going to give 2 more seconds. Okay, take your seats. We're going to get started. Up next, former CEO of Hewlett-Packard. Please join me in welcoming Carly Fiorina. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here.
Nice to be with you.
You have a unique perspective that I think is going to make this conversation really interesting. Everybody else has been a governor, but you were the CEO of a huge technology company. And so you probably have a sense, better than anyone, of where we're headed in terms of the workforce that this country needs. I'm sort of asking everybody to start off this way by defining the problem, but put it in that context. What does K-12 education look like to you today, and are we preparing our children for a 21st century economy?
So the answer to the second question is no, not uniformly, not universally, not with sufficient excellence. I believe that everyone has God-given gifts. We know that every child has vast potential. Most people have far more potential than they realize. And the goal of this nation is to allow every single American, regardless of their circumstances, to find and use their God-given gifts and fulfill their potential. And the first and most important step in that process is a good education. So you asked about being a CEO. We know that a child's education has far too much to do with the circumstances in which they start. If they live in a poor community, they are far less likely to get that quality education. We know that. The gap between achievement for lower income students and higher income students is increasing, not narrowing. When I was the CEO of Hewlett-Packard, we had a program where we would reach into underprivileged communities and find kids who had an interest in and an aptitude for STEM and science, technology, engineering, and math. And most of the time, those kids were getting sort of lost in the shuffle. And what we would do is reach out to these kids, we would mentor them, we would pair them with employees. We would give them summer internships so that they would come out of high school or junior high and go into a manufacturing or a research or an engineering environment and find people that they could get excited by and inspired by. And then we would give them college scholarships, and we would give them mentorships and internships again as they went through college. And what we found was, with that kind of interest and personalized attention and support, the graduation rates would increase dramatically.
Looking at states around the country, I mean, you've delved into this. Talk about some of the things that you think are working, and why they're working, and what you would emphasize.
Well, let's talk about what's not working, because it's pretty obvious what's not working. The Department of Education has gotten more money every year for roughly 30 years, and yet these income disparity gaps that I described are getting worse. We're not improving in terms of our achievement rates relative to other nations. So we know, factually speaking, that when Washington spends more money, the quality of education in this nation does not improve. We also know, it helps to have facts. We also know that how much money you spend doesn't always have much to do with the outcome. So for example, I lived for 12 years in the state of California. I was the chief executive of a company headquartered in California. California spends more per pupil, K through 12, than 49 out of 50 states. And the results are 49 out of 50. In other words, you can spend a lot of money and have really not a positive impact at all. And so I think what we need to do is look at what works, because we know what doesn't work. What doesn't work are big bureaucratic programs from Washington, D.C. What doesn't work are people spending money on mandated programs either at the state or the federal level and not spending enough money encouraging, rewarding, and incenting great teachers, encouraging, rewarding, and incenting more young people to go into the teaching profession, providing the opportunity for real ingenuity and creativity in the classroom, and making sure that literally every parent, regardless of their circumstances, has a choice about how and where to educate their child so that every child gets a chance.
What states do you think are doing that well?
Well, there are some interesting examples. Tennessee has some great programs where that's going well. The school district of Boston has had some great luck with, great achievement with vouchers, charter schools, magnet schools, where the income disparities between achievement has been narrowed. We also know that there are states that maybe have taken a good thing and made too much of it. So in a state like Texas, for example, where there are examples of great charter schools that have succeeded, but it's also true if you look at the data in Texas that charter licenses have been handed out without sufficient regard to quality, and so you have a lot of charter schools that aren't performing. So accountability needs to exist in every kind of school, whether it's a public school, a charter school, a voucher program, a magnet school. You need to have some degree of accountability, but nevertheless, we have examples of what things work, and when you boil it all down, the thing that always seems to work is not a big government program, not necessarily the most money spent, but creativity and ingenuity in the classroom, an excellent teacher, an involved parent, a community with a set of options and choices that parents can take advantage of. Those seem to be the ingredients of something that's always going to work.
Some states have been able to achieve that better, especially on the school choice front, whereas others they haven't had the ability to expand some of the programs that you would advocate for. What are the barriers to expanding school choice and giving parents more options?
I think what we have today, for example, unfortunately, is federal government money is being used to pick winners and losers. So you see a program like Race to the Top being used to determine, well, you're doing it the way we like you to do it, so you get federal money. You're not doing it the way we want you to do it, so you don't get federal money. That's not going to work. If we want, the truth is, more federal money ought to flow out of Washington, D.C. into the states, and money at the state level ought to flow into the community level. There's some really innovative programs, for example, in the state of Nevada, where the governor has permitted parents to have an education savings account, and federal money follows a parent wherever they choose to educate their child, so that they get a real choice, and the school district has
State
the
money
funding
follows
necessary.
the-
Yes.
Yeah.
The school district has the funding to make that choice pay off. So I think we also know that when you get a federal government program, there are some inevitable things that happen to that program. It's just the nature of bureaucracies. A bureaucracy by nature will standardize and systematize. They won't standardize goals. They will standardize methods. And that's what we see going on right now. So Common Core may have started out as a set of standards, but what it's turned into is a program that honestly is being overly influenced by companies that have something to gain, testing companies and textbook companies. And it's becoming a set of standards, not on what a kid has to learn, but instead on how a teacher has to teach and how a student should learn. And that kind of standardization is always going to drive achievement down, not up.
So I want to get in a little bit more into the federal government's role in public education, because the federal government, only 10% of the money we spend on K through 12 comes from the federal government. Most of it really is in the states. But first,
But it's a lot of money, and it's more money every year.
let's address Common Core first, because you brought it up. And I just want to read what you said in 2010 when you were running for Senate in California. You said that you supported internationally benchmarked standards and assessments that you thought would help prepare kids for the 21st century job market. Do you still feel that way?
Of course, we need accountability. We need to understand who we're competing against. We need to be, it's helpful that we know that we score roughly somewhere between 25 and 27th among industrialized nations. And by the way, it's not because we're spending less money per pupil. We're not spending less money per pupil. In many cases, just like the state of California, we're spending more money per pupil, and yet we continue to underachieve. It's good that we know that. And the only way you know that is if you have some way of benchmarking performance. So yes, I support that. It's also true that it's very good that we know that there's a big achievement gap between kids in lower income neighborhoods and kids in higher income neighborhoods. We need to know that so that we can fix it, because no child's potential is determined by their circumstances or the neighborhood they grow up in. A child's potential is determined by their God-given gifts. So we wouldn't know those things without having some set of standards. On the other hand, that's very different than a federally mandated program around how to teach and how to learn,
but that doesn't,
with money attached to it. And
right,
that's what
but
Common Core has become.
But the states adopted it on their own. They were incentivized, but that's different from a federal
The states
mandate.
adopted it on their own, and they were incentivized to do so because money flowed with it. I mean, that's a heck of a choice. Look, you do it our way and you get the money that you desperately need. You don't do it our way, you don't get the money you desperately need. Sounds like a bit of a racket to me, honestly.
So let's talk about the how you then measure if it's about pushing control back to the states and
to parents
and to
yes. communities.
So then how do you, let's say you're president of the United States, how do you hold people accountable?
Yeah.
Because if you're a governor, you're obviously, you want to be accountable for the tax dollars you spend. Aren't you accountable in the same way for federal tax dollars? And how do you measure that?
Absolutely. So, this is one of the things that it's an interesting characteristic of bureaucracies. You give them an inch, they take a mile. I mean, it's not that they're bad people, it's the way bureaucracies work. So it's one thing to say we should have some standardized tests so that we understand how our children are achieving. So, okay, maybe you have a test at the end of 8th grade or the beginning of 9th grade, and you have another test at the end of 11th grade or the beginning of 12th grade. That's one thing. It's another thing to begin testing every single year on a huge myriad of subjects to the point where teachers feel as though literally they are having to teach to the test and kids are feeling as though they have to learn to the test. I mean, I see this in my granddaughters. Kids are learning to the test, and the second the test is over, they forget what they've learned. That's a very different thing than growing up being inspired by the joy of learning. That's a very different thing than a teacher standing in the front of the classroom and motivating a child's natural curiosity to go on and build the skills for lifelong learning. So, 2 tests, that's okay. A test every single year on every single subject, that's not okay. And we started with something that made sense, and it's turned into a complex bureaucratic program with money attached that has gone far beyond its original objectives.
But again, those tests, most of them are created by the states. So as president, what's your role in the accountability piece?
Yes. So I believe the first role of a president of the United States, honestly, as it revolves around education, is to devolve as much money, as much responsibility, and as much accountability into the states and into communities and parents' hands as possible. So, one metric of success that I would have for a Fiorina administration is that the Department of Education is a whole lot smaller, spends a whole lot less money, and has a whole lot less responsibility than it has today.
What would its responsibility be?
Well, it's actually a very interesting question, because I think as we begin to devolve out, look, one of the things that I believe we need to do is have zero-based budgeting in the federal government. Why do I start with that? Because zero-based budgeting is a fancy word for every single department has to justify every single dollar every single year. The truth is, we don't know what the Department of Education does anymore. When was the last time anybody did an audit of the Department of Education, or any department for that matter? We don't know what they're doing. We don't know what they're spending money on. We don't know what the outcomes are. We know that there are a whole set of programs in the Department of Education and elsewhere that really aren't achieving their objectives. So it starts, I think, with a principle, a philosophy that says as much responsibility and money goes into the states and into communities as possible. Another philosophy and principle, parents have to have the maximum number of choices, so their parents have the maximum number of chances. And the third principle or philosophy is we better understand every single dollar the Department of Education is spending, and they're going to have to justify every dollar, and if they can't, they don't get the money.
So local control does mean, in certain states, union control. California is probably one of them.
That's why parents need a choice. It's why in the state of California, you know, something really amazing happened in the state of California not too long ago. Parents sued their school district because their children were not being educated. And guess what? The teachers union didn't like that so much. And they appealed, and they ended up in court. The parents won, the teachers union failed. But
you're talking about the Vergara case, or which?
Yes, exactly, in LA Unified. The point is, parents have to have the opportunity to say, my kid is being failed by the bureaucracy, by the unions. We have a lot of good teachers, a lot of really good teachers, and those good teachers ought to be rewarded, but we also have, as in any other profession, we also have some mediocre teachers. And unfortunately, the teachers' unions, which are a power structure designed to preserve the status quo for their own purposes, the teachers' unions pretty universally, not the teachers, but the unions, the power structure of that union, are pretty universally on the wrong side of these issues. It's why the head of the teachers union in Chicago, when they struck against Mayor Rahm Emanuel, it's why she could say, we can't be held accountable for the performance of students in our classrooms because too many of them are poor and come from broken families. So what was she saying? If you're poor and you come from a broken family, we can't teach you because you can't learn. That is not the American way. It is not what I believe. We need to call it like it is. Most of the teachers' unions are on the wrong side of this issue. The Democrat Party is now on the wrong side of this issue. We need to empower parents and communities so that their kids have a chance.
I'm gonna press you on this a little bit because we have
Please.
time. You never have time, and today we have time. Which is, again, as president, how do you do it if you want to relinquish power, essentially? I mean, do you believe in, there are a lot of supporters here of school choice today, and you clearly think that's, the path that is going to serve us the best. But what can you do as president to incentivize it? Do you believe in using federal dollars to incentivize states to, adopt vouchers or expand their charter programs? Or
So, one of the reasons I'm a conservative is because I believe that the federal government shouldn't do everything that it can do. I do believe that humility and restraint are necessary characteristics of a leader. A president can do many things. A federal government can do many things. It doesn't mean they should. So it's why I start with saying we need to devolve as much money and as much power out of Washington, D.C., and out of the Department of Education bureaucracy and into the states and communities as possible. I get very nervous when the federal government starts to say, you know what, I got this bucket of dollars, and if you do it the way I like you to do it, you get them, and if you don't get the dollars, because it becomes just exactly what has happened with Common Core and Race to the Top. It becomes punitive over time. It becomes a method for standardizing everybody. One of the greatest things about this nation is our diversity. Look, I've done business in China for decades. Everybody talks about, we gotta compete with the Chinese. Yep, we gotta compete with the Chinese, no doubt. But let me say, one of our great assets as a nation is our diversity, our ingenuity, our creativity. I am not at all troubled by the fact that a school in rural Alabama may choose to fulfill its children's potential by giving them a great education differently than an urban school in Manhattan. In China, everybody has to learn the same. Everything is standardized. And what is the result of that system? They can take tests, absolutely. And they're a very competitive society in many ways. But the system has bled out innovation, creativity, and ingenuity. And when we lose that as a nation, we lose our ability to innovate, to grow our economy, and we lose the ability for every individual to, in all of their diverse glory, fulfill their potential. I don't want to be China. I just want to compete with them.
Before we get off of the federal piece, just talk a little bit about the Elementary, Secondary Education Act being reauthorized, No Child Left Behind, the updated version. Two different versions in the House and the Senate right now. What do you think about the changes they're making? What would you push for?
Yeah. So I'm really encouraged, honestly, by the version that is in the Republican House, because what it does is push money out. It puts more and more accountability in the hands of parents and communities. It gives parents the choice to opt out of standardized testing. It puts more money in the hands of communities. So I'm very encouraged by that bill, and I hope ultimately that's the version that's adopted, honestly.
Are there any federal programs on education that you do support that are, pushing choice or?
Well, I think we need, I'll go back to what I said earlier, I think we need to do a top to bottom audit because we haven't done one in 50 years. I think the question is not, is a federal government program working? There may be some that are. I think the question is the federal government the best place to do this? Yes or no? And I start on the basis of education. There are many things that only the federal government can do. You know, only the federal government can secure the border. Only the federal government's responsibility is to repair roads and bridges. But in this case, in the case of education, I think we have to start with the fundamental question, should someone else be doing that? And my bias is, generally speaking, it ought to be as close to parents and communities as possible.
We have a lot of educators here today. Talk to me about, I asked Governor Bush the same question. I'm interested in hearing it from everyone. A teacher that you've had in your life who's influenced you, who's been important to you, and what that teacher did that we could potentially turn into policy.
Well, the last part of your question is always what makes me nervous. What about that teacher could we turn into policy? Sometimes the right policy is to encourage as much creativity and ingenuity and individualism as possible, and you don't do that with a big federally mandated bureaucratic program. You crush it, actually. It's the nature of bureaucracies to crush individualism and ingenuity. They don't know any other way. But, you know, to the first part of your question, I was thinking about it on my way here. Miss Dunleavy, Mrs. Coker, Mrs. Lewis, Mr. Nordinger, Mr. Cross. Those are the names of my 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade teachers. I am 60 years old and I can still remember every single one of their names. Think about how phenomenal that is. Think about how much impact those people had on me that I have no trouble remembering their names. I mean, I can't remember some of the people I met 3 days ago, and yet I can see Mr. Nordinger in front of the classroom. I can see when we got a little restless in the back of the classroom, he, in all good fun, he would take an eraser and throw it at the back wall. I can see Miss Dunleavy. She wore little twin set setters. Remember when you had the little chains that held your sweater together? I can see Mrs. Coker talking about the weather. She loved the weather. The point is this. Every single one of those teachers made me love to go to school every day. I couldn't wait to get into the classroom and say hello to Mrs. Lewis or Mr. Cross. You know, Mr. Cross said something which now would be considered completely politically incorrect, and yet I remember it to this day. He would make us write papers on something, history, something. And we would always say, as you always do when you're student, well, how long should it be? And Mr. Cross's answer was always the same, and it was politically incorrect. He would say, well, I think it should be like a woman's skirt, long enough to cover the subject, short enough to be interesting. Now, we would be horrified today. It was really the wrong thing to say. But you know what? It communicated. We understood exactly what he meant. So the point is, I remember little things of every single one of these teachers. They liked me. I knew it when I walked in the classroom. It's so important. I felt valued every morning when I walked in the classroom. And my bet is the other 25 or 30 students said the same. They were excited to be teaching me, so I was excited to be learning. They were people, they were individuals. Every single one of them was different. Every one of them had a different style, and yet I learned a lot from every single one. I don't know how you turn that into a federal government policy, and what worries me is when we try to put a vast bureaucracy in charge of that kind of individual commitment and excellence and diversity, I think we kill it, not encourage it.
How, though, do we elevate teachers and the profession of teaching so that teachers feel valued in our society?
How do we elevate teaching? I have a granddaughter who wants to become a 3rd grade teacher, and I am so proud of her that she wants to be a 3rd grade teacher, and she has a friend who wants to become a high school history teacher. And both of them say to me all the time, you know, we're not going to make any money, but we really want to be teachers. Look, I think it would be helpful if a teacher's salary was higher. On the other hand, I think teachers choose the profession because they love the profession. And so I think what we need to do is reward those who are excellent with real rewards. Today, the teachers union, let's just be clear, what do unions reward? Seniority. The longer you're in the job, the better you do, whether you're good at the job or not. So what does that do over time? A seniority system over time discourages excellence. A seniority system over time, as opposed to a meritocracy, a seniority system over time rewards you for just sitting in the chair, and anyone who's trying to do a really good job gets discouraged. I've been a participant in a great program called Teach for America over the years. Teach for America is a fantastic program that recruits young people to be teachers in very troubled neighborhoods. And the story that I hear all too often is these young, enthusiastic teachers go into these neighborhoods. They find children the same that we find anywhere in the world, who are eager and excited to learn and have God-given gifts. And you know who discourages them? Not the circumstances of their classrooms, not the poverty of their students. What discourages them is teachers who have been there for way too long, who don't want somebody rocking the boat and showing them up. We have to go to a meritocracy system.
Since you brought up Teach for America, because I think it's an amazing program, just talk about some other things like Teach for America that you know, programs or charter schools that you visited or experienced that you think are really making a difference.
Well, you know, there's this really interesting program in Tennessee where local businesses, local schools, school boards, school districts, and parents are working together to improve outcomes, and they're having amazing success. The point is, we have all kinds of models of excellence that are going on in the nation, and I think that is the point. One size doesn't fit all. But where we find things that work, we ought to have money flow to those things, we ought to have a spotlight flow to those things, we ought to have rewards flow to those people who have done well, instead of saying, and this is what we're doing today, instead of saying, we in Washington, D.C., in the Department of Education know what's best, so we're going to roll out programs and we expect you to adopt. Innovation and excellence usually happen from the bottom up, not from the top down. I know I keep harping on this, but we need a fundamental reorientation of our thinking on this problem. Because if we decide that the Department of Education and the federal government has the answers, we're going to continue to spend too much money and get too few results. If we will spotlight, highlight, reward, and motivate those things that we know work, and celebrate individuality and creativity and ingenuity in the classroom instead of trying to drown it out with standardized approaches, we're going to get better results.
I'm kind of asking this question of everyone. You may not name names on your potential Secretary of Education, but who are people that influence your thinking about these issues?
So I think the people that have influenced my thinking the most about these issues are people who have been out there doing it. And so, for example, I might go to people who have built successful charter schools and whose point of view would be not what can I do in the Department of Education, but what's going on out there that's good that I don't want to mess up. In other words, I do think we need a reorientation of our thinking. A lot of people come to Washington, D.C. and get in a cabinet position and think, okay, now it's my job to do all of this stuff. Wouldn't it be terrific to have somebody who went into that department and said, you know, the first and most important priority is for me to do a top-to-bottom audit of every single dollar that I'm spending and quit spending any dollar that isn't achieving its results. The next most important thing I can do is to find all those things out there in the United States that are working, that don't need any help from me, but maybe need some additional resources from me, and I'm going to give them some help. as opposed to what federal program do I want to preside over.
Let's talk about the future and innovation, because I think you're uniquely qualified to talk about it. Kind of look ahead. What's the next phase of the school choice movement? What does it look like?
So here's where I think a federal government program and what we really need in terms of creativity and inventiveness at the local school level come into conflict. Why do I start with that? Everyone loves innovation. Everyone likes to talk about it. But here's the thing that people have to accept about innovation. Innovation requires risk-taking. The essence of innovation is taking risks. And if you want risk-taking, you must tolerate mistake-making. So what happens is you have a lot of people who will say, I love innovation, but I can't tolerate any mistakes. I love innovation, but we're not going to take any risks. And that's how you get these big programs that absolutely crush all risk-taking because they will not tolerate any mistake-making, and therefore they crush innovation. So I start with that because I think it's critically important that we understand. We should always measure how we're doing. We should always know whether we're educating children or not. But the best way to achieve results, as we have demonstrated now in education, let me go back for a moment. New Orleans, remember New Orleans? New Orleans has to start over, basically, in the wake of Katrina. They have to literally start over. So all of a sudden they have this wonderful opportunity to innovate, and they do. And guess what? Their results are better in those 10 years following Katrina than they had been for 50 years prior to Katrina. They got to innovate. And so we have to embrace that with all that accompanies it. It's not going to be perfect every time. We're going to have to take risks. Mistakes are going to be made. But in general, we will get a higher level of achievement. Innovation is the coin of the realm in the 21st century. The society that innovates most successfully will dominate this 21st century. It's why it's so critically important that we hang on to what makes this nation special. The secret sauce of the United States of America has always been what? Ingenuity, creativity, risk-taking, mistake-making, bottoms-up progress, not top-down standardization. And if we start crushing that, as we have been through federally mandated education programs, we are going to lose our ability to compete. We cannot become more like the Chinese. We have to be as little like the Chinese as possible. Ingenuity, creativity. Human potential is the only limitless resource we have. It is the only resource we need to solve every problem and face every challenge. We don't have the most number of people in the world, but we can have the most creative and smartest people in the world, but not if we keep deciding that the federal government knows how to innovate, because it does not. It crushes innovation.
Do you have grandkids? Do you have grandkids?
2.
You do?
Yes.
So,
I said my granddaughter wants to be a teacher.
So I mean, your knowledge in technology. Think about the classroom of the future for your grandkids, your great-grandkids. I mean, like, what's it going to look like for them? And can we incorporate technology? Is there anything happening in technology that you think is really exciting?
Well, first, of course, we have to incorporate technology, because whether we like it or not, kids are attached to their technology. And one of the things you see in successfully putting technology into the classrooms is teachers have to introduce it. In other words, there have been too many examples where technology was just funded into the classrooms, but the teachers weren't prepared for it. They didn't understand how to teach differently. Technology is not a silver bullet. It is a tool, no more, no less. So the best classrooms will incorporate technology for sure. I mean, one of the great innovations in technology over the last, say, decade has been MOOCs, massively online open coursework. That means that anyone, anywhere, for example, can listen to a MIT professor talk about something. It's a great breakthrough. However, I think it's critically important that we think about technology as a tool, not a silver bullet, because there are two things that I think can never leave the classroom. One is a teacher. The human connection is so important. You know, truthfully, I don't remember what my 4th grade classroom looked like, and I don't remember what tools we had, but I remember Mrs. Lewis. The human connection is incredibly important because a kid is not inspired to learn by Googling it. A kid is inspired to learn because they have a teacher with a spark in their eye. You know, some of you may know I was a medieval philosophy major in college. Why the heck was I a medieval philosophy major in college? Because I had this professor named Professor Bernstein, and he got that look in his eye and he got me all excited about medieval philosophy. We can never, ever lose that human connection. That spark is what causes a kid to say, I can learn, I'm excited about this. The second thing that I think can never leave the classroom, and unfortunately it is leaving the classroom, and that is an understanding that we are not just preparing people for a job. We're not just preparing kids to have purpose and meaning and dignity in their work and their lives. We have to be educating citizens. We have to be building character. And that means, I think, that children also have to be exposed to art, to music, to philosophy, to history. I worry that we get so focused on preparing people for a career that we forget that we need to feed their souls and build their character. This is intended to be a citizen government, and if we are not educating citizens with the character and the soul and the capability to make reasoned judgments about their nation and their future, then we are not preparing them or ourselves for the nation we must be in the 21st century.
We've just got about 5 minutes, so I'm going to start to wrap it up. But especially since you want to hand over as much power as possible back to the states and local control over
certain
education.
things in education,
Yes. But you do have the bully pulpit as President of the United States. And we were talking earlier about, you know, some people have used it very effectively to influence things happening at the local and state level. Other presidents have chosen not to. How would you use the bully pulpit? What would be the issue that you would really try to focus on around education to elevate at least the conversation happening around it?
So I think the conversation that I want to have with the American people are two things we've just been talking about, Campbell. One is that we need to feed children's souls and educate their character as well as prepare them for livelihoods and jobs. I think it's so important, and in school after school after school, because of the way federal money flows, you see art, music, history, all of those things sort of falling by the wayside. I would encourage, I wrote a thesis on this when I was a master's student at MIT, I would encourage businesses when they get engaged in communities and provide funding and support to schools, which many businesses do, and I think it's a fantastic thing that they do that. But they also care about not just STEM, which is vitally important, but art and history and music and philosophy as well. I want to talk with the American people about the nature of innovation. Innovation is risk-taking. Risk-taking is mistake-making. Innovation at its core is individual experimentation. And so we need to understand it in order to have more of it. So those are the things that I would want to talk about. And honestly, I worry that we are no longer educating citizens. You know, I have said at other points along the stump that I think it would be a good idea, actually, if everyone had to take the citizenship test that those who are working hard to earn the privilege of citizenship take. I mean, we need to be a citizen government. It is what makes us unique, but we cannot be a successful citizen government if people don't have the proper grounding in the things that make this nation unique.
I just want to ask one question about the Democrats. Hillary Clinton received the endorsement of the AFT, the American Federation of Teachers.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
But it's interesting because back in her Arkansas days, she was an advocate for charter schools and for accountability. Martin O'Malley, who's running, has been an advocate for tax credits for the city of Baltimore. You have a lot of Democrats in Congress who've been big supporters of vouchers and school choice across the board. So can this ultimately be a bipartisan issue?
I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. It should be a bipartisan issue because we now have so many examples of things that work. So the goal is to have it be a bipartisan issue. You know, it's interesting to me. Remember when Mayor de Blasio in Manhattan was running for election? And he made as part of his election platform, presumably to get the teachers union endorsement, that he was going to do away with vouchers and charters. And by the way, he's in the process of doing that. It was interesting who protested. It wasn't moms from the Upper East Side. It was mothers and fathers from lower income neighborhoods, many Hispanics and African Americans who marched across bridges in protest because they knew that if he took away their chances, he was also taking away their children's choices. So, yes, we must have a bipartisan agreement. And I think if you took it outside of Washington, D.C., and you set aside the power of the status quo, which is personified by the teachers union, and you go out and you talk to parents, regardless of their circumstances, what parents will say over and over again is, I want a good teacher in the front of the classroom. I want to have a choice. If my teacher and my school are failing my child, I want a real choice so that my kid has a chance. I think the vast majority of Americans agree with that, and so I hope very much this will be and can be a bipartisan effort.
Ladies and gentlemen, Carly Fiorina, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So stay with us, everybody. We have one governor coming up, and right now, we're not going to take a break, and then we're going to get to our panel, and then we're going to do lunch. I have one request. If you're back in this corner talking to your friends, do you mind please stepping out in the hallway so that we can make sure everyone gets to hear these folks talk? We'd really appreciate that. So I'll let everybody get back to their seats for a second, and then we'll welcome our next guest on the stage. No. Okay, maybe if you tell one of the guys. Oh. Okay, I think we're ready, everybody. He's ready, even if you're not. Please welcome Governor John Kasich. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you for doing this with us.
Glad to do it.
So I'm going to ask you to do kind of what everybody has done to start us off, which is to talk a little bit about how you see the problem with K-12 education in this country. Do you believe that our public schools are in crisis?
Well, look, I'm the governor of Ohio, so I actually wrote down a short list of all the things we've been doing in Ohio to try to fix the schools. There's a variety of things that have to be done. Number one, I think that we have to break the agrarian model, Campbell, which is we stick everybody in a classroom and we try to teach everybody the same way. And as we all know, children learn in different ways. And secondly, when I talk about breaking the agrarian model, I think that we ought to feed young people's passions. So for example, My daughter loves design, okay? She's visited Pink. She's visited Victoria's Secret Sport. She's 15 years old. I want her to be able to get credit in high school for spending 2 or 3 hours a week there, where she can get excited about what she might want to be in her lifetime. If you take somebody who is at risk of dropping out and just say they want to spend their time working when they get home, they want to work on their car. Well, why don't we let them go and work on their car a little bit during the day, and then the person that owns the shop can explain to them why they need to know math so they can charge, and why they need to know English so they can advertise. I think we need to bring excitement into K through 12 education. But in addition to that, I think it's very important that we have evaluations, both of teachers and of schools, so that the people who are here can know how their school's actually performing vis-a-vis other schools. And I think teacher evaluation is important, and I also think we need a robust school choice program. We've dramatically expanded choice, whether it's charter schools or vouchers. It's a whole series of things that need to be done. Here's the problem. In my state, and I don't quite know the numbers in this state, but 40% of our high school graduates who want to go to college are taking remedial education at the community college or university level. Now let me ask you all a question, the people that are here. Why are our kids having to take 10th and 11th grade work when they go to college? Why are we not getting our children educated to the point when they go to college they're ready to go and ready to fly and ready to learn? And that drives up the cost of higher education. So it's so many different things that we need to do. And finally, I would say this. There is no substitute for local control, but for parents, just don't walk in the school building and just listen to what the administrators tell you. Dig in. Know how kids are performing. Know how they're doing. Know what the heck is going on in the classroom. Because many times when parents will go into a schoolhouse, they'll be told, well, everything is great. And then we find out later, it wasn't so great. So local control matters. But if we're going to have local control, which we need to have, then people at the local level need to take control of their schools, period. End of that. There's a lot, so much more we could talk about.
We are. We've got 45 minutes. Don't worry. But I want to go deep on what's going on in Ohio, because you have an interesting story to tell. And you've embraced school choice in a way that many other states have not.
We have 60,000 vouchers, both for failing schools and for poor kids. And there's one other thing we've done, Campbell, that you may not know about that I want these folks to know. The Cleveland public schools were failing. Are you aware of this? They were failing. So the Democrat mayor of Cleveland, along with the business leaders, came to me and said, we would like to change the Cleveland schools. We basically want to put a CEO in charge of the schools to drive education change. On a bipartisan basis, the legislature has created the most dramatic reform, I believe, of public education in the North in America. Cleveland's making strides. It's very tough to change a model that had been broken for a long time, but it requires everybody to work together on behalf of those kids, and they're making progress. The Youngstown schools have basically been in a failure mode for 9 years. And I had been warning people in Youngstown that this is not tolerable. But it is very hard to get a community together to reform local schools. I'll tell you why. Because a lot of times business leaders don't want to do it, because the minute they start questioning local education excellence, they get lambasted in the press or they get criticized in the community. So it takes time to build up a head of steam to take control of the schools. So over this period of 9 years, kids were migrating out of the Youngstown schools to suburban schools, just leaving a smaller and smaller number of students. And I think only 1% of the students in that school district were college ready. So we now have created something that the country should look at. If our schools fail for 3 straight years, there is a committee that can come together to appoint a CEO in charge of those schools to start to get them improved. And as the schools improve, we will hand it back to the local school board. And at the end of the day, we will set them free once education starts. So we don't tolerate a long period of failure anymore in Ohio. And we all know the challenges of being able to drive education, particularly in our urban school districts. So I actually believe that what's going to happen in Youngstown, which has been a hard-bitten town, hard-hit town with jobs, where jobs are now coming back, and I believe what we're doing in Youngstown to improve those schools is going to save the city. We had the Catholic bishop involved. We had some of the big business leaders involved. The disappointment was it was a party line vote to get this done, and there's no excuse for it because we got, look, education, K through 12 education is not for adults, it's for children. And we need to make sure that people understand that, okay? It's not to make us happy, it's to make sure kids learn.
You've been very focused on giving parents more options. I know, talk a little bit, we'll talk about charters in a second, but talk a little bit about the voucher program in Ohio. You've expanded it. Can you
Well, we have a 60,000 voucher opportunity. We don't have all the parents taking advantage of it, which is unfortunate. And if you're poor, we also have created a special program that we're phasing in over time. And of course, we also have charter schools. But I will tell you, we're not going to tolerate failed charter schools. I don't care what kind of education environment you have, we're not going to tolerate failure. So, there's been a lot of criticism, and some of it very legitimate, about charter schools.
So let me just interrupt there, 'cause
Yeah.
not everybody may know. So your charter schools in Ohio have not performed maybe as well as the...
Oh, well, yeah, some have and some haven't. But,
But the
charter...
reform of charters and how
important.
you hold them accountability is something you're really focused on. It's been a story in Ohio. How do you do it?
Well, we have standards where we look at how they're performing, and if they're not performing, we don't permit the sponsors to open up anything else, and we'll shut down the failing charter schools. And look, the legislature's still working with it. Here's the problem. When charter schools were first an idea in Ohio, the legislature wanted it to be unfettered so that people could move from the traditional school to the charter school. But what's happened over time is it's time now to clean up a failed charter school. But it's hard for legislators, Republicans, to do that. So we're working our way through the legislature to make sure that any school that a student enters is going to be one of quality. So we look at how they're performing, and if they're performing well, we love them. I mean, many of them perform very well. Here's the problem. It is easy for people in the education profession to criticize charter schools while at the same time they cast a blind eye to failed public schools in the traditional sense. So we want both. We want successful public schools. We want successful charter schools. We want high standards in virtually every school. So, and the other thing that we've done is we've given parents the opportunity to actually take over their local schools. If these schools are failing, parents can reconstruct the schools. I mean, it's just unbelievable all the things that we have been able to do, plus robust funding for the schools, and including special ed. I mean, look, we're gaining, but we don't have a lot of fear when it comes to making these changes. It's just sometimes it's hard to work against a status quo in K through 12 education. And folks, we cannot worship at the altar of status quo when it comes to public education. We're in the 21st century. We need to keep changing and making education more and more exciting. We lose too many children because we don't touch their passions.
To your credit, you've tried a lot of things,
Yeah.
and you have taken on this fight, because I think education, to a lot of people, it's a fight.
We're winning.
That.
We're winning the fight.
You
There's
won
no
some,
question.
or have you lost? Well, you have lost some. What is a policy you didn't get that you wish you had been able to implement, or you'd like to still try?
I can't, Campbell, honestly, I'd have to, sit down and ask my staff where we're frustrated, but we've gotten 85–90% of everything we wanted, whether it's education or anything else, because in the first 4 years I was there, Ohio was a basket case. So when you have a crisis, you ever heard the term, never waste a good crisis? We did not, but we keep pushing and pushing. We've now brought in, I'll tell you something we did. We created an innovation fund. You want to know my greatest frustration? I need to have more superintendents in my state willing to take risks and chances for the betterment of education of children, okay? Because what I have found is that there are a lot of the administrators in our schools who are, you know, the status quo is easy for them. And it's frustrating to me. But we're getting most of what we want. But we created an innovation fund. So if you want to do something particularly innovative that may cost money, we've got money available for you to do it. So we have school districts that have come together, particularly in some of our poor or rural areas, that are going together in terms of information technology, the kind of things that you'll hear Joel Klein talk about. But here's the question. Why do I have to create an innovation fund when I don't think we should have to give anybody an incentive to do and change and do what's right versus the kids? So that's a frustration for me. I just think, and there are many, many great superintendents and school teachers in particular, and I think teachers feel pounded upon, and I respect that. They feel like the community doesn't appreciate, doesn't understand the problem of the students in the classroom. We somehow, Republicans, Democrats, liberal, conservatives, we got to thank our teachers, and we've got to be supportive when the time comes to drive innovative change in our schools.
You typically think of Republicans at war with the teachers union, but I was reading, and you were at war with the teachers union initially in Ohio. Tell me if this is a fair characterization. But then the head of the teachers union in Ohio had very nice things to say about you that I read recently.
Well, look,
that she thought you'd make a great president.
Well, here's a couple things. First of all, the American Federation of Teachers have worked collaboratively with us on the Cleveland School Plan. They said they understand the community wants it. There is the head of the union there has been almost lost re-election because of the Cleveland School Plan. And we have to make sure that we have a good, open relationship. But that's not up to me, really. It's up to the superintendent of the Cleveland schools. But when the time came to fix the Youngstown schools, the Ohio Education Association and the union fought us every step of the way. This just is so difficult for me. We got 9 years of failure, and the message is, well, just give us a little bit more time. Now, we may have lost almost a generation of students, and I'm really upset about it. I'm not going to yell at anybody, but I'm very, very upset. Everybody should have been involved in fixing these Youngstown schools. 9 years, Campbell, of failure. And yet they say when we have legislation to change it, they said no. So basically what I've told the union in the schools is this: if we work together, fine. If we don't work together, that's not fine. And we're going to have to deal with it. So, you know, as a leader, I want to always maintain patience, but I don't want patience to drag out where it costs a child a chance to become something special and live their God-given purpose. So it's a mixture, and some places we've had success, other places we have not. But I'm glad to hear that I think it was probably the American Federation of Teachers, the head of it said, you know, John Kasich's a good guy. We're all in this together. I mean, I think that's good. But don't block reforms that are designed to give children a chance.
Well, what she said was she believes that poverty and helping low-income kids is something that you genuinely care deeply about. And let me on that point ask you...
Early childhood education.
Yeah.
It's a critical part of what we're trying to do.
You, as a governor who's really embraced school choice, talk about what... define it a little more for us. Do you support a universal school choice, vouchers for everyone, or is it more of a social justice model where you think it
No, look, we're up to 60,000 vouchers and only using 20,000 of them. So let's try to push that and push those numbers up, and then so we've done it two ways. One is to give you a voucher if you're in a failing school. There's also vouchers, of course, for the Cleveland School Plan, which allows people to have vouchers there. And now also for poor. So it's two directions, but I'm always mystified that more people aren't taking advantage of it and taking advantage of something else that's interesting, and that is this individual education plan. You can get if you're a parent in our schools now, you can approach the principal and you can say, I want my son or daughter to be an individual education program. which means they can have the flexibility to do many, many different things, be able to get credit, be able to graduate, and be able to get ahead. The other thing that we've put in, Campbell, that people here ought to think about, we put in a third grade reading guarantee. Now this was one that, you know, met some controversy. The schools were saying, well, if you're going to force us to be able to make sure our kids can read at the third grade level before they go to the fourth grade, you need to give us more money. So we gave them a little bit of money, but my question to them is, if we're not teaching kids to read in the kindergarten, the first grade, the second grade, and the third grade, what are we teaching them? Because you read to learn, and you learn to read so you can read to learn. So we put this third grade reading guarantee in. So you can't get to the fourth grade in reading, and you're still held as a third grade student until you can up your performance. Now, we will give you all kinds of work and help, and we start this in pre-K and then get into kindergarten. You know what's great? Initially, this was resisted, but it became clear we're not repealing it. You try to repeal it, I'll veto it. I mean, we're not changing this. And guess what's happened? Libraries, teachers, local community, senior citizens have all come together to help kids learn how to read at the third grade level, and the performance has gone sky high. And here's another thing to know. If kids can't read, it's the biggest single reason why they drop out. So if we can get kids to read, we can prevent dropouts, because then we have a program for dropout recovery, because we want people who have not been able to be successful not wander the streets and be able to get a job. And you bring up the poor. We have early childhood education. I mean, it's very expensive. I think you probably all know that in New Hampshire. It's expensive, but it's vital, because those brains, they're fertile, and we can't let them shut down. So we are expanding early childhood education, and we're bringing the standards up in Ohio so that the early childhood education, Campbell, more or less is going to be equal and a higher and higher standard.
Let me shift gears to Common Core.
Sure.
Do you still support it?
Look, let me tell you the way I see what that label is. The governor of Georgia, Sonny Perdue, and by the way, you don't get elected governor of Georgia if you're a liberal, got together with another governor before I became governor, and they said that students across the country, ought to have the same opportunities at a high education with high standards. They brought in school officials, state of school education officials, and education experts, and they created a set of standards. In my state, we had lower standards. Massachusetts, our neighbor here, you know, they push very high standards. Their students are doing very well in Massachusetts. So I look at this, and if you have a low bar, everybody gets to jump over. You remember Lake Wobegon? Everybody's getting an A. And then we get to graduation, and 40% aren't ready for college. So what I believe in Ohio is we should have high standards. And the curriculum to meet high standards needs to be developed by local school boards with parental advisors. I don't write the standards. President Obama doesn't write the standards or the curriculum. We have the high standards as established as where we should go, and we do it only in math and in English. And the bottom line is we have higher standards with school boards writing the curriculum to meet the higher standards with parental advisory. I think that's pretty good, because I don't support Washington doing, I mean, I have a whole lot of thoughts about Washington. I was there in the 90s when we tried to eliminate the Department of Education, okay? I was the chairman of the Budget Committee. But there is no substitute for higher standards and a way to make sure local school boards are involved, that parents are involved, and at the end of the day, we have some testing to figure out how kids are doing. So if other states don't want to do that, that's fine. But if I were president, I would want to travel across the country to state legislatures, telling them about the laboratories of change in each of the states. So we practice best practices. I mean, if you've got a way to do it here in New Hampshire, then I should go back to Ohio and try to implement it there. But I think presidents should not reign from on high. They ought to be out here giving the control back to states and local communities and being part of the process to develop and share great ideas across the country. So You know, I don't know about that term and all that stuff. I'm just telling you what we're doing in Ohio.
Why have so many of your competitors flip-flopped on that?
Colleagues.
Colleagues.
They are my colleagues. Why have they rejected it?
Why have they changed?
I don't know,
They've changed their positions a lot.
I don't change my positions on much unless this fine gentleman here in a nice relaxed shirt and beard can, you got a better idea for me. I'm always willing to change my mind if somebody can present a case to me as to why my position is wrong on anything. I mean, that's called open-mindedness. But you're going to have to make a good case. But look, for me, I'm not going to change my position because there's 4 people in the front row yelling at me. I just don't operate that way. You know, when I get hired as governor, I'm a CEO. You hire me, I do my job. I'm not going to, you know, there, okay, what's there now? On the other hand, I know that the public has been very concerned about this. And that's why in our legislature, we wrote into the law local control with local school boards, writing the curriculum with parental advisors. Why'd we do it? Because I hear the public yelling about this, and they're concerned about it because they love their kids and they're worried their kids are at risk. But I have to tell you, in looking through all the facts and not getting all my information from the internet, and looking at this over and over and over again, I concluded in my state, we need to raise our standards. I have 2 15-year-old daughters. I want my daughters to come out with the best education. And do I like when they get A's? Love it. But you know what? I'd rather know that they're getting a B or worse than that so we can work on fixing it so that they can be better. I mean, that's what education is about. It's about unlocking your future. And that's what I'm most concerned about, Campbell. So on any of these issues, everybody here needs to understand. I look at stuff, I study. I can't tell you how many times I've called our state superintendent of schools with at least 10 questions. I mean, over and over, tell me this, tell me that, tell me this, because I want to know the facts. And once I know the facts, then I'm going to make up my mind and I'm going to be the best leader I can be. But none of this finger in the air stuff for me. And I'm not putting anybody else down. Everybody has to lead the way they want to lead or do it the way they want to do it. I'm just telling you how I do it.
Let's talk about the federal government's role in education, what you might do as president, but start with what's going on in the debate around federal education policy in Washington today, which is the reauthorization of the ESEA, or updating No Child Left Behind.
Well, look, I mean,
how we should think about it. How do you think about it?
Yeah, I believe that not only in the Department of Education, but in welfare, in job training, I mean, so many areas I can give you. And remember, I was chairman of the committee and the chief architect of when we balanced the budget. And so we had a lot of reform in those programs. We didn't get everything we wanted because we were Republicans and Bill Clinton was the president. And he's a very clever man because if there's a mob forming, he'll jump in front of it and claim it's a parade, okay? So we as Republicans decided we wanted to balance the budget, which was so exciting because we were able to develop a lot of reform. I'm going to tell you something that was a mistake. When we used the rhetoric that we're going to kill the Department of Education, you know what independent voters heard? Oh, so the Republicans want to kill education. So we've got to be careful with the way in which we use our rhetoric. What would I do? There are about 100 plus, maybe 110 federal programs. I think we need to bundle them up and we need to send them back to the states so that the states can develop their own ideas about how best to educate their kids. That's back to, we see what you do, we look in Ohio, we look in Illinois, we look in Texas, and I want to move those programs. I want to empower people in the states. I do not want the states taking education money and using it to pave roads. You hear what I'm saying? We don't take education money and fix our highways because we can't figure out how to deal with that. I think we have to make sure that education money goes to educate. And I think on special education, that's a separate block grant that should come back, and special education is very expensive, and so we got to make sure we maintain that. But fundamentally, we need to begin to transfer money and influence and power out of that town in many areas where it would be more effective where we live. See, Washington operates under a one-size-fits-all mentality. So I have a size 10 foot, and you have a size 6 foot, but we all have to put our feet in the same size shoes. That doesn't work. Is local control perfect when schools are failing like they were in Youngstown? No, but here's what I do know. As a citizen, it's a lot easier for me to get my meeting with the local school board and local education officials than it is to try to talk to somebody in Washington. Now, you know, I'm from Ohio, and when I used to call Washington on various things, they would say to me, "What's the time zone in Ohio?" Now, if they don't know what time zone it is, how are they supposed to fix my problems? And so I believe we need to shift that, and we need to be as reformers pro-education. The child is first. Education's for kids and not for adults. And we need to fashion our creative solutions at the local level, and we have to have the courage of human beings to get out of our comfort zone, ladies, to make sure our kids are learning. And sometimes that means shaking it up a little bit. See that cross you're wearing around your neck? The Lord expects that. He expects us to get out of our comfort zone on the behalf of children. Because you see, education is about unlocking this brain to discover and improve the world. Campbell, I'm reading an incredible book on the Wright brothers. And what it meant for them to be able to use their brains to see the future. I mean, incredible. That's what education has to be, stimulating us to think and do better.
Let me just push you a little bit on this, because in many states, local control means union control. And if you advocate for school choice, if you care about that, that would be losing a lot of progress that's been made in places like New York. How do you do both? How do you encourage states to offer parents more choices at the same time?
Strengthening the public school. Well, you do it in two ways. One is, first of all, your vouchers and your charters need to be, your charters need to be high quality. Your vouchers are giving parents an opportunity not to destroy public education, but to offer competition so public education gets better. The purpose of vouchers is to provide competition. You know, I like to say, if you're the only pizza parlor in town, the only way when you order pizza you're going to get more pepperoni is if we get a second pizza parlor in town, okay? So we need to have that competition, not to destroy, but to build. And then I would say, secondly, teacher evaluation, parents knowing how their school is performing, giving this commission we have in Ohio now that can take over failing schools. These are the kinds of things that will improve quality, but I don't see those things as, look, I mean, if the union was to vote on charters or vouchers, they would vote no. Okay, thank you, I appreciate your position. We're going to have vouchers and charters, okay? So that happens to be, I'm the governor now, I support that. The last governor didn't, but I do.
But how do you do that?
Elections matter, don't they?
How do you do that if you're president? How can you influence that to,
I think you gotta
push the things you know work?
You got to go to the legislatures. I mean, could you imagine if we had a president who would come to New Hampshire and talk about the good things that are happening in 4 or 5 states and how kids are doing better? Let me give you a perfect example. I have all this list here, but I haven't been using it. Listen to this, Campbell. The Cincinnati public schools have, I believe, a 63% graduation rate. So I went down to this one high school in the Cincinnati School District, and they have a mentoring program. It's all poor minorities in this high school. 2 companies, Western and Southern Insurance Company, and I don't remember the other company, allows their employees to go for 1 hour a week for a year into the school system to mentoring a kid. You know what the graduation rate is in that high school? 97%. Mentoring works. We now have a big mentoring initiative going on in Ohio, along with one other called Start Talking, which I can't forget. Mentoring kids of all ages, mentoring kids of all incomes, mentoring kids of all cultures to show them the future, what life could be like. So I'm reforming welfare, okay? I'm now in a business of reforming welfare, where you got to go and get trained for a job that exists while you get your benefits. And I said to people who were involved in this, some of whose parents were on relief, I said, how do we break the pattern of welfare dependency? And you know what they told me? Mentoring. Mentoring means they can, Campbell, you go into a schoolhouse and they meet you and they see you and they admire you and they see your clothes and they see your car, and all of a sudden they begin to see a world that they didn't know existed. Isn't it exciting to think about? To me, it's very exciting about changing a life. So I would want to tell the whole country about mentoring. I don't have to dictate it, but I think if I come to New Hampshire as the president and I make a speech on this, you're going to do it, because it works. I'll tell you the other thing we're doing that I'm begging you to think about here. We have a program in Ohio now called Start Talking. We have asked every teacher, virtually every week, to have talking points to talk to kids about staying off of drugs. When kids here don't do drugs, there is a 50% less chance they will do them. We don't have a big curriculum. We don't have to pay a lot of money. We just need the teacher to say, stay off drugs. And then we have our highway patrol going and meeting with the kids in sports who are the mentors, the boys and the girls who are in sports, and 5 minutes for life to talk to them about staying off drugs. I've given you 2 ideas. You may be doing all of them. But number 1, develop a mentoring program in this state. Number 2, create Start Talking. Start telling kids to stay off of drugs. Because as you know, in this state, we've got a heroin crisis. Can we beat it all down? No, but we can begin to win the battle in this war. So that's how I do it, Campbell. Tell them about all this great stuff.
Let me let you just get a little bit personal for a second. I've asked everybody this question. Tell me a teacher in your life who's been very influential for you, that had an impact on you in some way, and then your thoughts more generally on how we elevate the profession of teaching and reward teachers and make them feel valued.
Well, I think part of the challenge is, as somebody once told me, a friend of mine, he said, when I was back in Congress, he would give us a lecture and he would say, when you get home and you see your spouse, and your spouse, who's doing all the hard work, you're in the spotlight and they're doing all the work. Sit down in the mud puddle with them. You don't have to say anything. Just sit down with them and listen. And I think a lot of our teachers feel that we don't understand the challenges they have in the classroom because they're getting kids who have not been loved. That when we evaluate them, they think, oh my God, we're out to take their job. No, we're not out to take their job. If you need help, we'll help you. If you're a terrible teacher, then you should be doing something else because you're going to find more satisfaction doing something that you're good at. So we have to constantly communicate that. But I'll tell you what the unions do, unfortunately, too much of the time. There's a constant negative comment to, they're going to take your benefits, they're going to take your pay, and so if I were not president, but if I were king in America, I would abolish all teachers' lounges where they sit together and worry about how woe is us. But look, teachers are, you asked me, do I have teachers? Yeah, I've had a lot of mentors in my life, and some of the teachers were people that even a couple of my buddies and I still repeat some of the things they'd ask us in the classroom. Like, if you know this and you know this, you don't need me. So we have to hold up the profession of teaching. Here's the other thing. How do we pay a college football coach $4 million a year? We pay our teachers peanuts. But that's all entertainment, isn't it? It's all entertainment, but we've got it all upside down. We can't fix all these things, but we can think about them and talk about them. One point we had a little bit of money left over, and I wanted to give a bonus to teachers, but I was afraid the union would say, oh, well, you're now introducing, some sort of merit pay. And common sense is so important in life, including education. But Campbell, we need to thank a teacher, but we need to make sure they're teaching. You know, if they're not teaching very well, we need to either help them to get better, or secondly, they shouldn't be teaching. You know, in Cleveland, our superintendent, when we get this massive school reform program, they actually bought out the most senior teachers who were tired and didn't want to teach anymore. And guess who they brought in? The ones they fired. And the last in, first out, last one hired, first one out, bad policy, needs to be changed. And by the way, I think I see Joel Klein sitting here, and I think he's going to talk. And I hope that what he's going to do is he's going to show you in a breathtaking way how technology can get kids so fired up about learning. You know, I don't know if you know this or not, but kids really like their devices. Have you ever noticed that? So why don't we give them devices to learn on? Why don't we develop teachers who want to be coaches for kids as they develop their individual ways of learning? Isn't this all great? The only thing that stands in the way of these kinds of ideas is the status quo. Oh no, I don't think we can do that. That's too hard. It's up to us at the local level to make sure that stuff happens.
Expand
You
on.
know, I'm having a ball here. I hope you're enjoying this.
Yeah.
I'm having fun. Yeah.
Expand on the innovation piece a little bit. I've asked everybody this as well, which is to envision the classroom of the future, what your grandchildren's classroom will look like, given that a century's gone by and we're still teaching our kids today the same way essentially our grandparents
Well,
learned.
that's why in the beginning when I sat here, I said we need to break the agrarian model. And that's why some of the things that Joel Klein will talk to you about in terms of different ways of teaching and connecting is so very important. And I really do believe, again, let me say this to you. You all remember when you were in school and there was the kid sitting in the back with his head down on the desk? Remember that? We all had him in our school. It wasn't that boy or that girl was not smart. So we didn't connect with them. So I was down in South Carolina, and they bring these big ships in, and they unload this incredible cargo. And they have these giant operators who sit in way above, and they come down and they clutch these things, and they lift them up, and they move them. So I'm watching all this. I said, what do those people get paid? A lot of money, they tell me. You know, maybe I think as much as $100,000 with overtime. Don't hold me to it, but there was a lot of money. And I said, well, tell me about that. Well, that's nothing but a video game. You see, we need to take what people are interested in and feed it to them in education. And Campbell, you know, I would envision a time when kids are learning at their own speed on subjects that are important, that the officials, local officials figure is important. But I would like teachers to be able to walk around the room and be coaches for the individual ways that students are learning and allow them to get. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a lawyer. You know, at one point I wanted to be a priest, then a lawyer. You tell me what, you know, that's like two sides of two different coins. But I would go into the courthouse as a young man, and I would watch them argue up there. I couldn't get enough of it, but I didn't get any credit for it. So had I been able to work in a law office, have a young boy can work, or girl in an auto dealership, if somebody wants to be in music, let them have some time out there and invest the sense that somebody running those facilities is going to work to teach kids education in a backwards way. Do you understand what I mean by that? So I'm working in an auto body shop, or I'm working on an engine, and I say to the kid, do you want to charge for that? Yeah. Okay, well, you better know math. If you don't know math, how are you going to get paid? Or do you want to advertise that you're the best mechanic in the country? Oh, sure I do. Do you know how to spell? See, it's a backdoor approach to learning where we stimulate and bring reality of what. I'm going on and on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kim.
No, you got 4 more minutes. You can go on.
Oh,
for
I
4
didn't
more-
even
no,
know.
no.
I don't even look at these clocks. I see.
Let me say, You've clearly thought about this a lot. I mean,
Oh, we do all the
you're-
time.
You're steeped in it.
Yep.
I don't know whether you would tell us who you would think about for Secretary of Education or
No.
No.
You, maybe, Campbell.
Who influences your thinking?
I want somebody who is very solid but who's reform-oriented. I mean, you can't just disrupt this. You don't take a sledgehammer and that's not the way it works. It scares people. And we're dealing with kids. But I think you want to have somebody who, well, has your philosophy. Like I have a school superintendent now. I love this guy. I mean, he is the best, the greatest guy. And you know what he says? It's all about the boys and girls. And so you want somebody who, first of all, knows it's all about the boys and girls, but also understands that the power, money, and influence in this needs to be moved to where people can get their hands on it and shape it the way they want to. So I want to tell you one interesting thing. You've been listening to me talk about all these different things. They all have to be done locally, right? Individual education programs, committees that can take over failing schools, improving charters, teacher evaluation, school evaluation. And then we had this big war here in the country over this thing called Common Core. Did you hear anything out of me that didn't represent local control? So we got to sometimes get beyond the headlines and the politics and look underneath to figure out what the reality is. So anything that would charge the federal government, if you take Race to the Top or even No Child Left Behind, the problem with those programs, there is so much red tape, so much waste, red tape, rules, one size fits all. They don't work. They don't work. So let's just get it back to where we live. And then when we get it back to where we live, we have to assume responsibility. This is not a free ride. Like, oh, okay, I'm in charge, but by the way, I'm not going to spend my time trying to fix things. So, folks, I would just leave you with one thought. I'm almost out of time here, is this. And you don't have to think the way I do. But I believe the Lord watches what we do with our children. And the more we dedicate ourselves to having those children rise and to use their great brains to help heal this world and bring justice, the happier he is. But it's never been easy sometimes to get out of our comfort zone. I got my fire from my mother, who never was afraid to express an opinion even when it went against the grain. My mom was special, and her son is governor of Ohio and very likely could become president of the United States. Thanks, Mom, for what you did for me. I'll see you all.
Governor John Kasich.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, thank you. We're halfway there, but don't go anywhere because we have a really amazing panel who's going to be up here in 2 seconds. I have to do a comedy routine while they change the stage around for a minute. But we'll ask everybody to we're going to not delay, and then we're going to take a lunch break right after this. Here, let's put there. Here, grab my bottle of water. Ooh, sorry, there you go. I'm introducing Kathy?
Yeah, Kathy, whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'm just going to give people a minute to settle. Yeah, just put these in. Put one of those right over there. Thank you.
Is this your water?
Yeah, can you take these two? That cup, just so they all have fresh waters. I think we're good. Perfect, thank you. Okay, I'm going to give everybody about a minute to get back to their seats. Okay, we're going to get started again with our final panel, which will be about 40 minutes, and then we are going to take a lunch break, and I'm sure everybody's starving, and you'll be ready for it when we start. So let me welcome a very good friend who's also a board member of the American Federation for Children up here to introduce the panel to you, Kathy Hubbard.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Campbell. Let's give Campbell a great hand. She is doing a fabulous job. Again, I'm Kathy Hubbard. I'm from Indianapolis in Indiana, and I'm proud to serve on the board of the American Federation for Children, one of the hosts of today's events. We're dedicated to breaking down barriers to allow every child to reach their full potential by attending the school of their parents' choice. I have the honor to introduce to you our next panel, From DC to Your State, Empowering Parents and Reforming Education. First, please welcome Alicia Finley, the editorial writer from the Wall Street Journal. Alicia has appeared on Fox News and Fox Business News and has written feature pieces for the Wall Street Journal's op-ed page. Welcome, Alicia. Then please welcome my representative from the state of Indiana, Luke Messer. Congressman Messer is the chairman of the House Republican Policy Committee, founder of the Congressional School Choice Caucus, a former state legislator, and the former president of School Choice Indiana. Welcome, Congressman Messer. Finally, please welcome our moderator, Gerard Robinson. Gerard is an education fellow for the American Enterprise Institute, a longtime advocate for parental choice and education reform, and formerly served as the Commissioner of Education in Florida, Secretary of Education in Virginia, and also as the President of the Black Alliance of Educational Options. Welcome, Gerard. Have a great panel.
I can't think of any better place to have a conversation about education than a school, so I want to thank everyone who's here. We've heard some great comments about education, and we now have an opportunity to listen to two very important opinion leaders. One is in Congress, and one works for the Wall Street Journal. So let's just dive into the issue. There's a lot of conversation currently about the role of the federal government in education. Education Next just recently published a report giving an idea where the public stands. You as a lawmaker in Congress, what do you think is the appropriate role of federal government in education?
Well, our schools and our families are obviously the backbone of America. And from my party, I'm a Republican. The mantra of the last 20 years when asked that question has essentially been, well, if we just would abolish the Department of Education, then we would bring all these answers back to the local level and solve the problem. Now, listen, I've read the Constitution. It doesn't say anything in there about the Federal Department of Education. We've spent 400 times more money over the last 20 or 30 some years since the Department of Education was founded. But when we say that, it sounds to moms and dads like we don't care about their education. I think what we need to do is make sure that we fulfill the promise of the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, which says we're all endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In modern America, if that opportunity to succeed is going to mean something, you got to have access to a quality education. And what I'd like to see the federal government do is take the money we do spend and put it in the hands of parents so that they can be the decision maker that drives opportunity for their child.
You've seen education in different levels. What do you think?
Well, I think, first of all, it should get out of the way of reform. In many cases, as you've seen in Louisiana, where the Justice Department basically prosecuted Louisiana's voucher system for violating equal protection and essentially accused them of segregation. First of all, you should not be trying to squash reform. And I think there's also a role to be played in encouraging accountability through just, what they call sunshine, requiring that states post the results of their standardized tests so you can see the income or the gap in terms of achievement gap between the blacks, whites, and different income levels. This has really played an important role in reforms at the state level, where you see that it's a lot of governors and state legislatures have touted or flogged these results and to say, this is why we need to reform, because our students are not performing as well as you think they are. These schools are really struggling.
You mentioned testing, and that's an interesting way to segue. You know a lot about testing. You've seen it at the state level in Indiana and in Congress. A lot of polls say that's probably something we should let the states do. Where do you fall on this issue?
Well, the House version of the K through 12 Authorization Act would essentially keep accountability, but allow that accountability to be driven at a state level to make sure we're still measuring, as some of the speakers earlier today have said. If you don't measure, it's hard to know what the results are. It's frankly hard for parents to make good decisions for their kids as well. So we need to have that accountability, but it ought to be driven at the local level. I think, you know, you're kind of molding into your earlier question as well. This forum today is an incredible statement. I mean, the fact that you've got 6 or 7 presidential candidates coming in here today to talk about the importance of education is a sea change from even 4 or 8 years ago. And I think it's being driven by the consumer, by parents that know that they want to have better opportunities for their kids.
You brought up a very interesting point about parents and tests. One of the concerns about those who say we shouldn't advance choice, frankly, the parents aren't sophisticated enough to understand how to navigate choice or to understand a good school from a bad school. You're saying that tests actually is a step in the right direction. How would you answer that question for parents who say, yeah, I think tests matter, but I want to be assured that the schools are also doing what they need to do?
Well, I think, first of all, tests do matter. And the federal government, I think they mandate around 17 tests at this point. And states add on a bunch of other tests to ensure that parents need to know how their kids are doing. Many don't. And schools do not have any incentive to do a better job because they're getting the money either way. And why would they tell a student or a parent, we're really not we're not educating your kid, we're not preparing them for college just because he's passing these tests and getting B's and A's. You know, there is this thing called grade inflation. It occurs in, wealthy white areas and poor black areas. It occurs everywhere, in which everyone has an incentive to cover up the problems. And not unless you actually require some kind of minimum level of testing and posting those and showing the achievement gap, disaggregated data, it will persist.
Absolutely. It's interesting when we talk about tests, we often focus on the role of the state and forget that local superintendents and school boards can actually vote to approve tests beyond the state. So that's a good point to add. Congressman, you just mentioned briefly about ESEA. We know that President Johnson modernized the Department of Education, and particularly the role that the federal government plays in K-12 education. Tell us where we are with ESEA and where you think we'll be soon.
Well, you actually have 2 bills, a bill that passed the House and a bill that passed the Senate. It would be time for conference. The Senate version of the bill necessarily was a bipartisan measure, because in the Senate, you're not going to get a bill up to a vote unless 60 members of the Senate vote for it. I think there's probably not been a bigger punching bag in the last 20 years than the No Child Left Behind legislation. We all know many of the challenges that it's had. It's not all that popular, but I do think it's important to remember that some of the basic principles in that bill, the fact that we'd have accountability, the fact that we would try as a nation to make sure that every kid in America had an opportunity to succeed, is important to preserve. So what we've done with the House version of the bill, I'm on the House Education Committee, is we've tried to maintain accountability, but allow that accountability to be driven through testing at more of a state level. We've done away with the highly qualified teacher standards, which, we all want to make sure kids have highly qualified teachers, but the federal government standards have been some of the most unpopular regulations in education in a very long time. We maintained that, but we allow states to develop, and local school boards to develop methods of testing and making sure that teachers are performing. We try to grow educational opportunities by encouraging charter schools, encouraging greater use of magnet schools. I would like to see a far more robust effort towards school choice to make sure every family, listen, we've had long in America, school choice if you can afford it. If you can afford to send your kid to a better school, you do. You either move or you pay for it. The real question is, what are we going to do as a country for those who can afford it? But to make that happen, to make that work, you have to have accountability as well, because if parents are going to choose, they have to be able to know which schools are doing better, and some of that comes through testing. So those are some of the innovations. As far as the prediction of what will happen with the bill, I think you're going to see a bill pass this year. I think you'll see a bipartisan compromise on a bill. It may not be the bill I would have written, but I think it's a bill that will be far better than current federal law and gets us moving in a better direction.
You write a lot about education, not in Congress, but yet you get a chance to influence how people think about it. What would you say to lawmakers to actually strengthen the law that we currently have, or to give the new president who will come in, to give him or her a clean slate to start with? What would you recommend?
Well, I think one thing that has been on the wish list of a lot of reformers and school choice proponents is to allow portability of Title I funds, which the Obama administration has come out very vehemently against because they think it would hurt schools who have kids who would want to use these funds. I mean, usually it's around $1,000 per student or something like that. But these could be used as vouchers or voucher supplements in many states to go to a private school. And this would really help a lot of kids to achieve other opportunities that are not provided or accessible to them right now. So I think that would be on the top of the wish list.
Yeah. Portability, in fact, was debated pretty heavily.
Yeah, I mean, the version of the K-12 authorization that passed the House includes portability of Title I within the public school setting. So it includes that for charter schools and includes it for magnet schools. I believe it would be a major breakthrough if we could get that passed as soon as even 2017. I'm not going to tell you that I think we're going to get Title I portability with this president and the current head of the Department of Education, but it's $14.5 billion. Depending on the state and the local community, it could be as much as $1,000 or even $2,500 or $3,000 per child. I think it's important. The history of the school choice movement over the last couple decades has been a history of going to a state, planting a flag, and then working that debate. It's in no state I'm aware of has it been an easy debate. It's taken a while to persuade folks that that's the right policy. But I'll tell you, once those policies have come to a state, be it states that have charter schools, states that have broader choice programs, the champions of the program become the people served by the program.
Correct.
I mean, I've seen this in Indiana, in my home state, when I was a state legislator. When we would have a rally of thousands come to the General Assembly, they didn't look like folks that work at your typical think tank. I mean, it was a mosaic of the state of Indiana, folks of all colors, races, and creeds that were, for the first time in their lives, seeing opportunities for their kids that they've not had. I had an opportunity to go to a charter school in DC called Basis. It's an amazing school where they have a high math and science curriculum where they're teaching physics concepts to kids in elementary school. And afterwards, we talked to these young people that were working at the school and asked them, they were asking questions. And you learn a lot from what a kid knows, not just by what the answers they tell you, but the questions they ask, right? So if they ask tough questions, you learn that they're in a rigorous curriculum. Well, anyway, the question these young people asked me is, what are you going to do to make sure that my friends and neighbors and cousins are going to have the same kind of opportunity I have?
Correct.
So these kids in some of the world-class education, they're worried about the folks that live next to them that they know aren't having an opportunity to go into the same kind of school. And I think that's why we have this amazing opportunity, this forum, the debate over the next several years. It's driven by parents.
Sure.
Who want to make sure that their kids have an opportunity. And you know what, as I said earlier, in America we say, sorry for pounding my microphone, but in America we say that you've got a God-given right to that opportunity, and yet we fall short in providing it. And I think the choice movement, school choice movement, is an important part of fulfilling that promise.
Both of you have hit really good points related to accountability and testing. I know all of us who support choice are also interested in making sure that students are prepared for careers, but also for college. Higher education is also important in this conversation. We also know that the Higher Education Act also turned 50 this year as well. Talk to me a little bit, and we'll start with you, about higher education. Where should we go? How should we really make that work? We've got issues of affordability, 1.2 trillion in debt. What do you think?
Well, I think the focus has been a little bit too much on how much the federal government spends, or I think the focus has been too much on affordability, insofar that what is shown, and I think there was just a Federal Reserve study, New York Federal Reserve, that shows that one of the primary drivers of tuition costs and higher education costs has been the subsidies. And that schools basically just take these subsidies, the Pell Grants, the student loans, federal student loans, which are typically below market interest rates offered, and they just take them and they just ratchet up tuition even more for all students. And that's actually has been a disservice to students in increasing the debt. In terms of higher education, I think well, there's this gainful employment rule that many of you may have heard about that just clamps down on for-profit schools under the guise of providing accountability. I think it's an income to debt ratio, and if a program does not meet the student's income to debt overall ratio, it's closed down. And it is, I believe, it's supposed to be affected in nearly 1 million students. So about 1 million students will be thrown out of their schools or programs right now. I mean, accountability is great, but I think you need to, if you're going to do this, you need to apply this to all programs, not just for-profits. You need to apply it to nonprofits and public colleges as well. That will never happen because it would affect too many students. And the truth is that many of these programs are really helping, notwithstanding what the token, whatever debt levels and income levels, they're really helping low income and minority kids to get a different kind of education, more flexible education, vocational training that they can't get anywhere else. And the reason why the quote unquote debt levels are so high and income levels is because they're poor, they're lower income, they have to take out more debt. And their incomes immediately upon graduation aren't going to be that high because in those professions, nursing, many of these professions, public professions, do not pay that well, but they have great potential over a lifetime.
Congressman?
Yeah, I mean, the federal higher education programs are some of the most successful federal programs in the history of the federal government. What do I mean by that? If you look at our federal education programs, they've been focused over the last 4 decades plus, 5 decades, on increasing access to our system. And by that measure, we've had far greater access to our higher education system than we did when the era of the GI Bill and others first came. The challenge, though, is that life has changed a lot over the last 40 or 50 years, and our higher education programs haven't changed all that much. What do I mean by that? 40 or 50 years ago, if you had some college, you were going to be better off economically. Actuarially, it was measurable that if you had a semester of college, even if you didn't make it through, you'd be more likely to be hired, you'd have higher paying jobs, you would have opportunities. And so in that era, it made a lot of sense to have programs only focused on access. What's changed since then in today's world is, as she described, if you leave college, if you don't graduate from college with a degree in a skill that adds value in the economy, you've got tens of thousands of dollars in debt, and you're no better off economically. And if you happen to have dropped out of school, you might have tens of thousands of dollars of debt and not even have a degree. And so we've now got to bring accountability to this system. And I think it ought to be brought in a way that applies to everybody. I mean, I don't see any reason to treat for-profit institutions any different than we would treat not-for-profits or state land-grant colleges. They all have self-interest. And I think we got to be careful as we work through those measurements that we measure the right the right things. Anyway, these I think is some of the great opportunities we have in the next couple of years.
And there are even some examples of innovative for-profit higher education models like Patton University in Oakland, California is doing some great things. So we've looked at the federal level. Let's walk to the state where all the fun stuff takes place. You just happened to mention something about dropouts. When you were a state leader, you actually introduced legislation and became a model on dropouts. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, thank you. I mean, that's to me one of the most exciting achievements of my young political career was the opportunity to work in Indiana on passing one of the most innovative dropout prevention programs in the country. The key thing we did was adopt those standards that started to measure accurately. So many in this room will remember, but for decades as a country, to count as a dropout, you had to show up in your senior year and drop out in your senior year. By that measure, almost every school in America had 80+% graduation rates. If instead you looked at the freshman year and traced that student through their senior year, if you couldn't identify that they transferred, when you made that change, you were able to see that across the country it's a 70% graduation rate, in some schools in America as low as 20% graduation. I started pushing an agenda that included changing the dropout age in Indiana to 18. It'd been 16 for decades. And it also included a whole host of other innovative programs, but greater use of the community college program and the right. Well, anyway, as we started to pass that program, a lot of folks said, well, you don't understand. There's some bad apples, there's some bad eggs out there, some kids that are just hard to deal with. Some kids move, right? Well, I can tell you when we started measuring accurately, there wasn't any school in the state of Indiana that had a 103% graduation rate, right? There wasn't any school that had more kids in their senior class than they had in their freshman class. And when schools started to see that, it wasn't 70 or 80% of the kids graduating, that instead in some schools it was 25 or 30, nobody would credibly argue that 2/3 or 3/4 of the kids are bad apples and bad eggs that can't be reached.
Sure.
And so once we were able to establish those changes now we measured, what we've seen in Indiana has been really a remarkable change. Before we went to the 18-year-old dropout age, our graduation rates were in the 30s nationally. They were low 70s. So they were the 30th some states, and they were better than us, and we were in the low 70s. Today in Indiana, it's 89% is our statewide graduation rate. We've now moved into the top 10, and it's been a whole host of work from teachers and principals and parents. It's not some legislation we passed, but I'll tell you, the ubiquitous change we made was dealing with those kids. And what you'll hear anecdotally is that when the kid shows up in their senior year, they go ahead and stay,
So you've had the unique professional and personal opportunity, grew up in California, so we're two California people on stage. You now work in New York, you cover everything in between. You know and have seen a great deal about state level work in public policy. Where should we be going?
Well, I'm actually really excited about what I'm seeing in some areas of California where when I was little, I went to Catholic school through 2nd grade, and my parents had 4 kids and we couldn't afford it. And this was right around the time when 1992, I believe, when there was the big voucher kerfuffle, and there was a ballot initiative to provide vouchers, and it lost. My parents were huge supporters because that was the only way they were going to be able to continue to send us to Catholic schools just because of the cost. We were fortunate at the time we moved into a different district, school district, a better school district. The one we were in at that point was one of the worst school districts in the state, actually, if you can believe it. And because of that, I was able to get a good education and probably be here today, otherwise I wouldn't. And what's nice or what's exciting about what's happening in California, you rarely hear about anything exciting happening in California outside of Silicon Valley, but is this ground movement, grassroots, in terms of this innovative parent trigger law, which allows 50% or more of parents of any school to take it over and convert it into a charter school or fire the principal and actually achieve some kind of change. You also have this vast expansion of charter schools going on in Los Angeles, that's really helping these low-income kids, and you're seeing vast improvements. I think Stanford's Credo Institute has done studies about that, and just huge learning gains, where even though you don't have vouchers nowadays, parents are starting to have some options. And this parent trigger law that started in California is starting to spread to other areas. I think Governor Kasich mentioned it earlier. And you're also seeing this lawsuit, the Vergara lawsuit, what's its name, where you have parents challenging the state's tenure laws and seniority and last in, first out policies of seniority for teachers based on equal protection, because they're finding that all these policies are hurting low-income students more than higher income students, or white students, or black students more than white students. And you're getting these lawsuits based upon these disaggregated testing results to show that this is having a disparate impact on low-income kids. It's essentially a civil rights violation. And they got a victory in this case on a lower level last year. And so you could potentially, in California, I know there's another lawsuit in New York, similar lawsuit, you could potentially overturn these laws, and you could potentially go state by state and overturn, even where you can't have where the legislature won't change, you could potentially overturn these very damaging laws, very unfair laws, through grassroots lawsuits.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in Indiana, we've had a very aggressive program led by Governor Mitch Daniels, now continued by Governor Pence. Tony Bennett, who was a superintendent in my home state, was a great leader. And as we've brought in options, parents have shown what the true demand of the program is. I sometimes have folks say, well, if you bring in those choices, well, you're going to end up wrecking our school. And I often say, well, listen, it could either be true that you're doing a great job, and if a new competitor comes in, they're going to have a really hard time because people are happy where they are and they aren't going to want to leave. Or it may be true that people are unhappy where they are in your school system, and if you bring in more choices, they are going to leave. But those two things can't both be true. You can't both be doing a great job, and if you get additional choice and opportunity, somehow it's going to end up destroying your school. And what you've seen in Indiana over the course of the last 5 years is exactly that, is that in lots of school systems where folks are happy with their existing performance and they feel like they're well served, these options have had very little impact on the local school. But where you've had challenges and problems in the existing public school, parents and students are voting with their feet. In Indiana, you have over 30,000 students now who are accessing a voucher program that gives you the opportunity to go to a school that parents wouldn't otherwise have been able to afford. And those programs are means tested. 35,000 kids in charter schools in Indiana. But one of the most exciting programs has been our public school choice program. So one of the things Governor Daniels implemented was a program that essentially said that you are able to go to any school in the state of Indiana, and the dollars that would be attributed to you as a student will follow you to that school system. You know what happened when they opened up our public schools to that kind of choice? You started seeing billboards from public schools advertising in the neighboring community, saying, hey, come here, if you want a physics class. We have physics in our school. Your local school doesn't. And those programs have been accessed even more than the charter and public school program. I think at the end of the day, it's really this simple. If you trust parents, I think parents have their child's best interest at heart. And when given choices, you get better outcomes for kids.
Alicia reminded me, so 1992, I'm in Los Angeles as a fifth grade school teacher. I remember a gentleman coming to our school to have parents sign a petition to actually have the ballot initiative go before the voters, soundly defeated 70-30, and that was in 1993. California was also the second state in the nation to have for charter schools. So since we're on the public and the private charter school, or public and private choice discussion, one of the things you hear all the time, and AFC has done a tremendous job with research and with advocacy, if you allow private choice to come in, you're going to destroy public education as we know it.
I mean, I think, first of all, that hasn't been seen. I mean, first of all, you haven't seen a universal voucher program, I think, anywhere. I mean, still aside from Nevada, which is just starting theirs. with these very, very innovative education savings accounts that allow parents, give them the per pupil stipend to go and spend on anything from homeschooling, textbooks, tutoring, to private school education. That everywhere else you have, they've been fairly limited and caged in by income limits, so you don't really have complete choice anywhere. But even where you do, you have parents, some of them do prefer to stay in their neighborhood schools. And what often happens, there have been studies show in Florida, for instance, that public schools actually improve from the competition. That all of a sudden there's another option, and if they want to keep the money flowing, because schools receive money per pupil from the states, they're going to have to start competing for that money, and they're going to have to start improving, and you actually see some kind of changes being made. And I think you see that in DC as well. DC has improved also because they've had all kinds of tenure reforms, merit pay. But what you also see is in these like DC, where you get vouchers, that lays the groundwork to push for other kinds of reforms, because that is one of the hardest education reforms to get is vouchers. And once you get past that, you can probably do almost anything.
Yeah. I mean, again, she's right. I mean, the studies show that actually the public schools improve in the areas where you have those kinds of choice options, and it's because of what we see everywhere else in life. When you compete, we all tend to get better. I do think lost in all this, and I want to make sure I get this said in the midst of this panel discussion, as I've heard others talk today as well, is as we talk about the need for reform, and as we talk about the need to make sure that every kid in America has a chance to go to a great school, I think we've also need to acknowledge that teachers are caught up in a broken system that makes it very hard for them to do their jobs. I've got a sister-in-law who's a 5th grade teacher, and I love her, and she loves kids, and as we're having these conversations about the need to drive reform, I think we've also got to make sure that we make the point that teachers have a hard job, and I'm pro-parent, and I'm pro-student, and I'm pro-teacher too.
Absolutely. So we've mentioned vouchers. That's one part of the private sector reform effort. There's been a lot of growth in tax credit programs in different states. A lot of people are excited about it. When you look at polling numbers, there are a lot of people who support it, particularly if it's open across the line. There's some who also means tests. Do you think the tax credits will be another wave of private school choice? And if so, how do you think that's going to help even with achievement?
I think definitely. I mean, I would consider tax credits in a way under the complete umbrella of voucher systems. Florida went that way after their vouchers were actually struck down by the state Supreme Court, and ironically now their tax credits, how many years later, are now being challenged by the teachers' unions. But almost anywhere they've been challenged, I mean, tax credits are essentially vouchers insofar that people get tax credits for contributing to these foundations that provide scholarships. So they are still scholarships. They give parents it's an innovative response basically to these Blaine amendments in state constitutions that prevent public monies flowing to private or religious schools. And so it was a very innovative response, in part from Florida and some other states, Arizona, to still provide this choice. And honestly, it doesn't really, the means really don't much matter. It's still providing parents with options.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, they've been very important at the state level. I'd like to see us look at some state policies, at some tax policies that could improve choice and opportunity at the federal level as well. The legislation that I've authored that would take Title I monies, that $14.5 billion, allow states to opt into a program where they could create scholarships with that. It would also expand Coverdale's and move past the $2,000 a year limit in Coverdale contributions and allow those Coverdales to be used for homeschool expenses. And then also look at taking 529 accounts, which already exist and parents can use to help pay for higher education, allow those dollars to be used for K through 12 education as well. Now, in this fiscal climate, all that costs money, and so those creates challenges in getting it done. But again, if we're going to be committed as a country to making sure that every child has a chance to go to a great school, we're going to have to look at those kinds of options, and they won't all be free.
You both provided very strong examples as to why private sector choice matters. We know the research moves in the right direction. 12 gold standard studies have shown that achievement has moved in the right direction. There's been one study to show neutral, but there have been no studies to show that the children involved have gone the other way. Let's move to the public school sector. Most of our children in the United States will remain in public schools for the foreseeable future. We have to make sure they work. What are recommendations that you have either from the legislative side or maybe even the creative side to make sure that students who remain there, and that should remain an option, that they get the kind of education they deserve?
I think from a federal policy perspective, some of the innovations that we've already talked about through the K-12 authorization it's important. We need to get away from this sort of top-down federal government control, everything from Common Core to the highly qualified teacher standards. I think those would be important innovations. I also believe that looking at the options that provide financial opportunities for parents to have choices are critical too. Some of this, though, is broader than that. It's broader than what kind of policy that we can pass in the federal government. And we've got to restore, I think, the respect within higher education. I mean, or within K through 12 education and higher education as well. We're starting to see now in Indiana a backlash. Our local colleges are producing far fewer teachers than they were even a few years ago as we go through this debate. And I think we all have a responsibility as leaders to bring accountability to the system, but also figure out how we're championing those champions of education in the classroom, because there's no future for education without great teachers.
Absolutely.
Well, I think that's right. Part of that is just providing incentives to teachers in terms of performance pay or performance pay. I think this is gaining traction in places like Florida, Washington, D.C., and I think North Carolina has moved in that direction as well. Another thing is just on the state levels. I mean, the states can do a lot, and that's where really the opportunities lie. And a lot of the opportunities are just unwinding currently terrible policies like tenure, where teachers in California basically get lifetime security no matter what they do, how terrible they are, after 1.5 years of teaching, which is ridiculous. I mean, this is one of the things that one of the Vergara cases challenges. Another thing, and by the way, that in California, only 91 teachers have been fired over a decade. There are hundreds of thousands, 91. That's, I think it was calculated, 0.002% of all teachers have been dismissed because of this, the extenuous extra due process that are accorded teachers beyond anything that's available to other public sector workers. So just, we're providing some kind of accountability there. I mean, I was very fortunate. I had mainly very good teachers. Then I had teachers I had a couple teachers who really some of them didn't even show up. I had a journalism teacher who just didn't show up a few times, and nothing could happen to him. And you do need to provide some accountability, because otherwise it's really demoralizing to the other teachers. You'll hear that from teachers who know like another teacher who's not doing their job, and nothing happens to them. They can not do their job, and they'll still get paid the same amount as everyone else. And I think that really, that it discourages good people from going into teaching, and really demoralizes the people who are currently in the profession.
Yeah, I'm just add there. I think accountability would actually improve morale. I mean, it may sound counterintuitive, but we've all been in organizations where, if there's no accountability, those that are performing well feel like, golly, why am I, rowing the boat for these folks who aren't doing the work? So I think we need to reward good performance, have accountability for those that aren't. The other thing I think from a federal government perspective, and I know it comes back to educational choice and options, we got to get the federal government out of the way. I mean, you heard Governor Bush say earlier that essentially, federal funding is about 10% of our education funding in the country, and yet it's as much as 70 or 80% of the regulations that are foisted upon schools. I think the best way to devolve the Department of Education is to take that $30+ billion a year we're spending here in Washington and put that back in the hands of parents. And when you do that, thank you. When you do that, we'll have better outcomes for kids.
Charter schools are, some consider a compromise between traditional public schools and vouchers. Cities like New Orleans, majority of their students currently are in charter schools. DC, where I am, you see a large and burgeoning charter school market. What role do you see charter schools playing over the next 5 years in our broad conversation about achievement, closing the gap, and the idea of accountability?
Look, charter schools have been, it's crazy how successful some of the really top performing charter schools are in these areas like Chicago, New York, where you have the Harlem Success Academy, where I think almost 90% of the kids are rated proficient versus like 20 or 30% of kids in public schools. I think there was a Credo study that shows students in Boston at charter schools have make basically a year's worth of learning gains over their public school counterparts for every single year. So that's like learning twice as much. And I really think that is where the direction is going. I think it's a little more palatable to many Democrats, to be honest, because the money is still going to public schools. But these schools also have a lot more flexibility. They don't have to abide by the collective bargaining agreements for one, or tenure, so they actually can do a lot more.
Great.
A million kids in America are waitlisted from their charter school. I think it's one of our great national embarrassments. I mean, no kid should have a wait list to their future. And we've got to do better to provide stronger opportunities for kids. I mentioned earlier that I was at the Basis School. Fascinating place. They had kids from every zip code in the District of Columbia in that one school. Knocking it through the roof, performing very well with kids that, are in the broader public school system that had much worse results. I think one of the other innovations of the charter school program that's important is accountability. I mean, in Indiana, we have closed charter schools that weren't performing. I think it was Carly Fiorina that talked earlier about, with innovation comes risk, and you don't always get it right. I mean, I would challenge most folks in this room or any room to tell me the last time that a failing public school was closed for performance.
Sure.
I mean, it doesn't happen. I heard a few laughters in the room because it just doesn't happen. With charter schools, we do. I'd like to see us bring that charter school-like accountability to the broader public school system, and I think when we did, and when we do, we'll have better results.
So we live in a very fast-paced technology society. Online education, blended learning is very popular. Some states have inculcated new policies in place to make sure that students are taking more classes online. You find many more adults doing the same thing. Do you think the online education movement has momentum, or do you think it will stop anytime soon? What do you think?
No, I think that there's a lot of potential to embrace technology and use technologies in schools. But at the same time, I think you have to be wary of these faddish efforts like the LAUSD, Los Angeles School District, who decided just let's go buy every kid an iPad and that will solve all of our problems. Just give every kid, and this ended up being a huge debacle because kids ended up like hacking into them and so they could actually use them for personal, and then people lost them. It was of course this was going to happen. They didn't, it was a school district, and this is how they just don't plan these kinds of things. So I think you need to use technology wisely, targeted purposes. I think there's still, as I think Carly Fiorina mentioned, a special place for a teacher in a classroom that can help people because everyone learns different ways. Some people are visual learners, some people more tactile, some people oral, and I think teachers do have a role in helping that, but I think you could also utilize technology, and kids need to be exposed to different formats.
Yeah, I think technology is a big part of the future of education. You know, but before the innovations of recent years, probably the last great technological breakthrough in education was the chalkboard 1,000+ years ago. And it's remarkable to see what can happen online. I don't think it's the answer for everybody, but both in rural settings where at times it gives you access to classes like physics or something else that you wouldn't otherwise be able to afford in a very rural school. Absolutely. In urban settings, it can make a big difference too. It can help supplement families that think homeschool is their best option for their kids. But again, I mean, I know I'm a bit of a broken record here, but the more we drive choice and opportunity into the system, if we had access to $300 billion plus of what we spend as a country, that's not just federal but state too. Sure. If the private market really had access to that kind of capital, you'd see broad innovations. I mean, I don't have my cell phone up here, but you know, we all have these small little iPhones. That's not what a car phone looked like 25 years ago, right? It looked like a big box, big bag. Why is that? Well, because of all the capital and dollars there, folks are working and innovating to have the next great idea, the next great mousetrap, because they know they're going to sell more phones if they have it. If we had that same kind of opportunity in education, I think we're just scratching the surface of what could be achieved with technology.
So we started the conversation at the federal level. We moved to the state. Now let's go to the local level. At the American Enterprise Institute, we believe liberty matters, freedom matters, as well as the free market. One area that I particularly support with education is the concept of civil society, and that encompasses not only the government, but also nonprofit organizations and the faith community. So this is a two-part question. Number one, you've had a chance to run a nonprofit that worked in the choice area. When I was at Bayo, you were doing work at School Choice Indiana. What role do nonprofits play? They may have a state perspective, but they're ultimately focused on parents and families at the local level. What role do they play in civil society?
Well, a couple. I mean, one of the big things we were able to do once the programs were passed was to go out and work in the communities of interest and make sure that parents really understood what the true choices and options were. And I think it's also important to remember in this system of government we live in, it's not enough just to win the debate once. I mean, the forces of the status quo are relentless, and they keep coming back. And so once you have these innovations, you've got to continue to organize and help people understand what the true importance of the debate is, that if you want to continue to have this option for your child, you're going to have to continue. And then I think it's important to acknowledge, I mean, I do know some states have these amendments that say that, you know, no state dollars can go to religious schools, but you know, in America, the First Amendment says we all have, you know, a right to access to religious opportunities as well. And what I've seen in Indiana is that, again, parents who can afford to send their child to that kind of school are already doing it if they think that's their best choice. What are we going to do for those that can't afford it? And the Catholic private schools in Indiana, for example, have been a very big part of this renaissance of educational opportunities in the last 5 years.
Absolutely. The role of the nonprofits in this space.
Well, I think you see a lot of really, I mean, nonprofits run, first of all, contrary to what the teachers' unions will make it seem like, that these greedy for-profit institutions are trying to take over these charter schools and making money off of taxpayers. The truth is nonprofits run almost all of the charter schools. So that's one very significant role. And most of these nonprofits are, I mean, they're funded, obviously they bring in some money from the state for the per pupil grant, but they're also funded by investors. And you know, in terms of New York, you have a lot of the hedge fund investors are providing very important opportunities for these poor kids. Another opportunity is Students First. Michelle Rhee, many people may be familiar with her, the former DC schools chancellor, who started this organization that really shines a spotlight on the states and provides a report card every year on grades the states, on their accountability measures, their laws, and how schools measure up. You also have, I think in California, the Students Matters, which is helping fund this lawsuit against the Brevard case and providing backing to these parents who are challenging these unfair laws. And I think those are just a few small ways, but nonprofits are really, I mean, they are the core, they are the basis, they are the grassroots providing for these changes.
And you have groups also like Hispanic Creole, Bayo, and others who are making sure this takes place at the local level. You know, let's talk about the faith-based community because they play a role in education. I read a great book by Nicole Fulgram. It's called All God's Children, and it focuses on the role of the faith community in public schools. But we also know that the faith community plays a role not only in public but also private. How can we better encourage the faith community across the line to be involved in school reform, whether it be public, private, or combination thereof?
Well, I think you have the faith-based community, especially in these inner cities, and you'll see in Chicago, particularly in New York, where these are the worst areas of the cities, the worst education, they're violent areas, and this is where you have actually some liberal, democratic, preachers who go out to their community and try to, build up support. I mean, American Federation for Children is working with some of these preachers and these faith-based leaders to help build up support, public support in these communities, and put public pressure to bear on the lawmakers to provide more options in terms of lifting charter school caps, providing vouchers or tax credits, and they actually have a much bigger bully pulpit than I would say most anyone else does.
Yeah, I think it's a very important part of this debate going forward. You know, in Indiana, I mentioned the Catholic schools. We have the Haston Hebrew Academy as well. And historically, both the Jewish community and the Catholic community have had their own school systems, largely rooted in problems of discrimination and the fact that they felt like at a time in history that was important. We still have the legacy of those schools here now. So they have been some of the schools that have first tapped into these voucher opportunities. I think what you're going to see over time is an expansion of the kinds of schools like Floyd Flake has been doing in New York, for example, where you have large African American churches or other large community churches who decide to establish their own school for some of the same reasons that these the historic Jewish or Catholic schools were started. And you know what? Those folks love their kids. Right. They love their kids. And if they start a school, they're going to make sure that those kids have great opportunities and that they leave those schools with the kind of education that will give them an opportunity to compete and succeed in life. And of course, there should be a certain measure of accountability to make sure that they actually are getting those kinds of outcomes. But what we've seen in Indiana is once you provide access and you make clear and then implement the program in a way where the long arm of the regulation of the state is not trying to turn them all into one public schools, because that's part of the point of choice, right? Is that if you have 50 color options and all those options are blue, well, that's not much of a choice, right? The real choice comes when you have a whole mosaic of opportunities, and I am convinced that that's where we're going to go with education in America.
So the American Federation of Children every year will put out an annual school choice yearbook. Provides you an opportunity of where the laws have grown in states, where we had amendments to laws. Great report. One thing that I've enjoyed about reading the report is it's a good tool for local superintendents, mayors, county commissioners, and others to say, how do we make education a strong part of our growth measure? Many people are moving to cities, particularly younger families are moving. Mayors are trying to actually attract business or to retain businesses in certain cities. And guess what? Education is going to make a big difference. If you had to, if you were the superintendent for a day, what pitch would you make for education and why it matters for a particular city and business?
Well, first of all, education is the solution to poverty. There have been so many studies that have shown that the only way students who are deprived of a good education, students who they'll drop out of school, that often happens, they have less of a chance of going to college, and the only way that they will escape poverty in many of these neighborhoods is education. And to gain the skills to compete for many of these jobs, they need education. This is why a lot of actually businesses are funding education in areas, or funding skills-based education in areas where there is none, where the public schools don't provide this kind of training, this kind of vocational training that is needed. Education simply is the solution to a lot of our economic, obviously there are other issues, but a lot of our economic problems.
Yeah. You know, I've lived this in my life. When I was a state legislator, my hometown was Shelbyville, Indiana. And when I was passing this legislation that dealt with graduation rates, Time magazine came into Shelbyville, Indiana, and we were a cover story and the cover story was Dropout Nation. And the reason they came to Shelbyville was in part because of my bill, but because Shelbyville was right at the national graduation rate average. It was 70% at the time. Our demographics essentially mirrored. So they used our community as a conversation of the broader debate publicly. I got a call from a business leader in my local community who said, Luke, what are you doing to us? We got Time magazine coming in here, going to highlight that our schools aren't good. And I said, well, you know, listen, they've got an important story to tell, and I trust we're going to come together as a community. Well, Dave Adams is the superintendent of our local school system, and to his credit, he took this as an opportunity, and he has worked hard with the local business community. He's used the tools that we were able to put together in our legislation, and today Shelbyville's graduation rate is over 90%, measured correctly. And it's made a huge difference for business and opportunity. Again, though, I think the key there, right, is to have that measurable, which then drove reform.
So we discussed vouchers, charters, tax credits, traditional schools, online learning, blended learning. We talked about different mechanisms to deliver it. The one thing that I've heard everyone say across the board, including the three presidential candidates, parents. Yeah. Parents matter. A lot of local officials will say, guess what? We have parent night, we have a PTA night, parents won't show up. What can we do to truly empower parents to be involved in this movement?
Well, I think parents do matter. I think teachers' unions often actually try to fault parents for a lot of the problems that are in schools, saying, oh, parents they're not paying attention, they're just not involved enough, and that's why these students aren't learning. It's the parents' fault. It's not the parents' fault. There are systemic issues, and parents are interested in getting involved for the most part, and do want to help their kids learn. I think one of the information. I think parents need to have more information. They don't know what's going on at their schools, and again, the schools really don't have an incentive to tell the parents, hey, your kid, actually, he's not doing that well. He can't read, but we're going to pass him along to the 6th or 7th grade anyways, even though he can't read, because they don't want to admit that the schools are failing. But really, that is the most important thing, is to provide parents with the information about what's going on with their kids and, you know, how the schools are doing.
Excuse me 1 second. Would the owner of a BMW convertible with New Hampshire license plate I945611, I'll repeat, I945611, please move your car immediately or it will be towed. Transition to you.
That is an important message, so don't let me get in the way of that. You know, we're just about to wrap up here, and I think information is important. Parents can't make choices if they don't really know what the difference is between schools. I think we also have to empower parents. You know, basically, if parents have the ability to move their child from one school to the next, if they don't feel like the current school's meeting their needs, I think you're going to see those kinds of active consumers much more engaged. But you know, there's a whole lot of incredible work, and innovators have been a part of this movement over the last 20 years. But the real drivers of these changes have been parents.
Absolutely.
The reason why we're seeing these changes is because parents are demanding them. And you know, one of my favorite wisdoms in life is an old line from Woody Allen, at least that's who I heard it attributed to, where he said it takes 7 years to be an overnight success, right? Or we've all kind of heard the book that was popular a few years back, The Boiling Point, which talked about the fact that water looks the same until when it gets to the point of boiling. And we have an incredible opportunity right now. I mean, as somebody who's sort of been a student of politics for a while, back in the late 1970s, a guy named Jack Kemp was running around talking about innovative tax policies, and those policies became embraced by President Reagan and it's helped spur a couple decades of growth. I think right now we have an opportunity to lay the foundation to help people understand all the benefits that come with choice and opportunity. And 2017 could be the most important year in the history of education in this country if we do the work now.
Well, let me thank the 74 for putting this event together to have a real dialogue about education. Let me thank, in particular, the American Federation for Children, who have made it safe for us to have an honest dialogue about school choice. I want to thank both of you for your participation. And with the time we have, I'll ask you to give just a quick note. Both of you are well-accomplished people. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about students. You graduated Phi Beta Kappa. I talked to you about your Booth Award at Stanford. What advice do you have for high school students here and those across the country who are watching you right now?
High school students, well, enjoy life. Just don't focus too much on the, I mean, this is gonna sound terrible. Don't focus too much just about grades, and enjoy your time learning. To try various things, try various subjects, explore. I actually wasn't that focused. Everything turned out well for me, but I'm saying that as in you have plenty of time in life to be worried about the next move, the next step. Enjoy being in high school and just, trying out different activities.
Congressman?
It's maybe hard in 30 seconds, so maybe give me a minute, but essentially when I talk to young people, I always tell them three things. Dream big, work a plan, and never quit. One of the old cliches in America is somebody achieves something big, and they win a Super Bowl, they got an Oscar, they get some big business award, and they come to the microphone and say, I never dreamed this was possible. Well, either that person was exceedingly gracious, incredibly lucky, or they're just not telling you the truth, right? That the reality is to achieve big things, you got to dream big things. And then you got to work a specific plan to get there. There's an old ball coach in Indiana. He's a UCLA coach, but he's got Hoosier roots. Johnny Wooden used to say, inch by inch, life's a cinch, yard by yard, life is hard. If you start working an individual plan, it's pretty amazing how quickly progress can come, and then you'll get some adversity, but you got to work through it. And with all that, it works
Let's
out.
thank our two speakers.
Thanks. And lunch is arriving, right?
And we don't want to stand in the middle of lunch.
Thanks. Thank you. Enjoyed it. Thanks.
Great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served just to the front of the main building here. So if you walk out the main door, lunch is served outside. Thank you for a great morning, and we'll see you back in 1 hour.
Welcome back to the 2015 New Hampshire Education Summit. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. My name is Rachel Pepin, and I'm a senior here at Londonderry High School. On behalf of myself and the community, I would like to thank the candidates for taking the time to recognize the importance of education. These conversations are pivotal to me because it is essential that I am prepared for the demands that will face me in college and my career. Fortunately, with their high expectations and their passion to help me grow, I feel my teachers here have equipped me considerably. I'm pleased to introduce to the stage Romy Drucker. Romy is the co-founder and the CEO of the 74 and has been instrumental in bringing this exciting conversation on education to Londonderry High School. It's such an honor to be part of this event today. Please welcome Romy Drucker.
Thank you to Rachel and also to all the students here at Londonderry. It's an amazing day and I'm so glad you guys could be part of it. I'm Romy Drucker, co-founder of the 74million.org. Thank you all for being here. I'm thrilled to introduce our next panel, which is on innovation and the big moonshot ideas we need to solve America's education crisis. It's my pleasure to introduce some of the brightest minds in education and folks who I personally really look up to. We have Dr. Roland Fryer, professor of economics at Harvard University, founder of Harvard's Innovation Lab, and a prominent researcher of social inequality and the achievement gap. We have Joel Klein, CEO of Amplify and the trailblazing former chancellor of New York City Schools. As chancellor, as many of you know, Joel was responsible for unprecedented achievement gains, and he's also the author of required reading, How to Fix Our Schools, Lessons of Hope. And finally, we have Betsy DeVos, chairman of the American Federation for Children. Betsy has given decades of service to America's 74 million kids, and today's event would not be possible without her. So thank you, Betsy, and thank you to your team. And finally, our moderator, my esteemed colleague from the 74, our editorial director, Steve Snyder.
I have been looking forward to this panel for a very long time. I love the range of expertise on the stage. I love the background stories. If I can digress just for a second, I've worked at national magazines where covering education gets challenging because you're always talking in the aggregate. You're always talking about national sums, big statistics. You start to lose track of the individual stories. I've also worked in local press where if you can't get a quote from a parent or if you don't go to the school board meeting, the editors sort of say it's not worth covering. And what we've been trying to do at the 74, hopefully what's part of the conversations today is sort of looking at the bigger picture, the bigger issues through the individual stories, the smaller stories, big through small. And so I'd kind of like to use that theme, that framework, that way of thinking, the thing that's guiding us in running our site, to talk about innovation today, big to small. I'd love to talk about the districts and some of the bigger, structural challenges. I'd love to talk about classrooms and what's actually happening in the learning environment. I'd love to talk about students and families and what's happening around the family dinner table. And when we talk about innovation, it's all these things, I think, all together. Oh, we have water. Success. It's a hot day. Thank you. So when we start with big, I want to, Romy mentioned moonshot. I would love to start as big as it gets about what's really impressing us right now in terms of the innovations that are being implemented, innovated, discussed. I'm sure we all have things that have jumped out to us as like, yes, like this points to the direction we should go. And I start thinking things like the X Prize. If you had $10 million, $15 million, $100 billion, $1 trillion to give to something as, this is what we need to do more of. Where would you start? I'd love to start as big picture as possible. Let's take the moonshot. And maybe I'd love to hear from all of you, but Betsy, let's start with you. Like, what's exciting you?
Well, Steve, first of all, it's great to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. You spoke of X Prize, and that's very interesting because the X Prize Foundation right now has embarked on what's called a Global Learning X Prize. And this is being formatted in such a way that It's going to be targeted to benefit kids who are likely to never have an opportunity to get an education. And it's going to test out, ultimately, 5 finalists, basically a software program, where the software programs will be delivered into villages in Africa, in 1 or 2 countries in Africa, and with no instructions, no teachers, nothing. And the winner of the prize will have, the children in that each village will have attained the highest levels of competency in reading, in math, and in sort of general cognitive ability. And it will be an open sourced software solution. And so there's going to be literally, there's already hundreds of applicants for what will be 5 finalists to actually participate in this. The end result being something that I think will be beneficial to children around the world. Because if they can crack the code with children who have never seen anything like this in a remote part of the world, how much more will that be opportunity for kids that have access to those all the time?
I'd love to hear from all of you. Like,
What's First thing that excites me is what's happening here today. And Betsy, what you and 74 did to really bring national candidates to start talking in a serious way, not in a soundbite way, about education is what really excites me, because there's no more important issue to the future of this country than what's happening in education. And yet, in campaigns, that always seems to fall down to the bottom. And what we hear is, in the course of a lengthy debate, 1 or 2 quick sound bites which tell you nothing. So that excites me. Second thing that excites me is something I thought I wouldn't see happen is beginning to happen. Innovation is coming to education. You know, we've transformed the world in the last 20 years. I mean, for a guy like me to be tweeting is unimaginable. I mean, it's just, I don't even know what it means, but I do it because you have to do it to be relevant in the 21st century. And yet, in education, we've got, as somebody said this morning, we've still got a 19th century agrarian model. And what we're seeing now, which what you talked about with the X Prize, what you're seeing, for example, with the alt school in California, what we did in New York with a thing called P-Tech. I was just in Australia last week, and amazingly to me, P-Tech, which I'll describe in a second, is now being implemented in Australia. And P-Tech was a simple model. It came about from a discussion I had with the head of IBM, who asked me, is IBM doing enough for your schools? And I said, quite frankly, no. And he said, what would you like us to do? And I said, I've had this idea that's nagged at me. When we talk about college and career ready, we know what college ready is. What about career ready? And our career and technical schools are not remotely doing the job they need to do. Let's create a 6-year school. 4 years of high school, 2-year community college. I'll get City University to partner with our high schools. Take that 6 years. At the end of the 6 years, you partner with us on curriculum, you mentor our kids, you give them externships, and at the end of that 6 years, you certificate them. If they pass the certification, IBM gives them a job. And that model is now being taken off across the country. We need to think differently to be innovative and dynamic. There's no silver bullet, but if we keep doing the same old, and expect to get different outcomes, we're going to kid ourselves over and over and over again. That's what Einstein taught us, and I'm beginning to believe, Steve, that that new, fresh, innovative look is coming to K-12. It's going to come to our colleges and universities, and I thank God for that.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm still a little stunned that you have to be on Twitter to be relevant, because I'm hurting in that dimension.
You're on Twitter. I've tweeted you, but you don't answer, man.
Can you tweet someone? Whatever. Here's what excites me. There are artisanal geniuses in America and in other countries who have figured out how to give kids who grew up like me escape velocity. What do I mean by escape velocity? Escape velocity is the minimum force needed to get beyond the gravitational pull of the Earth's atmosphere. Well, neighborhoods, poverty, single female-headed households, those are gravitational pulls for kids who grow up lower down on the income spectrum. And there are artisanal geniuses out there who have figured out something really special in the last 20 years about how to educate kids no matter where they come from. Now the key is, so I'm excited about that. The key is how do we, and every charter school and traditional public school principal who I see doing an amazing job, I'll say something like, I got to figure out how to bottle you so we can mass produce you. And they kind of looked at me stunned, but that's what we need to do. And I think that's the next frontier of thinking through K through 12 education. The truth is we know what works. My grandmother was an educator for 37 years. And before she passed away, she asked me kind of, what are you doing up there at Harvard? And I said, well, I'm trying to figure out how you can create schools that will educate everyone. That's what Horace Mann talked about. Public schools were supposed to be the great equalizer. And she said, well, what do you think? What do you think we need to do? I said, well, we need better and more trained teachers. We need longer hours. We need to use data to drive instruction. All the things that you know works. And she said, baby, do they pay you for that shit? We know what to do. The question is, how do we bottle it and export it for every community in America so that kids have a fighting chance to reach their full potential? That's what I'm excited about.
There's a lot there. There's a lot to unpack there. Let's start at the district level. I mean, when I think just over the last 3 weeks on our site, which, you know, the 74million.org, I shouldn't miss a plug, right? You know, we focused on some districts doing amazing things. Miami-Dade, that's really taking an approach to doing innovative schools that are incubators, which then they're trying to replicate in other cities. Some schools and districts that are starting to use Bitcoin as a way of trying to incentivize new donations. In Virginia, just yesterday, we put up a story about a Virginia district that is getting rid of its lockers to install laptop chargers, trying to be responsive to what kids want and need and how to make better use of space. And even St. Louis, a year after Ferguson, and the big fight there for many parents to keep their kids in accredited school districts. But a whole lot of this comes back to districts experimenting, offering alternatives, offering parents more choices or more voice in the process. We're going to be launching a big series of coverage next week on 10 years after Katrina and what's happened in New Orleans and some of the mechanisms that have changed there at the district level, which are really empowering parents. Betsy, I know backstage we were talking about, there were even some schools that you pointed to specifically that you were really impressed with how they were using technology.
Indeed, and I would just like to piggyback on what you were saying about certain districts that have become innovative. But I really believe that unless and until the system in general is really broken open in such a way that entrepreneurs and innovators can come and take the risks that they need to start new ways of doing education, you're going to have pockets of innovation, but it's not going to happen through the system as we've known it for over 200 years. But one school that I always like to plug, because I happen to be married to the founder, is called the West Michigan Aviation Academy. So my husband flies jets and helicopters, and he loves and has been involved in education reform for 20-some years, as have I. And I said to him a few years ago, why don't you combine those two loves and start a high school that is focused on aviation? So today, or this school year, they will have 600 students in 9th through 12th grade. This past year was the second graduating class. 12 of the students in the senior class got their private pilot's license during their high school years. And in fact, one of them had his pilot's license and soloed before he had his driver's license. And so this whole focus on aviation is compelling kids who have an interest in the field of aviation, and while they're at it, they're getting a really great education. Math, science, engineering. So it's things like this that we have to, it's schools like this, it's opportunities like this that we have to be really open to and accommodating to, and the current model in which we try to fit everyone doesn't accommodate for those things very well.
I think this is an important point, and so what Roland said before, we sort of know what to do. The question is how to get there. And one of the things I learned as school chancellor for 8.5 years in New York City is the system really doesn't want to change. There's a gravitational pull. I mean, the world's greatest economist has now become a physicist. And so, I mean, there's no limit to what this man is going to do. But the gravitational pull toward the status quo is enormous. And people who don't encounter it day to day don't really understand it. And so the question is, how do we change that to create the incentives to allow the dynamism that Betsy and the expertise that Roland is talking about to bring this to scale? And I always remember this from When Harry Met Sally, the movie, Nora Ephron's great movie. Those of you who've seen it remember the scene in Katz's Delicatessen where, yes, you remember, and she says, I'll have what she's having, right? Well, when I think about school choice, I always thought about this when I was Chancellor of New York City. Middle-class people, affluent people insist on choice for their kids. They insist on it. Why? Because no matter what, you want a great education for your kid, no matter how advantaged that child is. It's only the poor and the kids who are stuck with the greatest gravitational pulls against rising. Those kids are told it's one and done. There's a neighborhood school. If this don't work, too bad. People will talk about 3 years, 5 years, we'll turn it around. You know what 3 years in the life of a third-grade kid is? It's eternity. In 3 years, that kid could be going no place for a lifetime because she's so underprepared. And so to me, it all starts with the condition in which schools have got to earn their kids. They can't just simply say it's a catchment area. If that were to happen, the kind of dynamism, that doesn't mean everyone will be a great one. That doesn't mean parents won't make mistakes. People buy the wrong this and the wrong that. But we have got to get to a situation where not the kids with the greatest needs are told it's one and done, whereas everybody else who has means is told there's a great world out there and you can get whatever you want. If we get to the world where people have reasonable choices and they can then start to individualize, customize, and tailorize, and the schools have to respond. They have to use data, because if they don't use data, they're not going to know where their kids are, and people aren't going to want to go there. That kind of world is coming. In my view, it's not coming quickly enough, but I see that coming. But don't underestimate the gravitational pull toward the status quo. It's a $650 billion industry in America today, K-12 is, and that supports a lot of people who like things the way it is. And what we need to figure out is how do we support, particularly for the least among us, a school system that serves their kids as well as it serves the kids who are the most fortunate. I mean, think about the two things in life that are critical, family and schools. And a lot of kids I know are getting the short end of the stick. And we could at least make sure, whatever their circumstances, whatever their family income is, that they get a great education. Roland's studied it, shown it. Why isn't it happening? Because too many people are invested in defending a status quo that if their children had to be part of, they wouldn't defend.
So I'm curious, given your unique experience, what do you think was most, what tactic was most successful for you in pushing back against that gravitational pull? What should people,
I think
people who are
there's no question what the tactic was for us, and it's the hardest thing I've ever done, which we shut down under the Bloomberg administration well over 100 schools. And shutting down schools is not an industry for the faint of heart, I'll tell you right now. It is, you know, the kids who are there don't like it, the parents of the kids who are there don't like it, the teachers don't like it, and the alumni who have no clue, 40 years later, what's going on, they don't like it. So we shut them down, but it wasn't shutting them down that mattered. It was the replacement strategy. Under Mike Bloomberg's tenure, school system that started out with 1,200 kids and 1,200 schools ended up with over 1,800 schools, both new public and new charters. They weren't homegrown. They were brought to us by community groups. We got everybody from the College Board to the Asia Society, every one of them creating new and different schools. Even Moskowitz creating Success Academy, knocking the leather off the ball. And that created a dynamism. Every study has shown that our new schools and our charter schools outperformed everything else, but it brought life and excitement. You say to a community group, go out there, come in with a big idea. Don't try to say to 10 bureaucrats, go open up 100 schools. They're going to open up 100 cookie-cutter schools because that's what bureaucrats do. Go out to a community and say to them, you like charters? Do your charter thing. Dave Levin, Eva Moskowitz, Stacia Toll, God bless you. You like publics? Richard Kahn, Robert Hughes, go do your thing. But give me something exciting, something new. Grow it a year at a time so you can create a culture that works. It's that which was the big idea in New York and needs to be replicated all over the country.
And Roland, I'm intrigued. Yes. When we start talking on the classroom level, I know you're doing so much work on bridging the racial, the socioeconomic divide, and I know there's a lot of innovation that's trying to sort of tear down the barriers between students, to help students learn in whatever way makes the most sense for them. I'm intrigued about what you're seeing in terms of the classroom, the structure, the curriculum, any aspect of that that seems to be making a mark.
Well, I think one of the key innovations in education in the last 10 years has been the use of data to drive classroom practice. It's like CompStat for schools, if you will. One of the ways that crime went down in New York was because they actually had data to tell them where the crimes were. This is real rocket science here. And the same thing with schools. If you don't measure what you're doing, how will you know how to remedy situations that are important to get kids to achieve? But we got to go a little further beyond, and the good schools go a little further beyond data, right? I was out in a school in Colorado recently, and because I'm a big nerd, everybody wants to show me their data room. So I was, okay. So you walk in and they've got, red down here for the students that aren't doing well. That's about 1/3 the wall. And then another large chunk of the wall has kids in the yellow. And then there's a thin line of green at the top for the kids who are meeting all the standards. And I said, well, this is very interesting wallpaper you got here. Now, how do you actually change the classroom practice as a function of what the colors are on the wall? And they said, whoa, professor, that's stage 2. I said, okay, but what do you do with this? And they said, well, isn't it good to just know? No, right? Not really. And so what you're seeing in a lot of effective schools across America is that people are using the data and not just sticking it on the wall, but they are then changing classroom practice, and there are real conversations that are happening in the most successful schools between the principals and the teachers about what students missed and what it means about their deeper understanding of the subject matter. Okay, so it's not just, oh, they're making silly mistakes, but they really don't understand geometry because they don't understand algebra, and we need to remedy those situations. So I think the key to the classroom practices that are happening have a lot to do with the available data to improve teacher instruction.
But is this the next big step of how you start to implement change based off that data? It sounds like you're looking ahead at that.
For sure, but I want to go back to something Joel said, which I think is extraordinarily important. We have to figure out how to get more market pressure into education in America. Now, people will say, well, choice is good. Choice is good. That's a necessary step. But if you give me a choice between a rotten piece of chicken and a rotten piece of beef, I don't think that's a useful choice. What we have to do is have good choices and many choices. And I think figuring out market pressure is just really, really important. My wife works in cancer research, and she develops algorithms. She's a mathematician. She develops algorithms to optimally dose chemotherapy. When she gets on a plane, she puts blackout shades on her computer because she doesn't want someone from a pharma company seeing the optimal dosing strategy of a particular chemotherapeutic. When I get on a plane, I show everybody my screen because I want them to adopt the best practice in education. And you can't give a good idea away. It's a very different environment because the market pressure and the money to be made in pharma is very different from education. And we've got to figure out a way that it's not enough that people want to get better just because they see someone else doing down the street doing well. It has to be in their economic interest to get better. So closing schools is tough, but unless people start going out of business when they do a bad job, we're never going to get to the level of market pressure we need for people to adopt any of these practices on a wide scale.
Betsy, I'm curious if you have thoughts on how to channel this market pressure, or who's leading the charge in terms of market pressure, pushing choice, offering better alternatives.
Well, I'd like to think that the work that we do through the American Federation for Children does a lot of this because we're really challenging the status quo on a targeted state-by-state basis and doing the politics around actually changing laws to break down the barriers to allow parents to have more and more choices. Breaking down the barriers in terms of the mechanism for funding to allow for choice, and also taking a look at the regulatory environment. So we talk about different ways of approaching education that are student-centered and student-driven, But you can't really do that well when you have laws that dictate how many days a kid has to be in a classroom, for how many hours a day, what date of the year the school needs to start. So like in Michigan, for example, public schools can't start until after Labor Day. And there's so many silly parameters around how we do education. So the work we do really tries to take down and knock down those barriers and eliminate them, and to create a much broader marketplace of students that can actually seek out and test and try new ways of doing education and having school.
And I know what it looks like from the outside as a journalist covering things, the things that make headlines, things that get above the fold play. I'm just curious from your perspective and the work that you're doing, how does this campaign feel at this point in time? Like how's the tide turning? Like are people becoming more eager to try new things? Or are they becoming more resistant to try new things? Obviously, the national dialogue in the election, we're talking about things in a much different way now. All the candidates, you don't have to go very far to find all the analysis that, there's going to be a big pivot away from how the federal government right now is treating No Child Left Behind and accountability. What are you seeing?
Well, I'm very optimistic. I think the last 3 to 4 years have been very important for the momentum surrounding breaking open the system and giving more choices to parents and students. And I'm very optimistic when I hear the discussion today, and that I expect we'll hear yet this afternoon, raising and elevating this conversation around education and the future of education to a national level. Much of the work obviously has to go on in the states because that's where most of the funding actually happens, and most of the politics and most of the legislation do. But having a national conversation about this is really, really important. Earlier this year, we conducted a poll through a Democrat pollster who clearly, the results of the poll clearly showed that the electorate that is really, really important to whomever is going to win the presidential contest next year has to appeal to the parents of low-income kids, particularly ethnic children, the support for vouchers, tax credits, education savings accounts, any mechanism to provide more choices is very, very high. Way over half of the individuals, actually 70-some% nationally, support this notion of a variety of mechanisms, but there's clear support for the notion of giving parents more choices and breaking down these barriers.
And Joel, you mentioned alt school before, which is definitely big on our radar, because in Brooklyn, I think they're teeing up for the first alt school in the East Coast to launch. I'm wondering if there are other models that have caught your eye, or other enterprises that are starting to get some of the funding, some of the flexibility. I mean, we've been paying attention to some of the parent meetings leading up to alt school, and the amount of interest of people wanting into that environment. Let's try something new. We need better alternatives. It's palpable. And you talked about P-TECH, which is another sort of groundbreaking approach to this. I'm curious if there are others on that list.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you go around, you see Sal Khan is now creating a new school out in California, built off of Khan Academy, and some of his thinking reflected in his book. There are schools in New York, I mean, again, on the model Betsy was talking about, for example, schools that partner with the aerospace community that move kids in a certain direction. Schools, we have sports schools that really focus on, for so many kids in New York who want to grow up to be LeBron James and have to come to the real recognition that they're going to play basketball more like Joel Klein. We've got to show them other roles. Why is that funny? I don't understand. I mean, what are you laughing at? If you want to go one-on-one after this, we'll give it a shot, okay?
You should definitely give it a shot.
My brother Roland Fry is bailing me out. So, but one thing, though, I want to, in all this innovation and everything, I think one thing we're getting really wrong, and I'd be remiss if we didn't touch on it, and that is curriculum. There's a lot of discussion about standards. Standards matter, but curriculum is critical to what a child learns. And so much of what's going on right now is a belief that knowledge acquisition doesn't matter. So people say, teach kids higher order thinking. But higher order thinking about things you know nothing about is just mush. And that's what we're doing a whole lot of in K-12 today. And it's really, thank you, because I don't care, you're not going to educate kids to be big thinkers unless they have knowledge and big ideas, and they know science, and they know history, and they know the arts. And this notion, which I've read places, that 21st century skills are somehow entirely different from 19th century skills. I mean, it seems to me that Plato and Aristotle got a lot closer to higher order thinking than most of the kids I know who are tapping away at code right now. Code matters, but history matters, philosophy matters, and our kids are not learning that. They're learning too much of what I call self-referential learning. So whatever big ideas and innovative things, we should also have some small ideas that not everything we learned happened in the 21st century. Some big thinking happened before that we need to learn and make that part of a kid's education. We'd be remiss if we didn't, Steve.
And do you think that there's I'd love to talk for a minute about the obstacles to innovation. And we've talked a little bit about it. You talked about the gravitational, the tendency of a system to avoid, moving in a new direction. But I'm curious, just as an outside observer, as someone who covers this and hasn't been in the trenches and hasn't spent 7 years, I'm very aware that I'm having this conversation with someone who fought the good fight for 8 years. I'm just wondering why there's such resistance. The easiest way to make, is it sometimes having a smaller idea that can be easier to push through instead of radical, dramatic change, or do you need both, or do you? I guess I don't even know the question I'm asking. I'm just curious about the obstacles to change and how you overcome those obstacles.
Because I really thought hard about this question, because it's critical. What Roland says is right. We know so much. What he did in Houston, the work he's doing in Denver, those kind of things are changing outcomes for kids in a big way. We see schools like Success in New York. Just the other day, the numbers they got blow your mind for an entirely African-American Latino school population, 2 to 3 times better than the state of New York, which is much more affluent, much more middle class. So the real question is, how do you create that environment? Now think of the way the school systems work. What are the big power players? Politicians, bureaucrats, unions. So it's all the politics of education. And how do you feed dynamism into it? When I was running the school system and I said we need to open a school, the bureaucrat said, the reason we're at the top of the heap, we're the highest paid, and Roland and I were talking to this at lunch, we're the highest paid people in the system because we're the smartest. And so you have a whole bunch of bureaucrats decide they're going to open up cookie cutter schools because they think each one is exactly the same and they know how to do it best. Why not bring in sunshine? So go to the various community groups. Don't get arguing about whether it's a new public or a new charter. Parents don't care whether it's a public or charter. They care whether it's good or bad. And you're not going to fool them. Open up the door. Let the sunshine come in. Let these community groups. Not everyone's going to succeed. I remember the Times used to sometimes, or the news used to say, Klein had to shut down the school he opened. I said, we opened up some 600 schools. I said, if I could guarantee each one was going to be a great success, they would bronze me. I said, the risk of innovation is failure. But thousands and thousands and thousands of lives, 10% plus of kids graduating as a result of that. So it's all about process. Why is there a gravitational pull to the status quo? Because people, I learned this as a kid, people want to know that what they did yesterday will be valuable and replicable tomorrow. And unless you create environments and incentives to make them change, they're not going to change. And so the bureaucrats, each of whom may have run one good school, think simple replication is the solution. Whereas my view is dynamism, even though it's not flawless, and even though you're going to make some errors, dynamism is what's missing from the process. The thing that used to bother me most as chancellor was not reading the newspaper every day, although that was not a walk in the park. But the thing that bothered me most about being chancellor is to be in a world in which merit was not revered and innovation was not expected. And that is a stultifying culture to live in.
Roland, I saw that you nodding along. I wanted to give you a chance to weigh in.
No, I couldn't agree with Joe more on this point. I mean, I think it's incredibly important to let the light shine in. And what Joel was alluding to, our conversation over lunch today, was me wondering aloud why in a traditional district, the people who create the most value, teachers, effective principals, are actually not paid in accordance to the value they create, right? So one of the things that when we turned around schools in Houston, after the program was over and it was going to be publicly funded. Many of the most effective principals went and got jobs in the bureaucracy. And I said, why? You're incredibly effective principals. And I said, with respect, professor, I can work less and be paid more. This is really hard work, right? And so, you know, I'm just a simple economist, but there's not many organizations I've seen be successful that pay people an inverse proportion of their value added. So that's something we have to fix. And you know, my basic view is the way to do that is to get out of the way and allow, you know, market forces to take over. Or if we don't want the invisible hand of Adam Smith, we can be a visible hand. We can just shut down schools that don't achieve. I wish my wife were here today, because I think if you told her our daughter would have to sit in a school for 3 years that was failing, I'm not sure she'd agree to 3 days. So, you know, we have to think about the time horizon, but accepting failure is just not an option.
But I want to just jump on that point, because that's the point I was trying to make before that really sticks in my craw. Roland Fryer's daughter has got 2 of the most amazing parents you will ever meet. If that kid never goes to school, she will get a PhD anywhere in the world because of what the dinner table conversation like. And think of what he just said. He just said his wife would not allow his child to be in a failing school for 3 days. And I assume Roland, who's a patient man, wouldn't tolerate 5 days. But the kids with the greatest challenges, with the greatest needs, the kids who are looking at all those gravitational pulls that he was talking about that are holding them down, those kids are told 3 years, 5 years for turnaround. Those kids don't have 3 years or 5 years, and yet we tolerate that for them, and we wouldn't tolerate it for us. When I used to ask people, how many schools in New York would you voluntarily send your own kid to? I'd ask this of my own principals. No single principal ever said more than 20%. Most of them said 10%. I said, whose kids should go to the other 90 or 80% of schools? And I developed an acronym for it. I used to call it OPKs, other people's kids. Well, until we realize that other people's kids are our kids, we're going to keep the future of this country in jeopardy. Because until those kids get an education, they're not going to be competitive in the 21st century. They're not going to have the job skills that get valued in the market. And that's going to cause us to become a country whose fabric starts to tear. And we know the solutions. We just got to get about doing it.
By the way, this is not about being nice. What Joel has said is very nice, but I'm not nice, and maybe there's some people out here who aren't that nice.
Because you got tenure at Harvard, that's why.
Tenure is a wonderful thing. I recommend it. This is about economic growth. People ask me all the time, what country is going to come out of the Great Recession and be leading the world? Is smart money's on Southeast Asia, et cetera. And my view is the country who figures out how to educate its kids who were born at the lower end of the income spectrum is going to propel itself to be the world leader, or to continue to be the world leader. And the reason is, let's just face it, we can ignore it in the short run, but the economy is not going to let us ignore it in the long run. We're going to pay for it at some point, okay, through social services, through other services that we have for people who don't get educated. So my view is, for economic growth reasons, and if you want to be nice like my friend Joel Klein, you're exactly right. This is about helping kids get beyond the escape velocity of their situation. If you look at a graph, I know we're not supposed to do graphs here, but I'm getting warmed up. If you look at a graph and you look at the average income of a zip code, and you look at how well the kids do in 8th grade, average income of the zip code they're born into, how well they do in 8th grade, it looks like the 45-degree line. The higher the income of the zip code you're born into, the higher we predict your 8th grade scores are going to be. There's no reason that needs to be true. We know what to do. The question is, for all the people who have come before us today and who will come after us, do we have the courage to hold them accountable?
And how much do some of those economic measures that you're talking about, might that help spur the courage to show the economic impact of not innovating faster?
I think it's incredibly important. The problem is presidential cycles aren't 20 years, they're 4. And congressional cycles aren't 20 years. So we're constantly thinking about what returns we can show in the next 6 months, right? So when we work with school districts across the country, a lot of people will privately say, can we fix this thing in about 6 to 8 months? And I said, I can fix every problem you have in 6 to 8 months, the ones that took 6 to 8 months to get that way. These that took 30, 40 years, can I at least have 3 years, 4 years? Right, so I think that the issue is we need long-term thinking, and a lot of times we have short-term incentives on problems like education.
Well, that's something that the Twitter sphere does not help. We were talking about Twitter earlier, so now we're almost expecting daily, the pressure on this of people weighing in, monitoring them on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, on a minute-by-minute basis.
We ran an experiment in Washington, D.C. public schools, and the Washington Post came in on day 3 and said, is it working? I don't know. The kids look awake. I guess that's real achievement. I don't know. I mean, come on. So yeah, you're right. It's getting quicker and quicker.
I know technology came up in a few of the presentations this morning with varying degrees of some people thinking technology had a lot of potential to change things, some thinking, that there's a lot of buzzwords that we need to look beyond. And I realize we're having an innovation discussion, and we're also almost out of time. So I'd love to maybe tee up as a final question where you see technology fitting in here, what places are doing it well. I mean, alt school obviously is using technology in a big way, has a whole core of technologists behind the wall next to the classroom, analyzing everything that's happening with the students. You talked about data and how important that is to making more informed decisions. But I'd love to hear from each of you, are there any apps out there, any virtual models, how is technology being used in a way that's encouraging to you, or do you think that sometimes there's too much of an obsession about the hot new app, the hot new potential IPO? We're definitely in this venture bubble when it comes to tech and tech ed. I'd just love to hear your thoughts on technology.
Well, I would love to start just with a personal anecdote about my 2 oldest granddaughters. Technology is just a fact of life for our kids and grandkids, and they navigate technology so well and so quickly and so effortlessly. My clear picture of my 2 oldest granddaughters when the oldest one was not yet 2 and her little sister was 4 months. My daughter-in-law captured a little video of the 2 of them lying in pajamas on the bed one morning with the iPad on the 2-year-old's lap, and she is taking her 4-month-old sister's finger and showing her how to navigate the iPad. And I thought, this is really just a snapshot of the reality for these kids and their futures, and how that is integrated in a way that is constructive and positive for their learning environment is so important, but it's reality and we better embrace it.
So see, why I think there's confusion on this is it's not about technology per se. There's nothing magical about giving a kid a tablet or a computer. A kid can get in as much trouble with one of those on the internet as do learning. What's really important is technology can change 2 things. It can change teaching and it can change learning. And if it does those things, it'll have real value add. When I say change teaching, there are lots of ways to empower teachers, make their jobs easier, give them the kind of supports they need, the data and the information they need, all the kinds of things that will make them more effective at their job. By the same token, what Betsy said, these kids get engaged in learning. I was just at a summer school program last week in New Haven. It was amazing to watch kids reading Phineas Gage on a digital curriculum because there were so many prompts and so many things that get them engaged. So focus on teaching and learning, not on technology, and ask the hard question, is this going to make teaching more effective or learning more engaging? If the answer to either of those is yes, go for it.
I think we haven't even scratched the surface of the potential of technology in schools just yet. What we have now with the current set of apps and programs, the dream was to have technology take good teachers and make them great teachers. What the data are showing us is it's taking good teachers, and they're still good teachers, but the great teachers have become even greater. And so instead of leveling the playing field within the teaching staff, which was the hope, everyone with technology could have a great teacher in the classroom, it's actually exacerbated those differences. The key to me is about adaptability, and we haven't even scratched the surface of that just yet. Remember when people said, oh, computers will never beat a chess player. And now that's easy. And then they said, oh, they'll never be able to beat a poker player because that's too sophisticated. Well, the computer programs now are beating the vast majority of poker players. We will get to a place where, because of data on how kids learned in the past, what interventions worked, and their results, we will get to algorithms, I think, that will be extraordinarily smart and be able to free up teachers, like someone said earlier today, to be able to give kids individual support while the computers are also taking some of the other teaching and learning tasks off their plates. I think that's the key to technology, is not just sticking it in front of the students or the teachers' faces and requiring them to use it. It's figuring out how to use artificial intelligence and other adaptive technology to increase the teaching and learning that's going on.
Well, speaking as a journalist, it's such a rich area of coverage, the technology, the curriculum, the district structure, the experiments that are, innovating K-12 education. I mean, I want to thank you all for continuing to talk about it. We'll keep covering it. I hope you all keep reading about it. So please, a round of applause. Roland, Joel, Betsy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think it's a good time.
Okay. Nice job. No need. Bye. Love you. Hi, everybody ready for round two? Yes? Come on in and find a seat. It stayed kind of cool in here, right? You're like, well, actually, no, it's not so bad. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. Just to give you a heads up, we're going to start with Governor Scott Walker, and then we have Louisiana Governor Bobby Jindal, and then New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and then we're going to call it a day. And I just want to thank you guys for hanging in here. I hope you found it as interesting as I have. Bye. You were great. See you guys in a bit. And hopefully we'll have a good afternoon, just like we had a great morning. So thank you. If you're giving me the thumbs up, then we're in good shape. Okay. Are we ready? Okay, I think he's ready. Everybody got a seat? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Governor Scott Walker. Welcome.
Glad to be here. Good to be back in New Hampshire.
Yeah,
Thanks for sticking around all day. Appreciate it.
This is a dedicated group.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to reopen the summit. We've all just had our lunch. We're relaxed again. Everybody is here.
So you got your steps in or your Fitbit, right? Getting all ready for all this?
All these people turned out because they care deeply about education and public education in this country and want to see things get better. So let me ask you to do what I've done with most of the candidates, which is to start off by defining the problem as you see it. Is K-12 education in America in crisis?
Yes. First of all, let me say, not just as a governor or candidate for president, as a parent, as an uncle. I've got two kids now who are 20 and 21, both went through public schools in Wauwatosa. I've got two nieces who are in elementary school in Waukesha, Wisconsin. I just care about that from a moral imperative, but it's also an economic imperative. I just fundamentally believe that every child deserves access to a great education. Be it no matter what zip code they live in, no matter what their background, what their parents do for a living, every child deserves access to great education. And it may very well be in a traditional public school, it may be in a charter school, a choice school, a home school, a virtual school, a religious school, you name it. Every child deserves access to great education. And the biggest barrier, or the biggest challenge right now, I should say, is the barriers that are in place. There are a lot of great schools, and they come in many different ways, in many different forms. Many of them are traditional public settings, but there are also many others out there that are failing. And to me, it's the barriers of Washington and the regulations that the federal government puts on to states and local school districts. It's teachers' unions, a lot of great teachers out there, but a lot of those unions are barriers to sorting out between who are the exceptional teachers and how do you reward them versus maybe the one or two in each school that are doing a poor job. And all too often the teachers' unions are about protecting them. It's the barriers in terms of even having funding. You don't have to have the most funding, but having funding that actually goes into the classroom as opposed to the overall education bureaucracy. It's tearing down those barriers one after another after another.
What specifically, just while we're on barriers, what have been the biggest challenges? And I know we're going to talk about your infamous war with the union in a minute, but just in more generally, bring it down to the local level, what have you had to deal with in Wisconsin?
Well, I mean, clearly, we'll touch on it, the barriers you get in terms of the union contracts we had before were huge barriers in terms of both rewarding the great teachers and maybe challenging those that aren't so good. But I also think at the federal level, a lot of the talk about No Child Left Behind, some of the other federal regulations, a lot of times, even when people talk about things like Common Core and others, I'm sure we'll talk about later, all too often it's things that are interwoven into the federal Department of Education and the funding that's involved with that, and things that maybe sound good to a bureaucrat in Washington really don't transfer to the classroom. And so whether it's barriers from Washington or even sometimes barriers from the state level right back to individual school districts or individual schools, that are some of the biggest challenges. We've tried to get those barriers out of the way, and really, my opinion has been both as a parent and now as a governor, as elected official before that they're, our greatest asset that we have in education is the wonderful teachers that are out there. The more we can let them do what they got into teaching to do in the first place, what they love to do and help those children, the better off we are. But all too often, schools, school districts, states, and the federal government put in place all these barriers, all these regulations, all these new standards that often get in the way of doing the good work they were trained to do.
Let's get into things that you've worked on as governor. Wisconsin has been on the forefront of school choice. Mm-hmm. You've had a voucher program in Milwaukee since 1991, before you became governor. Yeah. Kind of start there maybe and assess what's working well, what you wish you could do more of, and what maybe hasn't worked and what you've learned from.
Well, hat tip to my friend, former Governor Tommy Thompson, was one of the great champions, a handful of others like him around the country. Think about State Representative Polly Williams, who I later served with in Wisconsin, was a courageous woman who's now since passed, but who led the charge in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, wanting to make sure that children in her district, an inner city district, had more educational opportunities, more chances out there. She worked along with a lot of other great champions, Dr. Howard Fuller and others. The program started in Milwaukee in the early 1990s. I was proud to be in the legislature in the mid-1990s when we expanded it, so it wasn't just choice schools without a religious affiliation, that we expanded to include those that included a religious affiliation, and it's been tremendously successful. But throughout the years, my predecessor and some of the others who were involved in the legislature at the time, before I was governor, tried to put a lot of barriers on, tried to slow the program down. It went through some real challenges in the 7 or 8 years before I was governor. When we came in, we lifted the caps. In fact, we changed things in Milwaukee. There had been an income cap, so it was just low-income families. We expanded it because we thought one of the great things to have a vibrant city like Milwaukee is to have a vibrant middle class, and one of the best ways to do that is to give those families more educational opportunities. It was great for low-income families, but we found a lot of middle-class families. Maybe dad was a firefighter, mom was a nurse at the local community hospital, had a few kids, and they didn't like the public school nearby, but it was too costly for them to send their kids to the private school, so they ended up moving out to the suburbs where they could afford to send them. Well, we want families like that to be in our urban areas, not just in Milwaukee, but across the country. So we expanded the income levels, we expanded the number of kids that could be in the Milwaukee Parental School Choice Program. We lifted the number of schools that could be in, and then we took it further. We went to the adjoining city in Racine nearby, and in the last couple of years, we've been proud to expand it statewide. As I know now, another number of other governors and lawmakers have around the country. For us, that's something we feel very positive about, not just for what it means in those choice schools, for those families with the vouchers, but because in the end, it puts the pressure on the traditional public schools, like the ones where my kids went to school, to use our reforms that we gave the schools a few years ago to actually up their game as well. And so it's not a win-lose scenario. It's one where as you lift kids up and you give families more educational opportunities, it doesn't just help the students at those choice schools or charter schools. It helps the kids at the traditional public schools and other schools, because with competition brings the opportunity to do better at many different levels.
Now, do you believe that that's been the case, that having sort of such a broad-based approach and giving people so many choices, that it has helped traditional public schools?
Well, there's been a number of different studies out there, but I think one of the best things is it's, well, twofold. One, certainly if you look at the surveys of parents and how they feel about their kids at college, or their kids' K through 12 education, going to say college, I'm used to having 2 kids in college now, but their K through 12 education, overwhelming numbers talk about the satisfaction levels they have with their choice option if they took it. But I also think there's many different options, not just with choice schools, it's with more charter schools, it's even with public school choice. All those things put the pressure. A lot of people don't know this, but what we did with, sometimes referred to as Act 10, the big reforms that got me all sorts of attention a few years ago, mainly because I had about 100,000 protesters come and occupy my state capitol, wasn't just about unions, it wasn't about collective bargaining, it wasn't just about pensions and health care contributions. Those were all part of it. It was really about education reform.
Be specific about that.
Yeah, because in our case, it's interesting. By changing collective bargaining, in our state right now, our schools, you talk about charter schools. We've talked about this before in New York. Some of the reasons why charter schools are successful is they get around some of the nuances that are difficult with contracts that are in place. In our state, effectively, every public school can be a charter school. That's because we changed collective bargaining so that schools now and the people that taxpayers actually elect to run those schools, the school board members and the superintendents and principals that they select to run the district and then run their individual schools, they can actually go out and hire and fire based on merit. There's no seniority or tenure. They can hire and fire based on merit. They can pay based on performance. That means they can put the best and the brightest in our classrooms, and they can reward those who do exceptionally well. One of the great joys I've had over the last couple of years is I tour public schools in my state. As I go into a school, and I can usually tell a teacher who's somewhat supportive of what I've done because they lean into me, they look both ways, they whisper, "Thank you," but because they knew the 1 or 2, not many, I'm not casting a broad net here, but the 1 or 2 teachers who just really weren't cutting it at that school, and they were frustrated because all the good teachers know, whether you're a first-term teacher or you've been there 25 years, they know who steps up and does a good job, and they know the couple that don't. And since our reforms, the couple that don't aren't there anymore because the principals can actually say maybe it's time to move on to a different profession. And those schools and those districts in many cases have been able to reward those doing exceptionally good work. And so that's helped us out. Where the school choice expansion in our state helped as well is that a vast majority of our districts used our reforms. That's why for all the hype 4 years ago with the protesters about how the world was going to come to an end, how public education was going to be devastated because of what we did in Wisconsin, I'm proud to say 4 years later, graduation rates are higher, 3rd grade reading scores are up, ACT scores are now 2nd best in the country in my state. That just goes to show that reforms can work. And what helped us with not just improving our traditional public schools, but upping the game and the number of charters that we have, expanding school choice statewide, even making it easier for homeschool families, all those things helped because the handful of school districts that hadn't fully embraced what we provided in our reforms now feel a little pressure. They now know there are other options out there, there are other opportunities, and that's really the end game. Again, I've got 2 kids who proudly went through public schools in Wauwatosa, where our home is. I've got 2 nieces who are 2 in elementary schools right now. I want all of our kids to do well. I want every child to have access to a great education, and there are many ways to do that.
So, go back to the sort of the beginning of your war with the unions.
Yeah.
You said the teachers who supported you were sort of whispering in your ear that they supported you. How intense was it? And looking back on it to where you are now, do you think that you could work with the teachers unions going forward? Do you think there's a, or would you, if elected, do you think the teachers unions need to be broken? How do you approach it?
Well, I want to be clear. I have great admiration for teachers. I went to public schools. My kids went to public schools. I think there are overwhelming, vast majority of teachers in America, be they at a public school, a charter school, a choice school, are excellent. They're doing a great job. I'm so appreciative of the good work that they've done. And so I want to make it clear, when I take on battles with the teachers' union bosses, it wasn't for the teachers. In fact, I remember at one point, we had, because of our reforms, we had over 100,000 protesters, literally. You think about the Occupy movement, it didn't start on Wall Street. It started on my street in Madison, Wisconsin. It started in terms of our capital, literally overtaking our state capital. And I believe part of the reason why the groups from D.C., not just the local folks, but the groups from D.C. started busing in, flying in, chartering in, big groups of protesters, not only from NEA, who came there, their national president, but the AFL-CIO and AFSCME and others out there, was because the real threat for them wasn't about their members, it was about the money. You see, as part of what we did, Thank you. I appreciate that. And it was about not the money spent in the classroom, it was about their money, or what they thought was their money. You see, in the end, what really drove them crazy was the fact, and it was pretty revealing, because at one point, 2 of the statewide union heads announced publicly, and I still remember being on one of the Sunday morning shows where I had to explain 3 or 4 times to the moderator why this was just a red herring. And that was 2 of these statewide union presidents, one from the teachers union, one from one of the other unions, said, oh, we'll give you the pension and health care contributions. What I asked for was pretty reasonable. We were getting people to match their pension contribution, which is just over 5%, and to make a health insurance premium of just over 12%, almost 13%. In my state, most people outside of government are paying 20 to 25% or more of their health insurance premium, and most people are matching if they have a pension or they're making a significant contribution to their 401k. I remember my brother, who's a banquet manager and a part-time bartender, his wife works at a department store. They said, hey, I'd love to have the deal you're offering. They said, I'm paying $700 a month for my 401k and the little bit I can set aside, for my pension, or excuse me, for my premium, health insurance premium, and the little bit I can set aside in my 401k. I'd love to have your deal. So what we were asking for was pretty reasonable. But I remember early on in that debate, these 2 statewide presidents or leaders of the unions said, well, we'll give you that. What they didn't realize is, one, they didn't have any authority to do that. Anyone who's dealt with local school districts knows that contracts are not negotiated statewide, they're negotiated by district. And all the while they were telling the press this, a whole bunch of union leaders were running to their school districts trying to cram through contracts to get in before our law went into effect. Really, the reason why they were doing it was trying to buy time, because what they feared the most was that we also gave teachers and other public employees the freedom to choose whether they wanted to be in a teachers union or not, or any other public union. And what they feared is, without automatic union dues deductions, that the teacher in Milwaukee who's paying $1,400 for her union dues might say, you know what, I don't need the union. I can work perfectly fine with my principal. I can work with my other teachers out there. I don't need to spend that kind of money on union dues. I'm going to keep that for my kids' college education or for whatever else I want to do for my family. And that's what they feared the most, which is why they sent so many people in there. Why we had all the protests, why I had death threats, why my family was targeted, why lawmakers were targeted, why we went through the recall. Frankly, why I had protesters the other day at the Iowa State Fair, because they know I'm not intimidated. I'm not intimidated from their attacks or from any others out there. I'm going to do what's right for the people of my state, including the children of my state, just like I'm going to do that nationally. There's a lot of great Republicans. You've heard from some today. You're going to hear from some in a little bit. What makes us unique is we fought those fights, and we won those fights, and we actually got results, and we did it without compromising our common sense conservative principles. And that's what they fear the most, is it's not just someone who can talk the talk, but someone who can actually deliver on it. That's why they brought all these people in. That's why they brought in all the protests. That's why they didn't just go after me. The NEA went after me, and all the other groups went after me in the recall. But they made me the #1 target again last year. Why? Because I threatened them. I threatened them because I actually care about getting things done, not just about talking about them. And I think that's part of the reason why you see so much interest from Washington in this race, and even in going after us the other day.
You've also done reforms on things like teacher tenure.
Yeah.
How impactful do you think those type of things have been in the traditional public schools?
Well, I think it's a big deal. And again, that's part of what we did. We lifted all, by changing collective bargaining, something I'd love to let you do in New York and others do across the country, because you listen to the union bosses and they would say, oh, this is an affront or threat to every teacher. That's just baloney. That's just nonsense. Again, I can always remember my kids. I remember a few years ago, one of my son's parent-teacher conferences, I was watching one of his teachers who'd been there for 25 years, and it was amazing to me to watch him talk about math through his English class and what he was into and what he was reading. And this guy was like he'd just come out of school. He was so excited. And then I remember there was somebody else who'd been there about the same amount of time who had, as we joked, and others had joked about, had retired, he hadn't left the building yet. He was already kind of checked out, and there was a real difference there. And under the old collective bargaining system, under the old contracts, you can't distinguish between the two. Probably the best example why this is important is back in 2010. In 2010, a year before I was elected governor, or a year before I took office, I should say, as governor, in that spring, there was a young woman by the name of Megan Sampson, who was a first-year English teacher in the city of Milwaukee. Now, Megan Sampson was this great teacher, did well with her kids, brought parents into the equation, worked well with her fellow teachers, and she did so well that the English Teachers Council in Wisconsin named her the Outstanding Teacher of the Year. A great teacher anywhere in the state, but here she was in the biggest city, in the largest urban district in the state of Wisconsin. Great recognition for her. A couple weeks later, you know what she found out? She'd been laid off. She'd been laid off. Why? Because even before Republicans took control of state government, something Gail Collins and some of the folks in the New York Times need to remember when they write columns, trashing me on things like this, because that was a year before I took office. Even then, when times were tough with the economy, the Democrats in charge of state government reduced aid to local governments, including school districts. And what do school districts do when they're locked into old contracts? They have to lay people off. And how did they lay them off? The last hired is the first fired. The last in is the first out. So who was one of the first people to be laid off? Megan Sampson. The teacher, the outstanding new English teacher of the year, was one of the first people to be laid off. Now, as just everyday citizens, you look at that and you think, that's absurd. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. One of your best teachers in one of the districts that desperately needs great teachers, you're laying her off. Well, that's what happened under the old collective bargaining union contracts. That's who they look out for. That's not a whole lot of solidarity out there, taking one of your best out there. So one of my mistakes, you talk about lessons learned, one of the big mistakes I made coming in as governor, hands down, I'll tell you this, I wrote about it in my book on Intimidated. People were shocked I actually admitted mistakes, because politicians never say that. But I said I was so eager to fix things, I didn't talk about it. Because most politicians just talk about things and never fix them. So if I had to err, I guess I'd rather err on the side of fixing things. But what I learned since then is you got to do both. You got to talk about it and you got to fix it. Don't use talk as an excuse not to act, but don't forget to explain why you're doing it. When I started telling the story of people like Megan Sampson, people in my state said, that's not right. That's not right. They didn't just say that was a policy difference. They said that's a moral problem. I'm proud to say in our state today, because of our reforms, because of the changes we made that brought in all those protesters, people like Megan Sampson will never be laid off again. Because we have said school districts can make sure that they're able to protect the best and the brightest, to reward them in the classroom, to make sure that even when times are tough, those are the people they get to ultimately preserve, because they're the ones having the greatest impact on the students in the classroom. That's something we need to do all across the country, not just in my state, but everywhere else across America. Because, again, we got some great teachers out there, but we've also got some scenarios where it's just not working well. What we've also found, the other interesting thing is, when we did this, it was like a weight was lifted, in the sense that a lot of folks who'd gotten into teaching for the right reasons in the first place suddenly didn't have to worry about a union contract that dictated what the temperature was in the teacher's lounge or how many whiteboards there were up there, but instead actually got to collaborate with their principal and other teachers and actually find out, what are we going to do in the classroom? What kind of impact are we going to have? They started worrying less about the union contracts and more about the classroom, which is what got them into education in the first place. It was very liberating, and I'd love to see that happen all across America. Because again, I'm a huge advocate for school choice. I think it's a tremendous opportunity, particularly for low-income and middle-class families across this great country. But I want to make sure every child does well. Not just because it's a moral imperative, because I know economically, if we're going to compete in the global world that we live in today, we got to make sure that every one of our children, every student that comes out of any of our schools, be it public, charter, choice, virtual, religious, or comes out of a homeschool environment, every one of those children have got to be in a position to succeed in careers that are going to drive our economy going forward. And so it's both an economic and a moral imperative.
Let's shift gears. Federal government.
Yeah.
Let's start with Common Core.
Yeah.
You were an early supporter of Common Core. You authorized spending to get it implemented in your state. What happened? When did you change your position?
Yeah, in our case, it was a part of what was in place before we came in 2010 when I ran for governor. It wasn't even on our radar. We didn't talk about it in the 2010 election. It was not something I and most people were even hearing about at the time.
It wasn't controversial then.
No, it wasn't.
So
well, that's probably why I did. Well, part of it is as often is the case, even though it's not a federal law, as the Federal Department of Education started getting involved with some of the funding issues and things of that nature, is as often the case, which I'll get to in a minute for my solution for that overall, but it started changing things. And in our state, what happened was an issue that hadn't been on our radar was something that a number of parents, teachers, activists, and others came to us a couple years ago, about 2.5 years ago, and started talking about their concerns. And we'd hold sessions around the state, we'd listen to people, we'd talk to people, and started looking into it, something that had been enacted before I got there, and said, well, yeah, they have some legitimate concerns. Now, there were some things that went further that we checked into that weren't as some raised, but by and large, the concerns that people raised, we thought were legitimate. I've said all along, to me, the best decisions, I think, when it comes to education are made in the home and ultimately in the school. And so the closer we could get to that, the better. And part of my concern after talking to folks was that this was taking some of those decisions away from people at the local level, from parents, from teachers and others, and instead driving those from outside of our state in particular. So what we did is we put it in our budget language. We actually originally drafted language that didn't get through the legislature. Then we put in my budget language that removes the requirement for any school district in the state of Wisconsin to have to abide by or live under Common Core standards. And we took away the funding for what's called the Smarter Balance Test so that it wasn't directly tied into something dictated by the Common Core standards, and said it's up to local school districts. Now, I want high standards. I bragged before about how Wisconsin still has the second highest ACT scores in the country, even after all of our reforms. So I want high standards. I just want them set by people at the local level, by people who have to be accountable, school board members that have to be accountable to parents and teachers and citizens right back in their own communities.
But let me press you on this a little bit, because here's kind of where it becomes a challenge is you're not governor of Wisconsin anymore, you're president of the United States, let's say, and now you're responsible for every child in this country, and you're responsible for holding other governors accountable, to make sure that those promises of high standards by the states actually come true, and that they do raise standards. So the accountability piece, how do you do that?
Well, I'll challenge that premise.
Okay.
I don't think the president of the United States is responsible to hold the governors accountable. I think the people are responsible for holding the governors accountable. And by that, that's a good, and I know others have different opinions, but that's just a philosophical belief of mine, is that the federal government should not be, nor is it in a very good place, it doesn't have a very good track record of that either, of holding anybody accountable. When you look at not just education, but the VA and IRS and all these other places out there, the federal government's the last place in the world I want holding state and local school districts accountable. To me, part of the problem is I would inverse it and say, my solution, in terms of and I've talked about this for some time, not just at education summits, I believe not only in education, but in other areas, I would like to take the money and the power from Washington in education, take the money and the power and send it back to the states, which ultimately get back to the schools. Because if you think about this mix, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The federal government gives you a fraction of the money that we spend on public education in this country. Most of it comes either from states or from local property taxpayers. Some combination, it varies state by state. Some have more, some have less in terms of the state versus the property tax. But the vast, vast majority of money spent on traditional public education comes from a mix of state and local property tax funds. The federal government sends very little money down, but it has a disproportionately large impact in terms of the regulations that come with that money. So we're always jumping through hoops and hurdles to get a fraction of that money and doing things that may not, in any way, not just with Common Core, but with other things, that may not be aligned with what the expectations are of people within those states and particularly within those individual school districts. So to me, the best answer, if you want accountability, is send the money and the power back to the states. It's the same reason why I'm a great advocate for school choice. If you have comparable and if you have objective and comparable standards by which parents can look and say, if my kid goes to this school versus that school versus that school, and you don't dictate who gets to determine whether that's good or bad, you actually trust the parents to make the right decision. As long as those parents have access to good information about what those schools are doing, then I trust parents to make the right decision. I'll give you a good example of this. A couple years ago, we expanded school choice the first time statewide. We had a cap, so it's slowly grown. I had a mom I met last fall from Appleton, Wisconsin, a woman by the name of Dana. She came up to me and told me how, with tears in her eyes, how she had two kids who were still in school. She had two older kids, but two kids who were in school, one of which was her son. Her son had gone to a traditional public school in Appleton. She was very careful not to belittle the public schools. She said overall they were good, but for her son, that school that they were at was not the right school. Her son was doing poorly in school. His test scores were down. He was being bullied. He felt bad about his situation. He didn't like school at all. And so that mother took advantage of our expansion of school's choice outside of Milwaukee and Racine and was one of the first vouchers outside of that traditional area to go and use it in the Fox Valley. Well, she came up to me last fall. She first came up to our Lieutenant Governor, Rebecca Clayfish, and told me the story, and I went and found her myself because she was worried that my opponent was going to get rid of that program. She was shaking. She had tears in her eyes. She was worried that it was going to go away if I didn't continue to be the governor. The story she told me was so moving. It's the reason why the heart of the things we're doing here. She said, I just want to tell you how grateful I am for that voucher. Because my son, who is low in his grades, low in his test scores, has seen his scores more than double. He's doing well in school. He's in the band. He joined the football team. He loves school now. This was the right choice for my family. To me, it's not, and I loved her attitude. She was not saying that public schools are bad. She just said for her son and their family, that was not the right place for him, for whatever different circumstances out there. And so my view overall is we need to make sure that we provide parents as many great educational opportunities as possible. And we need to lift them all up. And so to me, the ultimate level of accountability goes right down to the household and saying parents are the best places to hold schools accountable as long as we give them plenty of information to go and make the best educated choice for their children.
So what do you see your role as president then? I mean, clearly you care deeply about this issue. You're passionate about it. You've spent a lot of time working on it. If elected president, how do you ensure that the issue stays front and center and that you are convincing the country that we have to prepare our kids for this 21st century economy?
Well, a combination of things. Certainly making that sort of move early on is going to take, I talked about not just doing it, but talking about it. It's going to take a fair amount of conversation, not only with the Congress, but with the American people, both in this campaign and after taking office, because that's not something you can do with an executive order. As much as this president has moved the line on executive orders, I actually still believe in the Constitution, so that's something you'd have to do with the Congress and with the states to make that sort of a transition. But I believe that's part of the discussion we want to have. I always tell folks, there's a lot of talk in Washington about different ways to explain things. I tell people the best way to explain it is right here. Where would you rather spend this dollar? Would you rather send it to Washington, where they skim money off the top, spend it in the bureaucracy, just kitty corner from the United States Capitol and the Department of Education? Or whether you do that, or what's the better alternative? Would you rather just keep it in your own home state so it can be spent on your kid's school? I think most Americans, Republican, Democrat, or somewhere in between, would rather keep that dollar right in their own state so it can stay closer to their child's school. And that's really what we're talking about. To me, that would be part of the discussion out there. Is you can be a great advocate for higher standards, for excelling, for doing more in education without having to have all the power. In fact, I think one of the mistakes is sometimes in government, those that think they have all the power are doing some of the least good for actually helping people in the schools as opposed to unleashing that power out to the schools and saying, let's talk about those high standards. Let's talk about, really about competition. Now, if we laid out and we said, okay, this state, and as president and as leaders in the president's administration talking about, here's a state that's doing something really amazing, and here's another state that's doing something really amazing. That's the concept of what our founders thought about when they thought about the great republic that we live in. That you empower the states to go out and be the innovators, the ones that are pushing the edge to do the most dynamic, exciting things. I know probably a lot of you already. I just got in here. I was in from Minneapolis earlier talking about yesterday innovations in healthcare and repealing Obamacare, but you probably have talked about some of this. But to me, I think there's a needed discussion in this country, not just about where the money comes from, but about what are the best methods to provide education for the future. I've got two sons, as I mentioned now, who are 20 and 21. I think about how much differently they learned than I did. But I look at my nieces who are still in elementary school. My youngest is 8 years old. I think about Eva. In fact, she was on our Winnebago a couple weeks ago as we were traveling around Iowa, and we were playing this game on her iPad. And I just thought about how different even her education is, even than Matt and Alex's a few years later. And this idea that we still learn the same way that our parents and our grandparents did, where everybody at the same age sits in the same classroom and learns essentially the same thing, those are all things we need to challenge. And I think in this world of technology and innovation, again, the more you can get it back to the state and the local level, the better off we're going to be.
We've talked about that a lot today, so let me let you expand on that a little bit, the innovation piece. You know, are there schools, you know, specifically that you think are doing really interesting things, or to, you know, kind of paint a picture, if you will, of what the classroom of the future might look like for your grandkids?
Which hopefully is not too soon, because my kids are still junior and senior year of college, and they're not married yet and don't have a job, so I hope they do it in the right order there. But I do have a grandnephew, actually thinking about that, little Jonas, who's 5, and actually one of the most amazing things in that issue, he's 5, he lives in Phoenix, Arizona with my nephew and my nephew's wife, and we talk to him frequently. How? On my iPhone with FaceTime. In fact, it was kind of cute. A couple years ago when I first became governor, we were, you know, when all the protests and that were going on, all this attention, I remember one Sunday I was on the Sunday morning show, and my nephew must have had the TV on, and Jonas was so used to, back then it was Skype, now it's FaceTime, was so used to talking to me every so often on FaceTime and blowing kisses and that I was on one of those Sunday morning shows, and Jonas ran up to the TV and started blowing kisses, and then it went to the moderator, and he kept looking back at his dad like, where's Uncle Scott? Why isn't he blowing kisses back at me? But he's 5. And you think about that, or I think about my sons, you know, tying a tie. My son Matthew can tie a bow tie much better than I can, not because I taught him, because he learned it on YouTube. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And you think about how technology, just in the last few years, has changed. I've got a reading buddy at a school called Bruce Guadalupe School in Milwaukee. Every year I get lined up with a 3rd grader and read with him or her. And just in the last few years, watching at that school and others like them, it's not just about reading, then they go over and do things on the computer where they interact and they're learning. There's just so many new ways to learn that even a few years ago we hadn't thought about. That's why this idea, this one-size-fits-all mentality out of Washington, particularly out of Washington, when you think about how far behind Washington is, that's the last place. We've got great places that deal with technology innovation. They're not, by and far, they're not in our nation's capital. We need to get them out to where people are leading the charge, and then allow that kind of competition to have state by state, school by school, community by community.
Do you have anyone in mind for Secretary of Education? And obviously, you're probably not going to announce that today. But who do you listen to? Who influences your thinking around education policy? Who's inspired you to take on some of these fights?
Well, and you're right, I won't announce, as we get closer, as I did for governor, I announced with each of my cabinet positions 3 or 4 people. Actually, a little known fact, by law, you cannot, by law, commit to anybody for a cabinet position. So most candidates don't know that. So you can't tell people in advance of the election that they have a position, but you can tell people the kind of people you'd be looking at. I'll do that for all different cabinet positions, just as I did for governor years ago, closer to the election. But it's a long list of folks. There are folks I've looked at even in my own state. Certainly over the years, I admired Dr. Howard Fuller, who was a leader, was a superintendent, who now works at Marquette University, has been a leader in that. Betsy, you had up before, we've worked with her and her team on a lot of issues. We worked with others around the country. But everywhere we go, one of the great things is I get introduced to people who've got new ideas, new innovations, and that's part of the reason why, to me, I realize Washington shouldn't be the sole place that gets to determine who are the leaders out there when it comes to education innovation. They're happening every day in classrooms and communities all across America. What we want to do is unleash that potential and free people up to go out and be accountable, but be accountable to the people in your communities and most importantly to the parents in your schools.
Tell us about a teacher. You've talked a lot about teachers earlier, but if there's one in particular, I just want you to get personal for a second. If there's someone in your life, a teacher who particularly influenced you or inspired you?
Yeah, it's kind of
and why, so that we can try to understand if it's something that, you know, is applicable in a bigger way.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of fun. A couple weeks ago, when we were in that same Winnebago I talked about in Iowa, I grew up in Wisconsin, but before I was in 3rd grade, from 1970 to 77, I lived in Plainfield, Iowa, a small little town, about 450 people. It was one of those where if you close your eyes for a second, you've gone through it, but a great town. And I was back there on the campaign trail with my family. My parents came along that day, and we saw Betty Balsley, who was my 3rd grade elementary school teacher. In fact, it was kind of neat. She and her husband, Larry, were there. They had been members of our church in that small little town. And in a way, for her, actually, it ties into the church, because I think for her, part of her living her faith was how she was a teacher, that she really cared for me and for the other students that were part of her class in the many years after I was long gone. But she really showed this just kind of emotional attachment, which is really important in elementary school, because part of your love, I think, for education doesn't just come from the education itself. It comes from the warmth that you feel from the teacher in the classroom, the connection that the student has with the teacher, and that feeling that I like school because I like my teacher, I feel good about school, I feel good about myself. And that's what Mrs. Balsley gave to me, and I think to other students out there. And then in doing that, then it offered her the opportunity to inspire us, not just to want to do better in school, but in turn to want to do better in life. Not just to do better on a test or an exam or in social study, or excuse me, on homework, but to ultimately want to do better in life. And I think back to her all the way back to third grade, but there were plenty of other great teachers in Delavan, where I then moved on, in middle school and high school, and I've seen a lot with my own kids. In fact, excuse me, the irony of that story I told you before about Megan Sampson is, even though she got laid off in Milwaukee, not long after my reforms, the Wauwatosa School District, where my kids grew up in, graduated from, used my reforms and had some room to hire some teachers. And one of the teachers they hired was Megan Sampson. And my son Alex's senior year, she was his English teacher. And I did a parent-teacher conference with her, and she was everything that you'd think. She was a wonderful, never talked a thing about politics or about me, just talked about how Alex was doing, and was exactly the kind of great teacher you'd expect. And so that just reaffirmed to me. I remember a couple of years ago, I told our principal at Wauwatosa East High School, Nick Hughes, how appreciative I was to him and to the other teachers, because even though I knew, obviously, a lot of the folks there politically probably didn't agree with everything I did or how I did it, they never let it interfere with my sons, Matt and Alex. They were always good and decent to them. They always looked, in fact, Mr. Hughes always was looking out. One point, Michael Moore, you know, the infamous movie maker, if that's what you want to call it, encouraged kids to walk out of school on a Friday afternoon. And Mr. Hughes, the principal, actually went in and found one of my kids and brought him into his office so that my son wouldn't have to see it. He was worried out of a high school of 1,100 that maybe a bunch of kids would walk off. As it was, about 15 walked off. And I think my son Alex said about only 5 of them really knew why. The other 10 thought they were just getting off of school. But he said that the amazing thing is he walked out of Mr. Hughes' office, and a bunch of their friends had made a sign that showed that they all signed, hundreds of them signed, that said they supported my sons Matt and Alex. And I said that was just that kind of mindset, that no matter what they thought about me politically, that to me embodies a great teacher, and in this case a great principal, was somebody who cares about the kids no matter what their politics, no matter what their background. They're always in it for the kids. And to me, that's what makes a great teacher.
We talked a lot earlier about the federal stuff, but I didn't ask you about the debate that's happening in Washington right now around the big federal legislation, ESEA reauthorization, or the update of No Child Left Behind. What do you think about it? What's good about it, or what's bad? I mean, there's probably a lot you think bad about it, but they're making a lot of revisions. What do you think will come out of that? What do you want to have come out of that?
Well, I appreciate the interest behind it, you know, all the way back to President Bush years ago and that. But I just got to tell you, even with the best of intentions, I talked before about barriers. The more barriers you put in front of education at the state and the local level, the more challenges are out there. And the best of intentions always bleed into something else out there. And that's why, for me, just fundamentally, my answer to that is I think we're much better off if the money, and the resources, and the responsibilities for education go back to the state and the local level. It doesn't mean the president shouldn't use the bully pulpit, doesn't mean that we shouldn't be speaking out, but I just think long term, we're much better off if we go down that path. And that means, in this regard, I'm not just going to be challenging the other party, I'm going to be challenging some of my own party. But that's all right, I've done that before. When I did what we did a few years ago, long before the union protesters, long before taking on the liberal special interests from Washington, we had to take on our own party's establishment. And we weren't intimidated from them, nor any of the others who took us on along the way. We certainly wouldn't be intimidated from doing what we think is right, to act in the best interest of children and students all across this great country.
We just got a couple of minutes left. You mentioned the bully pulpit. What would be the one or the most important message from the bully pulpit you deliver as president around education and the future of this country?
Well, I think actually two things. One, just overall the importance of it, that it's both a moral but an economic issue. And to that end, on the second point, an economic issue, I would particularly want to tell, if I had the bully pulpit as president, I'd want to say, not just to students, but to parents, to guidance counselors, to teachers and others out there, that we need people who are prepared in all sorts of different careers. And that means we need to lift up our sons and daughters who choose to be welders and machinists and fabricators, IT technicians, nursing assistants, and others, just as much as we choose to lift up those who want to be doctors or lawyers. Because right now, I think there's this misguided perception that if you don't go on to a four-year college or university, that you're not going to have a great career. And I just think that's a huge mistake, because one, it's not true, but two, the evolving number of careers, good paying, decent family supporting careers that we have, more often than not in my state and others across the country, require a 2-year associate degree, be it in a technical college or a community college, whatever you want to call it in your state. And there's great careers there. And we talk a lot about student loan debt and problems there, which is very legitimate. That's why I kept tuition down, first time ever 4 years in a row at my state universities, because I think instead of just talking about more federal money in, actually pushing tuition down or at least keeping it frozen is more important than just pushing more federal money into it. But in this case, I think, when you look at a lot of young people who've gone into careers after a 2-year technical or community college degree, they got less student loan debt, they got out in the workforce sooner, and many of them are making $15,000 to $20,000 more a year than some of their classmates who are out a few years later. And so we need to make sure that every one of our students understand early on, ideally 6th, 7th grade, that there are many great career choices out there. They need to pick, they need to think about what they like, what they're interested in, what they're good at, and what kind of careers are out there, and make choices earlier on in school so that then they're not just pushed into things and having to choose between, well, you're just going to be in a service industry or you're going to have to go to a 4-year postgraduate college experience. There's a lot of great careers that we desperately need people to fill right now. And I think that's one of the areas the president, and I said this to President Obama a couple years ago at a meeting of all the governors. I said, Mr. President, this is not a partisan issue. This is not a political question. I asked the president then, unfortunately, he didn't make it the kind of push I've made in my own state, but is we need to make sure that every one of our students understands that there's a great career choice out for them, and they don't all have to do the same thing, but they all have to know that there's different steps for different people to do well in life.
Governor Scott Walker, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Governor.
Appreciate it. Okay, let the shuffling begin for maybe 30 seconds. Ready? Thank you. Yeah, I'll take another one. Thank you. Oh, awesome. Thanks. Okay. Is he there? Okay, we're just about ready. Everybody, if you can take your seat. Are we good? Are the seats a little hard? We needed cushions. All right, 2 more to go. Let's please join me in welcoming Governor Bobby Jindal.
Thank you for having me. Pretty neat.
Isn't that? It's the best thing about the summit. Governor, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here with you, and thank you all for coming out as well. I know it's been a long day for the audience, so thank you all for being here as well. And I want to thank the school for hosting us. Aren't they great to let us be here?
They're amazing, amazing. So you and I have known each other for a long time. I'm originally from Louisiana. So I want to start with some of the really exciting and inspiring things that are happening there. But first, kind of start, which is the way everybody has started today, I'm talking about New Orleans, but the state more generally. There have been so many things have changed since I was a little girl growing up there. But talk about, before we get into the great stories of New Orleans today, talk about what it was like pre-Katrina, before you were governor, but some of the challenges that Louisiana was facing in education.
Absolutely. And first of all, Campbell, I want to thank you for hosting this forum and focusing people's attention on education in particular. You know, look, we can spend the entire time talking about how important it is in terms of boosting children's income, reducing the chances they get pregnant as teenagers, in terms of increasing the chances they'll go to college, in terms of if America wants to improve healthcare outcomes, we want to be a superpower, we want to grow our economy, we have to improve our educational systems. If we want to be an aspirational society, we have to improve our educational systems. If we want to be a self-governing republic, we have to improve our educational systems. It is very, you know, next week will be the 10th anniversary of Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. And I know the president's coming to New Orleans, the national media will be there, there'll be a lot of attention on Louisiana. It is very tempting, it's very easy to look back and say, Hurricanes Katrina and Rita caused all of our problems. And that's not true and it's not fair. As you know, and just to take the public school system as an example, pre-Hurricane Katrina, the AP described New Orleans' public school system as one of the worst in the. Not only did you have parents that would tell you their children were going to schools where they didn't feel safe, they were going to schools where there weren't just basic supplies in the bathrooms, there wasn't paper and pen in the classrooms, they were going to schools where they didn't feel like they were actually learning. We had horrific stories. There was a valedictorian of one school, 4.0 graduate, who couldn't get an ACT score high enough to actually go to college. And this was the valedictorian. There was so much endemic and systemic corruption. You had the department, you had the federal investigators, you had the FBI, they literally had investigations going on. There were stories about employees being paid that were no longer alive, their families were still getting their paychecks, or people getting paid for work they didn't do. It is hard to overstate how bad the public school system was. And it was also an expensive public school system. We spent more per student in New Orleans. So just to put it in perspective, over 60% of the kids in New Orleans were going to failing schools. Only a little over half were actually graduating from high school when you look at the cohort graduation rate. And you go on and on and on, but the bottom line was you had children trapped in failing schools. If you lived in a wealthy zip code, chances are you could go to a great private school or a good public school, but if you didn't, chances are you were trapped in a failing school.
So Hurricane Katrina happens 10 years ago, and there's a decision to be made, which is, you know, schools are wiped out. And do you go back to the old model, or do you revolutionize education? And I think it's fair to say, because there's no other place in the country like it, like New Orleans today. Talk about what's happened there when the decision was made to revolutionize.
Well, and I think that's exactly right. I would invite everybody to come and learn and see the New Orleans example, because yes, there were some unique challenges there with Hurricane Katrina and Rita, but there are lessons I think that can be applied everywhere across the entire country. Those lessons are not unique to New Orleans. We've applied those lessons statewide, and other cities have come and learned. I want to point out there were three, I think, absolutely critical decision points. So Louisiana already had a recovery school district law on the books before Katrina and Rita. And the idea was that as public schools didn't do well, they would go into a recovery school district, their leadership would be changed, and they'd be turned around. What happened after Katrina was that process was sped up dramatically. So all of the infrastructure was wiped out. And you're right, the state basically had to step in, and the state said, we're going to put all of these schools in the recovery school district. The first critical decision was this, and it wasn't instantaneous. It took a little bit of time, but the first important decision was the state realized we don't have the capacity or the desire to operate every one of these schools. You know, if we just go in and try to micromanage these schools, it's going to be a mess. So instead, they chartered those schools. One of the reasons New Orleans has almost every student, it's not quite every student, it's over 90% of the students are in charter schools, is because of that key decision. And so all kinds of foundations came in. The Gates Foundation, the Broad Foundation, Teach for America came, all kinds of different groups. It became a laboratory for experimentation and innovation. That was the first critical decision. The second, and by the way, part of that decision was also they had to decide what teachers to hire, and they basically said, we're starting from scratch. We're not going to simply hire teachers based on seniority or just hire back the same folks that have been here before. Now, they can come apply for a job, but we're starting from scratch, so these charter schools are going to hire the best and brightest, and some of those were teachers in the system, some of those were brand new applicants. It was a mix and match. The second critical decision. So in 2008, we started a school choice program, my first year as governor in New Orleans, And we said the dollars should follow the child instead of the child following the dollars. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about what that means, but it really means that every child learns differently. And it really means that choice and competition work. And we can talk more about how that has benefited not only the students whose parents put them in private schools or non-traditional schools, it's also benefited the parents and their children who are in traditional public schools as well. Now, we've expanded that program statewide, and I hope we'll get a chance to talk about course choice and scholarship, tuition organizations, and other policies we have done. But I think the second critical choice was deciding that we were going to introduce choice and competition. And by the time we expanded it statewide, I'm proud to say we had about half the Senate Democrats and about a quarter of the House Democrats that voted for that. It was very contentious. We only got it out of the House by one vote, but we didn't have a vote to spare when we did it in New Orleans. And we can talk about the teachers' unions and the fights we had, but that was, I think, the second critical step. The third critical step, today, New Orleans is a 100% choice city. And what that means is every parent decides where their children go to school. So even if your children goes to the traditional public school in your community, you make a decision. There's a unified application process where every parent applies and decides, and it's ranked by parent preference. Now, I could talk to you all day about why choice and competition work. I want to share with you just a couple of numbers. I remember I told you over 60% of those kids were in failing schools before Katrina. According to Tulane, the Cowan Institute, now it's less than 10%. So in 5 years, we were able to double the percentage of kids doing reading and math on grade level. The graduation rate was a little over 50%, it's now over 70% in the city. And so you've seen a dramatic change. The reason I tell you that, a lot of times people that are opposed to educational change will tell you, look, we're making incremental progress, just give us more time. Just give us a little bit more time. But the reality is children only grow up once. If we don't give them a great education today, it's too late tomorrow. Education reform is not about the adults in the classroom, it's about the children. Now, other cities and states have come to study the New Orleans model. Because the question you might ask is, all right, what does this mean to us? If we don't have a hurricane, can we have school reform? And the answer is yes. So other states, I know Michigan, Detroit, I know Tennessee, and other states have come and tried it, and they've all adapted it differently. But this recovery school district model has been studied, and school choice works. That's not something that you have to wait. We've done school choice statewide. I do want to say one thing about Hurricane Katrina, because again, the anniversary is next week. We're commemorating 10 years. It's too glib. Some people are tempted to say, well, look, New Orleans and Louisiana, they're better off because of the storms. Maybe the storms are a good thing. That's a ridiculous thing to say. I wouldn't wish that devastation on anybody. The reality is over 1,000 people lost their lives. Almost 2,000, but over 1,000 people lost their lives, over $100 billion property damage. So many lives were disrupted, communities and neighborhoods destroyed. The point I hope everybody hears, it doesn't take a Katrina to cause us to be able to do education reform. In some ways, you have our own education disaster happening today in many communities where children are already trapped in failing schools, and it shouldn't take a hurricane to cause us to take the drastic steps, not incremental steps, but the big steps to change that situation so they can all have a chance to get a great education.
So New Orleans is the only 100% choice place in the country, right?
That's right.
So how do you go back, you mentioned this at the beginning, but go back to the barriers, because in some places it feels like you do need a moment that is the impetus for that kind of dramatic change. How do you do it? How do you get beyond the barriers that are in place?
I think there were three things, and I apologize. Every time I answer a question, my wife says, if she asks me what I want for dinner, I will say three things. I tend to think in three. I don't know why that is. I'm sure that somebody could figure that out. But I'll tell you, there at least, I apologize, there were three things I think that were, when you look at the barriers and the obstacles that you have to overcome that we did at least, and I think they can be helpful for others. First, there are going to be powerful forces of the status quo. And so one of the most obnoxious comments I ever heard was from a leader in the teachers union in Louisiana that said when we were fighting for statewide school choice, said that parents don't have a clue when it comes to making choices for their kids. Now I met with a group of moms the next day that said, we make choices for our kids every day. We know the needs of our kids better than the bureaucrats in Baton Rouge or DC. So one obstacle is there are a lot of people that benefit from the status quo. And they are going to fight. And they try to recall my speaker. They try to recall me. I had joked that, they used to have so many protests in front of the Capitol. I would tell my children were younger at the time, I would tell them those are parades for daddy. And that's why they have daddy's picture on all their posters out there. you had a couple of districts that told their teachers, you could have the day off if you want to go to the Capitol and protest the governor's policies. I mean, it got that bad. So one obstacle, and I don't think it's most of the teachers themselves. I want to be very clear about that. The teachers, in my mind, are the heroes in education. They're on the front lines. And I actually think good policies, and we're talking about school choice right now, but we can talk about educator freedom policies, actually are good for good teachers. And many of them have come to me and said, thank you for changing the system. So we're now rewarded based on student achievement, and we're actually given extra recognition and compensation for doing a good job. We're not just evaluated how long we've been breathing or how long we've been in the classroom. But the first obstacle, where there are going to be folks that are invested in the status quo, and that brings me to the second thing that I think was so important in our state, was we marshaled the forces. This is often an asymmetrical fight. The people that don't want change show up, and they tell the legislators, we are single issue voters, or special interest groups, or donors, or political activists, and if you cross us on this, we are going to remember it forever. And the people that are for school choice or education reform oftentimes are the same people that are at the Capitol fighting for lower taxes, less government, and many other good things. Well, if you're a legislator, if you're a politician, you've got one side telling you this is all I care about. And you've got another side that tells you I've got 10 issues I care about. That's an uneven fight. And I'm very proud that we had business leaders and others that showed up at the Capitol and said, you know what, we're going to make education reform our top priority. When I ran for re-election, we raised quite a few resources. We targeted both Republicans and Democrats that were opposed to school reform, education reform, and school choice, and said, all right, we're gonna go and help you if you're for this. We're gonna come against you if you're against this. We have 144 legislators. I offered to meet with every single one of them going into my second term, and I said, I will listen to whatever you want to talk about, but before you leave my office, I'm gonna ask where you stand on 4 critical bills. And one of those was bringing statewide school choice in Louisiana, 4 education bills. So the second thing I think is important is the folks that are for reform, we have to make this a priority. We have to be as passionate about this as the other side is about protecting the status quo. And the third and final, the most important element in this, it was the parents. You know, it is easy to say no to a politician, to a governor, to a legislator, to even an employer. But when you've got moms, and I will say it tended to be disproportionately moms, showing up at the Capitol and saying, this isn't political for me, this is about my little boy and my little girl. That's incredibly powerful. There is nothing more persuasive than a passionate parent saying, I want my child to have a better future than I had. And for me, this is about whether they get to live the American dream. Now, I do want to applaud, I know one of your co-sponsors here, and I see Betsy and some of the other folks out here were incredibly helpful in Louisiana. I've got to say that. They helped to level the playing field by showing up for that fight. And it wasn't an overnight fight. I mean, I've made it sound like we just did this and magically it happened. This was year after year, and they went and sat down and talked to local leaders and parents. And it's a lot of hard work in the trenches. The good news is, I think momentum is building on our side in state after state across party lines.
Could you take the New Orleans model statewide? I mean, can you?
Absolutely, and so what we have done 3 things. So we've doubled the number of charter schools in Louisiana. And so we've got charter schools. We've expanded the way charter schools are approved and funded all across our state in rural communities and urban communities. Secondly, we have done a statewide scholarship program that was started in New Orleans where parents can choose to send their kids to private or parochial or other schools. Third, we have done course choice. And I'm very excited about this, where a child can start their day in a public school and then take courses that are privately offered, and the dollars will go and pay for those courses. We had 20,000 students doing that last year. We'll have over 30,000 students doing that this year. And then finally, we have a scholarship tuition organization program where we do a dollar-for-dollar tax rebate for folks that will donate to groups that will pay for children to go to these scholarships, pay for these scholarships for children to go to private schools. We have 3 organizations doing that this year. We'll have over 1,000 kids. One of the things you see is this rapid double-digit growth in all of these programs. And so we started with small numbers, and every year we have seen the demand grow faster than the supply. One of the exciting things for me this year, and in the last couple of years, we're seeing more and more schools open and more capacity being provided in every part of the state. And some will try to tell you, you can only do this in an urban area, and that's nonsense. We've got successful charter schools in rural areas. We've got school choice in every part of the state. Every child can learn. And the reality is we need to give them the opportunity. Too often we put barriers, and too often we tell them that you have to go to this one-size-fits-all classroom. You think about the way we educate our children, it really is an outdated kind of industrial era framework where it's everybody's going to learn at the same time, at the same pace, in the same classroom. Even if one student may be struggling, another student may be advanced, and it really isn't good for teachers, it isn't good for students. So absolutely, we've been able to do this statewide as well.
Is there one policy that you wanted to get done in Louisiana that you haven't been able to?
Sure, look, I am proud that we were able to make huge changes in tenure. So for example, today in Louisiana, you have to be the most effective teacher 5 out of 6 years to earn tenure. If you're ineffective in 1 year, you lose tenure. You're ineffective for 3 years, you lose your teaching certificate. We've done all these choice programs. One of the things I'd like to see is universal choice. And so we've gone very far, almost just under 300,000 students are eligible for the scholarship and the STO programs I described. I'd like to be that. I'd like those programs to be available to every single student. I mean, the reality is it's the right thing to do, but even for parents that can afford it on their own, why should they pay twice? Why should they pay taxes and then tuition? So I'd love to see it expanded so that was available for everybody. I will say this, if you had to pick one thing to do, because we also gave letter grades to public schools, which I think helped build the momentum for change as well. If you had to pick only one thing, there's no silver bullet in education, but if you had to pick one thing to do, I would emphasize choice and competition. Let the dollars follow the students, because that unleashes so many positive forces. I mean, if you could only pick one thing, if you really felt like, all right, I don't have 5 bills I can pass, I don't have 5 things I can get, I want to do tenure reform, I want to get choice done, and I think you'll see dramatic improvements, and improvements also for the students that stay in the traditional public schools, and that's important. You see an improvement for the kids in the public schools as well as the kids that go to the non-traditional or the private schools, and you save taxpayers millions of dollars.
So let's talk about Common Core.
Sure.
You were a big proponent of Common Core in the early days. I moderated a panel with you and Condoleezza Rice, and we were talking, it was, a couple of years after Common Core had been implemented, and you were still really pushing it. What happened? Why did you change your mind?
Look, I like the concept of what we thought Common Core was going to be. We were told voluntary, locally controlled, high standards. Now, who's against that? I mean, Louisiana, before there was No Child Left Behind, had testing, had accountability, and actually won a lot of awards even before, and this was before I was governor. I'm bragging about folks that came before me. They had done a lot of these things. We didn't need the federal government to come in and tell us how to do this. This is what Common Core has become instead. And I've got 2 main objections to Common Core. The first is philosophically, I've never believed in a federal government role for making curricula or other decisions that should be done at the local and at the state level. And so now you've got the federal government using No Child Left Behind waivers. Over 40 states have waivers, by the way, or funding our own tax dollars to tell states you've got to adopt these Common Core standards or you don't get your own money back or you don't get waivers.
Let me stop you for 1 second, though.
Sure.
Because the federal government did that from the very beginning. They incentivized adoption of Common Core with federal dollars, and you still supported it for 2 years after, and you were taking those federal dollars from right to the top.
This was like Obamacare. You had to pass the bill to know what was in it. We didn't know because there was no opportunity for accountability or input. In our state, for example, we believe the Department of Education didn't follow the procurement code. They didn't follow the Administrative Procedures Act. So parents thought they would have a chance to provide input. University experts thought they'd have a chance to provide input. And instead, we now have math experts saying, this is no way to teach math. We've got parents saying we weren't listened to. We've got moms saying they were disrespected when they try to show up and provide input. They weren't listened. And the same thought. Now, remember, we just spent a lot of time talking about how parents are the most important decision makers for their children. If we believe that about school choice, how can we turn around and say, well, we don't want to respect and listen to those same moms when it comes to Common Core and curricula decisions? And so we're actually in federal court right now suing Arne Duncan, saying he violated federal law and the 10th Amendment to the Constitution when it comes to Common Core. But I've got a second concern. The first is philosophical. And the first is I don't think the federal government should be adopting one-size-fits-all standards. Today it's math and ELA. I just asked this hypothetical question. I'm a conservative Republican. What if President Obama's administration, and I'm not saying they are today, but what if they were proposing American history standards? What kind of American history would we be teaching? It would be about victimhood. It wouldn't be about American exceptionalism. It would be about America's shortcomings and failures from a president who I don't believe believes in American exceptionalism. But secondly, and more practically, we've got 3 young kids at home. My youngest is now 9 years old. He's in the 4th grade. My kids are good at math. And I'm proud of them. Look, their mom's a chemical engineer, so maybe they got their math from their mom. That's great. They're good at math. And they do very, very well in school. My little boy was in the 2nd grade a couple of years ago. He brought home, they were doing Common Core math in his school. He got all the answers right. But the way they teach math is not the way that you and I learn. And this is simple math. This isn't complicated. This is 18 plus 4 is 22. This kind of math. You and I would have learned by adding up those numbers in a column and carrying over the digits. And it worked. Today, it is a 6-step process involving circles and rectangles, and 18 plus 4 becomes 20 minus 2. And this is what happened to my little boy. This is what happened to my little boy. He got all the answers right. But when they asked him to show the 6 steps why his answers were right, well, look, he has got the attention span of a gnat. I mean, I love him to death, but he's a little boy. And so what he wrote down for every question was, just because it is. The teacher didn't know what to do with this, so she sent it home. She marked it wrong, sent it home to my wife. And I love this. I know you would never do this to your husband, but this is what my wife does to me. She calls me up and says, you need to talk to your son. You know, it's my son when he does something wrong. And I'll be honest with you, after I talked to him for 5, I couldn't tell him he had done anything wrong. I looked at this and said, this is not an intuitive way to teach math. And Campbell, what I worry about is, my kids are good at math. And if we start frustrating kids and they don't think math is fun and they don't want to learn this, what I worry about, and whether people, I personally don't think the standards are as great as people think they are, as some of these folks in DC think they are. Even if you do, if you happen to think this is the best way to teach math, shouldn't you have the ability to go to your local school board, your local school, your local teacher, and say, hey, I agree or I disagree, or I don't think this is the way you should be able to provide that input. You can't do that with Common Core. One of the rules is 85% of the content. We're only allowed to vary 15% of the content. Why do they think they're smarter than us? Why does DC think they know better than us?
But so let me ask you this. This is me asking you as a mom.
Sure.
I have a kid who's going into 2nd grade, and he is pretty good at math. And he's learning Singapore math, which is Common Core aligned math. And he brought his math problems home to me for homework help. And I didn't understand what he was doing either, because that's not how I was taught math. But I had the opposite reaction of you. I was fascinated by how much more thoughtful he was about solving that problem than I would have been when I did rote memorization. And so I talked to his teacher about it, and that teacher said to me, you know, we're trying to teach these kids in a different, more challenging way that's better than the way we taught you math, and are you willing to evolve, even though it scares you a little bit because that's not how you learned? And if we're trying to bring our kids up to the next level as a country, shouldn't we be challenging them and being willing to allow our education system to evolve and get better, even if you don't understand how to do that math problem?
3 things. One, if you want to send your child to a school that teaches Common Core, I'm not saying you shouldn't have the right to do it. I'm saying the federal government shouldn't force it in our classrooms. That's the premise of choice and competition. If you want to send your child to that school, that's fine, but don't make my child go to that school. Secondly,
I think we have some teachers who are in conflict here.
Well, look, a majority of the teachers, the unions actually endorsed Common Core in our state. They surveyed their members. One of the unions, a majority of their teachers were frustrated with it. These are the teachers that have to teach this. Secondly, I don't mind my kids learning advanced math. I don't mind. My little girl's in high school, and I sometimes have to read her books ahead of time to learn what she's doing so I can help her with her homework. That's great. But I disagree. I want parents to be able to help their children with their homework. I don't think it's a good thing if parents are saying, I have no idea what they're learning, I can't help them, and I'm disconnected from what they're learning. But third, and this is really, I think, at the root of this, we either think that parents and local communities are smart enough to adopt good standards for their kids and tough standards, or we think this will only happen if people in DC force us to do this because they're smarter than us and they know better than us. I just don't think that's true. I don't think the nation's collective wisdom is in DC. I worry for our country. I think we're becoming more and more dependent on the government. I think we are going the way of Greece. I think we need to get power out of DC. I think it's the problem with Obamacare. I think it's the problem with $18 trillion of debt. I think it's the problem with Common Core. Look, you've got now Republicans running for president proposing new entitlement programs, which I disagree with. I just think we can't afford the government we've got. Why are we doing this? So I don't think all of the wisdom is in D.C. I think that, again, we just had a great conversation about we believe in choice and competition, empowering parents. We either believe in that or we don't. And if we believe in it, let's not be a little bit pregnant. Let's trust those parents all the way.
So what becomes your role if elected president in improving public education nationally then? Would you argue for abolishing the Department of Education?
Well, first of all, look, I think I've cut more state government workers than anybody. We've got 30,000 fewer state bureaucrats than the day I took office, 34% reduction. There's nobody else running that's even cut government. We've cut our budget 26%. I think the federal Department of Education should be doing three things. First of all, what they shouldn't be doing. They spend billions of dollars on teacher quality programs that haven't been proven to actually improve teacher quality. So block grant those programs or get those dollars to the states or just get rid of those programs. They measure inputs, not outputs, and it's a mistake in terms of measuring teacher quality. You look at Title I programs, block grant those dollars to the state or make them portable and divisible, do backpack funding where they follow the student and parents can actually spend those dollars on their children. Right now, those dollars don't always go to the classrooms where the students that they were intended to help are actually educated. You look at why in the world is the federal government, I know we're here to talk about what goes on in the classroom, but why are they telling us what to serve in the cafeterias? I mean, I've got 3 kids in public schools. At one point, they all ate the public school lunches. Last year, it was 1, and we had to pack him a lunch on top of this public school lunch because he was coming home hungry. This year, none of them is eating what's in the cafeteria. So 3 things the federal Department of Education should be doing. True civil rights enforcement, not these bogus political cases. The Department of Justice sued Louisiana against trying to stop school choice, even though over 90% of the kids are from minority families, 100% of the kids are from low-income families, 100% of those families made the choice to send their kids to these schools, and they were coming out of C, D, or F public schools. We won that lawsuit, but I mean true civil rights, not political. Secondly, deregulation. And third, transparency. Beyond that, why is the federal Department of Education coming up with student expulsion policies? Why are they trying to tell local schools about curriculum? There's a lot the federal Department of Education is doing they shouldn't be doing, and I don't believe it's constitutional. There are 3 federal laws that I believe that they are breaking today over Common Core because they are not supposed to be involved in these local decisions. So 3 things I think they should be doing.
So explain the accountability piece to me, because you fought as governor in Louisiana to justify how state tax dollars are spent so that you can be accountable to state taxpayers. So now you're president, our federal tax dollars are going to be block granted to the states. So how do you assure us that our federal tax dollars are being spent appropriately if you're just handing them over?
2 things. One, I think the best accountability, and if you only had one, I'd say the best accountability system, parents. They know their kids better than anybody. They're asymmetrical. They know the needs, and they care more about their children than anybody else. And you either trust them or you don't. And I know there are a lot of elites that don't, and think parents aren't smart enough to know what kind of insurance to buy or to have religious liberty or Second Amendment rights. If you live in New York, you're not smart enough to know not to drink big gulps, 10 times a day. I mean, you either trust parents or you don't. I trust parents. But secondly, look, I do think I think there's a role for the federal Department of Education to benchmark all the different tests that various folks want. I don't think the federal government should be forcing a test onto schools or saying you have to use these tests, but I think benchmarking can be very useful. And in that way, as a parent, I can know when my kids take a test how they compare to kids in Singapore or in New York or in New Hampshire, in Iowa or anywhere else. We can compare our kids to other states in other countries without every child having to take the same test. And let me say this about testing. I know there are some that are against Common Core, that are against accountability. I'm for accountability. Louisiana had accountability even before there was No Child Left Behind. I'm not for No Child Left Behind. That's a whole other discussion. I think that gave too much power to the federal government. And by the way, Common Core is not the first or the last time the federal government will try to take over a curricula or local classrooms. There will be another attempt after this one is done. We've got to be vigilant. But when it comes to testing, I think we need to have more flexibility. When you've got a high-performing classroom or school, why not give them more flexibility in how they test, how frequently they test, what they test? There are all kinds of tests out there. There are AP tests, there are ACT tests, there are different tests that private schools use. I think one very useful thing the federal government can do is benchmark. So when we were doing LEAP and iLEAP in Louisiana before Common Core and before all this, before No Child Left Behind, we could map how our students were doing onto NEAP. And even through No Child Left Behind, we could tell, even though it was a Louisiana-based test, we could see how our kids were doing compared to other kids across the country.
Governor Scott Walker told us earlier that it's illegal to name your cabinet secretary, so I can't get you to tell us who you're going to choose for Secretary of Education, but talk to us, as others have, about some of the people who influence your thinking on education issues.
Sure. Look, we've got some great, and I'm glad you asked this, because some of the great unsung heroes in New Orleans, the folks that have really done this work on the ground, some great teachers, and we need to applaud them, and some great parents, and we need to applaud them because they really wanted what's best for their kids. What has been so amazing to see are these teachers. Some of them are veterans of the old school system, some of them are new to the city, new to the state. They've gone above and beyond. They give out their phone numbers, their email addresses, they come in on weekends. They're helping kids catch up more than a year's worth of learning in a year's worth of time. So I look at some of these organizations like Teach for America, and they've set up like academies to train principals and new schools. You look at any successful charter school network, whether it's KIPP or the other groups, almost all of them have some presence or are planning to have a presence in Louisiana. There is a group of very entrepreneurial leaders in education, and some of them are teachers in traditional public schools. You find them everywhere, but it is what happened in New Orleans didn't just happen because we passed a law in Baton Rouge or because of something that we hoped would happen. It happened because folks on the ground got it done. Although a lot of folks are coming to New Orleans next week with the national media for the internet, the international media as well with the 10-year anniversary, I would encourage them to go talk to some of those teachers, go talk to some of those folks working in those schools, the type of person I would look for. And I don't know if you're looking for a job or not. I don't know if that's why. No, I'm just teasing. I know you've got a very good job. The type of person I would look for, here's a mistake Republicans often make when they assemble their cabinets. They appoint people that have very impressive resumes, and it looks great, or maybe they look for political balance for different parts of the country or whatever. And then those people go to those agencies, they become captive by the bureaucracy. They decide when they're there that their agencies need more money, more power, because they go native. Instead of remembering they were appointed by a president who believes in limited government, who's there to empower the people and the local and state government. So I'm looking for somebody who understands that all wisdom doesn't reside in Washington, D.C., that understands the way we're going to improve educational performance is going to be to have competition and choice to unleash the states. I'm looking for somebody who has a sense of urgency that says we have tripled, quadrupled federal spending, doubled state spending. We have increased dramatically the number of folks outside of the classroom working in education, and our scores have been flat. And look, this is a very important point. Whether we all agree on every policy issue or not, I hope we all agree that in America we need to be number one in the world. And we're not close to being number one in the world. And we've got to have somebody who has got a sense of urgency and says that we can't be complacent. You can't be 16th or 18th, and depending on what measures you look at, and be a superpower. You can't have the strongest military. You can't maintain national security. You can't have better healthcare outcomes. You can't grow your economy unless we improve education. And so I want somebody who's committed to limited government, but who also has a sense of urgency, and most importantly, remembers that it's about the boys and girls in the classrooms. You may make a lot of people upset along the way, the adults that like the status quo, but if we all remember, it's about those little boys and girls that simply want a great education. Look, I'm sitting here, my dad's one of 9. He was the only one in his family that got past the 5th grade. I want you to think about something for just a second. He is a middle child. He's not the oldest, he's not the youngest. My grandparents, they're no longer alive, but they weren't literate. They couldn't possibly know why it was important for him to get an education. Now, they didn't stop him, but it wasn't like this was something that it wasn't the norm in his family. I wouldn't be sitting here today if he hadn't gotten an education. And he had to earn scholarships every step of the way. His parents couldn't afford school. And if it weren't for you asked about the teacher that made a difference in my life. Maybe the better answer would have been the teachers that allowed him to go and get an education and taught him, this little boy from a very large and poor family. I believe that every single child out there, I don't care if black, white, Democrat, Republican, I don't care what their background is. I think every mom and dad wants for their little boy and girl what my dad wanted for himself and what he wanted for his kids. I mean, for him, it was all about, I wanted to have a better quality of life than my parents, and I want my kids to have a better quality of life than me. And he drilled into our heads that the way to get that better quality of life was education. And that's what's great about this country. This is an aspirational country. You don't have to have a famous last name and to do great things in this country. But in today's economy, we'd better be giving those kids a great education. That's why I think it's not just an economic, but a moral imperative. It's not honest to tell a little boy and girl that you can grow up and be whatever you want if we don't give them a chance to get a great education. Chances are, now there are exceptions, but chances are increasingly it's going to be harder and harder to do in today's economy.
You touched on this a little bit in the beginning, and you and I were talking about it earlier, but let's bring it back, just as you said, to the kids in the classroom.
Sure.
We've been talking sort of big policy and system changes. what are some of the things you've done in the state that are just the more hands-on things that you've made that you think have been really meaningful and impactful? And then also talk a little bit about the role of technology as you see it coming into classes.
Two things, I don't think we've finished this fight in Louisiana, but two things when it comes to the day-to-day teacher and student interactions. One, we've got to reduce the amount of paperwork in the classrooms. One of the things you hear from teachers every day is, boy, just let us teach. You know, we spend so much time on the administrative hassles and the paperwork and the forms, and we're testing and we're doing this, but we've got to be able to teach. Secondly, discipline. You know, it is a different world in today's schools than it was when you and I were growing up. And just anecdotally, I told you about my dad. He's a great-grandfather. He was a pretty strict dad. He wasn't that lenient as a dad. When I was a child, you behaved in school, and then you didn't behave, you got home, my mom would spank me, and when my dad would get home, I would be really in trouble. And my dad's idea of justice was, if I told him I didn't do what the teacher said, he said, I'm going to spank you for whatever you got away with, because I know you did something. The teacher was always right. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, sir. No, ma'am. You never talked back. We begged our teachers, do whatever you want to do to us in school. Don't tell our parents. It was worse. It's not like that today. I can't tell you how many teachers tell me the parents come and yell at them or get mad at them or don't support them when they're trying to maintain an orderly classroom, which benefits all of our students. We've passed a Teacher's Bill of Rights. We've done other things. But the reality is part of this is good, better policy. Part of this is a better culture where we have to, as parents, we have a responsibility. We're not doing our kids any favors when we make excuses for them in the school, in the classroom. Nobody will be there to make excuses for them when those kids grow up. And I can't tell you how many teachers have told me that's one of their biggest challenges they face. In terms of technology, one of the most exciting things I've seen happen is we've moved away. We used to have what was called seat time learning. And what I mean by that is we used to measure, you got to go from one grade to the next when you're literally were in a seat a certain number of minutes, a certain number of hours, per year. And that's how we knew it was time for you to move up. Now we're moving more towards a competency-based standard. And I think that is a much more exciting way to teach. With the use of technology, we know children learn at a different pace. And so if maybe you've got a child that's advanced in math, behind in reading, or vice versa, instead of holding them back a full grade, you can now customize that intervention to help them catch up. Or if you've got a student that's advanced, you can keep up with their learning pace. And I think that was less easy to do. It was possible, but it's a lot easier to do with the technology we've got today. And I think that, look, I'm not saying that every child's going to learn with an online program. I'm not going to say that every child's going to learn with these customizable, these one-on-one interventions, but to have those tools available, I think is very, very exciting, and it unlocks the potential. If you live in an area where maybe they don't have a certain foreign language or an advanced math class or a specialized training class, you can have access to that. The other thing we're seeing with technology, I mentioned course choice. So in Louisiana, employers can come together and say, we want to teach a course, and they'll get paid for it, and students earn credit for it. So in high school, we've got kids learning welding, learning how to be, maybe they want to be a P-Tech operator when they grow up, maybe they want to go into healthcare when they grow up, maybe they want to take some advanced college courses. And so now we're seeing students at a younger age being exposed to the technologies they're going to have to use in the workforce. They're more likely to stay in school. Employers are more likely to get the trained workers they need. So I think that can be a win-win as well. One caution on technology. I'm a big believer in technology, and my kids are that generation where they can't believe we actually lived at a time, once upon a time, where they didn't have Google or smartphones, or, they don't believe me when I tell them I was my parents' remote control for the TV. They don't understand what that means. One caution about technology, it's not a panacea. There is this danger, this temptation. We're just going to put a computer and a laptop and a notebook and a smartphone on every desk or an iPad or whatever, and that'll fix everything. Inside the classroom, the single most important factor in a child's education is a great teacher, period. And so technology, without the support for the teachers, without the training, if I had to choose, and if you only could pick one, and I'm talking about inside the school, because I know obviously parents are the first educators of their children, but inside the classroom, if I had to choose, and I could have smaller classroom sizes, or I could have the latest technology or the newest, nicest, cleanest buildings, the one thing I would choose is having an effective teacher, a highly effective teacher. I would take a highly effective teacher in a larger classroom. And now, hopefully you can have all those things. I'm not saying it should be either or, but if you have to prioritize, I would choose that highly effective teacher. That is the most important thing you could do inside that classroom to help that child learn.
We got about 5 minutes left, but just talk a little bit about, if you are elected president, given that you want to block grant so much to the states and get a lot of the control back to the local level, what can you do as president to ensure that this issue that you clearly care a lot about stays front and center, and that governors around the country are really devoted to raising standards and getting kids where they need to be?
Well, I'd say two things. One, I think competition works. The great thing about the federal system we've got today is when one state does something well, other states copy it or compete. So as governors, for example, we compete for economic development all the time. So I'm proud of my state. We've got like the 5th lowest state local tax burden. We've done tort reform. We've cut regulations. 70% of the companies that want to invest in or expand in Louisiana tell me one of their top 2 concerns is finding a skilled worker. So it's great that, and I'm thrilled that we've got a low tax environment, a business-friendly environment. But what they're telling us is, and I believe the states and the countries that will compete and do well in the modern economy have the most skilled, productive people. And so I think, one, there's already tremendous pressure on governors and local officials to get this right. And look, economics is not the only reason we educate our kids. The most important reason is so they can think for themselves. They can be critical thinkers. And again, we live in a self-governing republic. Secondly, remember I said it was so important to have the forces for reform that make this a priority. I think one of the things the president can do through the bully pulpit, through highlighting good examples and best practices, is to mobilize our nation on the side of making sure that every child gets a great education. My second inaugural address, I said to the group that was assembled, I said, look, most of you, if you're listening to me in person, chances are pretty good your sons and daughters get a great education. Chances are you send them to a great public school or you can afford to send them to a great private school, and I'm happy for you. But I made the case, and I devoted most of my second inaugural address to the folks there saying one of the most important priorities we had going to and I had just gotten reelected with a huge mandate, and I said one of the most important priorities, and where I started my second term, was we've got to make sure that every child in Louisiana has that same opportunity. Imagine how powerful if the President of the United States challenged the employers, challenged the good government groups, and challenged local legislators to say, all right, you need to be fighting for every child in every zip code. I know you've written that not only is this the great civil rights issue of our generation, maybe the most important issue of our generation. I think that's right. And my hope, look, I am a conservative Republican, and I hope to be in the White House, and I hope to see Republicans win, but my hope is that Democrats and Republicans would support this. I'll tell you just real quickly a story about a mom in New Orleans East, because it's easy to get lost in the numbers and facts and figures. We fought for school choice there first. There was a mom whose little girl was going to a parochial school in New Orleans East. She's not Catholic, but she decided she wanted to send her school there. She came to visit with me one day when I was visiting her school, and she was nervous. And I'll tell you her story real quickly. What she told me was that her mom was pregnant as a teenager, gone on welfare, was a single mom, and had her. She herself had done the same thing. Pregnant as a teenager, single mom on welfare. She had tears in her eyes when she was describing her daughter's experience. She said she was working 3 jobs to make sure that her little girl could stay in this parochial school in New Orleans East, and she was there to thank me because the choice program we had done had made it possible for her daughter to afford to go there. Here was the most chilling thing she told me. She said in all of her daughter's years in school, this was the first year she had ever brought home homework. That's how the mom knew that her daughter, she said, look, my daughter's excited about learning. She's thinking about staying in school. I don't want her to make the same mistakes I made. Now this woman, this mom, I know the neighborhood she came from. Chances are, she comes from a neighborhood that votes 99.9% Democrat. I'm pretty sure she didn't vote for me. If she voted for me, it was by mistake. She hit the wrong button because most folks there didn't vote for me. But at the local level, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. At her level, that mom simply wanted what my dad wanted, which was the American dream. She wanted her little girl to do better than she had. She was basically saying, I know what I should have done, and I want my daughter to have that chance. And she didn't care Democrat, Republican. She didn't care teacher union or not. What she cared about was, I want my daughter to get a good education. We need a president that will harness the desires and speak to the ambitions of those moms and dads, but those moms and dads all over America, and say, help is coming. For too long, the establishment has said, just be satisfied with the incremental change. We're Americans. We never say we're number 16th. That's good enough. Can you imagine going to the Olympics and saying we're number 16? Why in the world would we accept that in education? We need to say we're number 1. And by the way, for our great teachers, we need to be paying them more and treating them like the professionals they are. This idea that we're going to undervalue teachers makes no sense. The idea that we treat them all the same makes no sense. The teachers are making, I told you, every one of us has got a teacher that's changed our lives. We need to recognize them for the heroes they are, while at the same time weeding out the ones that shouldn't be there or improving them. But let's recognize and reward those great teachers that make a difference for all of us.
Governor Bobby Jindal.
Thank y'all very much. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Great to see you as well. Thank you, guys.
Okay, don't go away. Our last special guest of the day is going to be here in 20 seconds. But stand up for 2 seconds and stretch your legs. I know those seats are hard. Yeah, sorry, the tape. Yeah, great. You got me a bottle of water. No, that's awesome. Thank you. Okay, you ready, everybody? Why don't you take your seats? Thank you. All right, is he ready? Can you guys see him over there? Yes? All right, please join me in welcoming Governor Chris Christie. You are our final speaker today. Thank you for being
you got to be
here.
happy about that, right?
Well, I knew you would have energy no matter what.
Absolutely.
Liven everybody up. Thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
It's an important issue. We're so happy to have you here. And I'm going to ask you to start kind of the same way everyone else has, by defining the problem. And I think New Jersey is an interesting case because overall, you have some of the highest test scores in the country, but you also have one of the largest achievement gaps in the country, where your poor kids are way behind the more affluent kids. How are you dealing with it? What are the biggest challenges you think that New Jersey is facing in terms of education?
Well, the biggest challenge that we face is that we don't have cooperative members of the educational establishment. I mean, we know what the problems are. The most frustrating thing to me about education is that we know how to fix it. And when you talk about New Jersey having some of the highest achieving students in the country, it's true. A study just came out today that said 4 of the top 5 best high schools in America, 4 of the top 5 are in New Jersey for test scores and for preparation for college. We know how to fix this, but we're not doing it. We're not doing it because the teachers' unions and the educational establishment, not only in New Jersey but across the country, know that fixes to that take apart the monopoly they have on education. And until we have that fundamental fight in this country as to who's going to run education in this country, parents or unions, until we fix that and come to a conclusion on that, we're not going to be able to fix the achievement gap or some of those other things in a big way. We're helping in certain spots in New Jersey, as you know, and we've had some improvement on the gap, but we're not going to close the whole gap until we make that change.
Let's talk specifically about what's happening in certain parts of New Jersey. And I want to talk about 2 cities, Newark and Camden.
Right.
And start with Camden, because this is an exciting story, I think. It's one of the poorest cities in the country. It's one of the toughest cities in the country. It was a crime-ridden city still. But there is beginning to be a kernel of hope there around what's happening in education. Talk to us about it.
Well, first off, there's hope all across Camden for a bunch of reasons, right? And they're all interdependent. So people don't want to live in a place where they don't feel safe. They don't want to live in a place where they don't feel their children can be educated. And they don't want to live in a place where they can't get a job. Now, Camden had gone 0 for 3 for a long time on those. So let's talk about education first, since that's what we're here to talk about. It is the combination of a cooperative political group down in Camden and an activist educational governor that have been able to bring the changes there. So we have Renaissance schools now. We have more charter schools. We've closed failing public schools. We've reduced the number of people in the central office. We reduced the number of teachers that are there. And what we're saying to kids and to parents, choose the place where you want to send your child, where you think they can be educated best. These Renaissance schools and the charter schools have been a boon to Camden. And you're starting to see, slowly, Campbell, but you're starting to see an increase in achievement in Camden. But bigger than that, you're seeing an increase in hope among those folks. I can't separate that from the crime situation in Camden, too. We fired the entire Camden Police Department 3 years ago when it was the most dangerous city in America. We fired, with the cooperation of the mayor, the entire police department, replaced it. In the last 3 years since we did that, murder in Camden is down 61%. And one of the first initiatives that we did was a joint initiative between police and the Board of Education for safe school passage zones. The first place we put a heavy emphasis with new and invigorated police officers was on the routes that kids took to school, so that kids could walk to school and parents feel like kids could walk to school and be safe in Camden. That helps to raise hope too.
You know, it's funny, we were just talking about this because in education reform, sometimes we get so caught up in the other stuff that we don't mention the number one thing that parents are concerned about when they think about school is safety.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and in Camden in particular, when your city for years on end is named the most dangerous city in America, imagine being a mom or a dad who sends your child off to go to the neighborhood school. You live in constant fear that they won't even get there, let alone what might happen to them once they get there. So our ability to work, and this has been a bipartisan thing, Campbell. We have an African-American Democratic woman as mayor of Camden, working with a conservative Republican governor in Trenton to fire police forces, to change the education system. They volunteered to have the state take over their education system because it was failing so badly, because they knew I would make the kind of changes that needed to be made, the tough decisions that needed to be made that folks in the local sphere might not be able to make. So Camden is a real exciting story, not only because of what we've done already, but the possibilities are limitless. Last piece, we probably have what I think is one of the brightest, most ambitious young superintendents in Payman Rahanafard, who is an Iranian immigrant who came here. His parents brought him here as a young child. He didn't speak English. His parents had no money. He is an Ivy League educated kid who could have done anything with his life, and he's decided to go into education and to go to a place like Camden to be the superintendent. That's the other thing. Leadership matters in this, and he's a shining star, and the rest of the country is going to get to know Payman in not too short order.
What is been different about Newark? And let's kind of set the stage a little bit. This was a story that has gotten a lot of attention. You joined with Senator Cory Booker, who was then mayor at the time. Mark Zuckerberg came in and pledged $100 million, if you could match the money, to fix Newark schools. And there are a lot of disputed narratives around what's really happened there, but there hasn't been perhaps as much progress, or maybe you think there has. I want to hear your side of the story. And what do you say to parents who are in Newark who or still have kids stuck in those failing schools?
Well, first off, a few things. The story in Newark has really been good. And let's start off with Mark Zuckerberg and his $100 million contribution. Mary Pat and I were integral in raising the money to match it, and it was fully matched. And that money has gone to great purpose in terms of getting merit pay for teachers, getting rid of teachers who didn't belong there, and using some of that money to pay off teachers to leave. That's how crazy the system is, Campbell. We got to pay these people to leave when they're ineffective in that system. But what it also led to was we negotiated one of the real groundbreaking teaching contracts in the country there, myself and Randy Weingarten, who I understand Governor Bush said this morning he couldn't work with. Well, I did. Now, I don't like working with her, but I did. And we negotiated a merit pay-based system in Newark, where now teachers are paid almost exclusively on merit, and that was agreed to by the AFT in Newark. You see, you can't just walk away from working with these folks. I fight with Randy Weingarten, and she, I think just 2 weeks ago, called on me to resign as governor, right? So it's not like I'm, her favorite guy in the world. But the fact is, what Governor Bush talked about is admitting to failure.
But
I can't work with Randy Weingarten. You have to work. I don't have a choice. I don't get to pick who the president of the AFT is. If I could, it wouldn't be Randy Weingarten, but the fact is I can't. And so in Newark, we now have a merit-based pay system in place, voluntarily, not imposed by anybody, voluntarily. Last thing I'll say about Newark is this. Cammie Anderson was the superintendent for a number of years, and she had one of the most difficult jobs in America because unlike Camden, where we had a supportive political structure, the political structure in Newark, controlled by unions, fought her every step of the way. And the changes that Cammie made, the closing of schools that needed to be closed, increasing the charter enrollment that we have, has led to increased test scores across the board in Newark. So do we have more work to do? Absolutely. And Chris Cerf, who used to be my education commissioner, has now taken over as the superintendent in Newark. He's going to finish the job, and I hope we get to ultimately local control. So those frustrated parents can control their school system then, and then we'll see how they do with it.
So I want to go back to the union piece, because you say we've got to be able to work with the unions. I heard you say the other day in response to a question about who needed a punch in the face, and you said the teachers union.
Yeah, they
You could
do.
punch anyone in the face.
Yeah.
Do you believe that you have to work with the teachers unions, or would you rather see the teachers unions go away? There's a case going before the Supreme Court about whether teachers have to pay union dues. That could be...
now, Campbell, you're talking about nirvana. You know, come on. If the Supreme Court were to rule that they couldn't make dues mandatory, then teachers unions will, in large measure, go away, and that would be a good thing for education in this country, no doubt. But let us assume, for the sake of this argument, that we're dealing with the state of the law as it is now. Well, then, I have no problem with saying that the teachers unions deserve a political punch in the face, because they do, because that's what they do to us in public office. You know this. You live in New York. I mean, you've seen, just in the years between when I was elected and running for re-election, not during the campaigns, the teachers union in New Jersey spent $20 million in negative advertising against me. In the time when I was just operating in office, not running. They're punching us all the time. My point that I was making in that interview with Jake was they deserve it back, and the American public needs to do that. Now, as an elected official, though, I still have the obligation to work with them. I don't think those two are mutually exclusive. The only way they're going to negotiate with us is if they respect us. And the only way they respect us is if we don't get pushed around by them anymore. And that's what we have to do. You can do both. And that's why, you know, I disagree with Governor Bush. If I'm president of the United States and Randy Weingarten's still the president of the AFT, she probably should be fired because they've already endorsed Hillary Clinton. So if I win, she should probably go anyway. But let's say she stays. If she stays, then you can bet I'm going to try to work with her. And here's what she's going to know. She's dealt with me before. It won't be easy, but I'll be fair. And so abandoning the idea of working this problem isn't what an elected official does. But they got to know that there's principles, and my principles are parents deserve more choice, and kids' priorities should be placed ahead of the comfort of adults.
So what have, aside from the teachers' unions, been the barriers you face? Because I know you're a Republican governor in a very blue state. It's not an ideal political environment.
No, ma'am.
You know, other people who've tried to push choice programs through, or a voucher program that I know you tried to do legislatively that didn't work. What's your biggest problem?
Well, the biggest problem with all that, I'm sorry to go back to the unions, is the unions, because the unions buy the legislature. Lock, stock, and barrel, they buy them. And then they block any opportunities for legislative reform. Now, we have other problems too. We need parents to be more involved. Parents have to be more involved in their children's education. We're not going to have success in this country if parents aren't deeply involved in not only what are their children learning, but encouraging their children to love learning and being a part of that. That's an enormous part of the problem, and that's whether you're in an affluent district or in a very poor district, that's a problem. Also, Campbell, the other thing that we need to do, which we need cooperation from teachers to do, I believe, is we have to have a longer school day and a longer school year. You know, this school year started because of the agrarian calendar. I don't know about you, my kids this summer were not out tilling the fields when they got left out of school, right? I mean, that's not what happened anymore. They're at camps, they're doing everything. That's great for them, but the fact is that we're falling behind the rest of the world. And we need to spend more time in the classroom, every day more time, and during the year more time. That's another barrier, I think. The third thing is we need to personalize education much more. We should be using the technology we have to personalize education for children's particular challenges, whether those are learning disabilities, which many children confront now, everything from dyslexia and ADD to more profound problems, and then also to be able to look at, in their environment, what's lacking, and try to fill those gaps. We can do this because every kid should have an iPad, I think, in this country. Rather than, you see your kids lugging around these backpacks with all these books. I don't know how my kids carry them. And these books are often outdated. And yet, if we had everyone having iPads and use that technology, and electronically those things could be updated, and we could personalize those things to help to try to draw more out of our children. Those are all things that are possible, and it's not a lack of money. Gosh, we spend more money than anybody in the world on education. So those things are all things that we need to confront, that the federal government could confront by empowering localities to do this type of thing.
Well, so let's get into that a little bit, because you said if elected president, you would work with Randy Weingartner, work with the teachers' unions. What do you see yourself doing as president? How do you define the role, the federal role, in education policy if the goal is to get it back more locally?
Having some funding going from the federal government to the localities to help to equalize some gaps, and then that's it. I don't see the federal Department of Education deciding curriculum, dictating choices to local folks. It doesn't make any sense. There's no way that a bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. understands more about how to educate a kid in New Hampshire or New Jersey or New York or Iowa or South Carolina. I don't know why I picked those states. And, than they do the people in the locally on the ground there. So I think the federal government's got to take the strings off. It's one of the things that annoyed me so much about Race to the Top. Not a bad idea in concept, but in fact, they layered more and more requirements and strings on it, and it takes more and more control away from the localities. That frustrates teachers, and that infuriates parents. And so I think as president, the larger role you have is to use the bully pulpit for talking about the importance of the issue, supporting parents, urging parents to be more involved, and giving them the choices to make themselves, and urging the local governments to be able to do that. A president of the United States can move opinion like no one else in the country, but we haven't had a president. When do you ever hear this president talk about education? I never hear it. I never hear him talk about it.
I think that's an interesting point, because some presidents have really effectively used the bully pulpit and some have not. If that is your role, to really influence what's going on at the state level by being a voice for education reform or school choice, what is it that you're highlighting? What is it that you're talking to and shouting from the mountaintops?
Well, first off, you're right. You look at President George W. Bush used the bully pulpit to great effect in the first 9 months of his presidency, I think, on No Child Left Behind and the issues that he thought were very important in education. And until 9/11 happened, it was a real focus. And then, unfortunately for all of us, the world changed on September 11th, and for President Bush and his presidency as well, or I think he would have done even more on education. For me, I think the things you need to be talking about first is the achievement gap that you mentioned before. This cannot be a right and just country with that type of achievement gap. I can tell you, I see in my state, when we give kids in Newark and we put them in a good charter school where they have a longer school day and a longer school year and they're challenged, the kids at the Robert Treat Academy, for instance, a number of years ago, which is a 85% minority children's school in Newark, mostly Hispanic and African American, they had the top reading scores in the 8th grade of any school in our state, in the city of Newark. You can do this. So first, the president needs to talk about the fact that education has to be personalized so that we close that achievement gap. We cannot have a country of haves and have-nots, because there are getting to be a lot more fewer haves and a larger number of have-nots, and that affects our competitiveness. Second, the president has to invigorate parents. Got to challenge parents and talk to them about the fact that you want choice, I'm your president. I'm the president who's going to urge localities to give you choice, but in return for choice, you're going to get some piece of the accountability too. I want to see you pushing your children. I want to see you encouraging them, loving them, teaching them about education in a way that's supportive of the teacher in the classroom. Be a partner with the teacher in the classroom. Third piece of this is the president has to talk to teachers, not their unions, to teachers. And to say to the teachers, listen, you are one of the most valued professions in our nation, and you're going to determine whether we're going to be a great nation going forward or not. And I want to pay you based upon your achievement. I want to pay you more if you achieve great things in the classroom. And I'm going to hold you accountable too. We shouldn't have a 10-year system that doesn't take into account your performance. And good teachers out there aren't worried about being judged. They know they're doing a great job. You know, Campbell, when you meet a great teacher in one of your children's schools, you and Dan want to carry them out of the school on your shoulders. They've done an amazing job. The same way Mary Pat and I feel. The teachers that are great with our children, they don't ever have to worry about a job, ever. Parents will adore them. But the ones who are wasting our children's time in the front of the classroom, who are incompetent, who are only protected because of an outdated tenure system that doesn't work and serves only the interests of the unions and the most incompetent teachers. I'd be an advocate as president to getting rid of the tenure system in this country. It makes no sense. Let's go to an accountability system. So those are the three big things that I would talk about. Getting parents involved, getting teachers involved in a way where they're accountable, right? And making sure that all of us are talking about this achievement gap and narrowing the achievement gap for kids by making education a unique experience.
So I want to follow up on the achievement gap piece, because you're talking about really targeting the most disadvantaged kids in this country. And there's federal legislation, the big reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, or the update of No Child Left Behind that's happening right now. And Cory Booker and Chris Murphy have introduced an amendment to put some accountability into it. It's controversial. It hasn't passed. But it would require there be some accountability for those kids in particular, that states would have to report about how those kids were doing, and that persistently failing schools would be held accountable. There are a lot of people today who have argued, you know what, local control, this stuff shouldn't be in there. But given your concern about how these kids are doing, do you think the federal government has a role to play in the accountability piece?
I wouldn't do it through statutes, I'd do it through rhetoric. But that's a difference of opinion between me and Cory. I want to get the federal government out of this stuff, not greater into it. Now, the fact is, though, that any place that we can demand accountability, we should. There's an enormous amount of money being spent. So if this is the way the bill is going, then I hope if they're going to reauthorize it in the way that they are, that they're going to have some accountability in there. If I were president, I wouldn't go in that direction, though, Campbell. I would say the accountability should be on the local level. And quite frankly, parents are the best people to hold educators accountable. Who cares more about their children's education than a mother and a father? I mean, nobody does. When my child comes home and he's struggling, there's nobody who cares more about that than me and Mary Pat. When he cries because he doesn't understand something, when he's frustrated because the teacher can't get through to him, when he gets that bad grade when he thought he was going to get a good one. And there's nobody who cares about that more than me and Mary Pat. So from an accountability perspective, I truly believe that the parents are the ones that will hold educators most accountable if we give them the tools to do it. But if we continue to have a tenure system that says whether that teacher is good or bad at the front of the room, they keep their job, well then how can parents feel like they can really effectuate change? I mean, that's, I think, part of the problem why I talked about tenure. You know, you and I know, the teachers union argument against tenure reform is, well, it's very complex. It's very complicated. Simple people like us can't understand it. You need to have your PhD in education to understand. Let me ask you a question. So we got a lot of people out here who care about education. When you go to back to school night, is there ever a doubt in your mind within 10 minutes of getting in that classroom whether that's a good teacher or a bad teacher? Ever? Right? You either are in there going, all right, it's going to be a good year, or going, oh God, this is going to be a problem. You do not need a PhD in education to understand this. Well, heck, if we can figure it out in 10 minutes, then why can't we have a tenure system that holds that teacher to account and has parents understanding that they can have an impact on that too? So that's why I'm for local control of this, Campbell. And this bill's going to get passed anyway, then hopefully they'll have some accountability in it. And with this president, I'm sure he'd sign it because I'm sure the teachers union has put their stamp of approval on it. But the fact is that we can make these determinations as parents, and you can show up at the local school board and talk about these teachers, the ones that are great and the ones that are not so great. And we should be doing that. And a president should be encouraging parents to be involved in that way, not saying big daddy government will take care of it for you, because man, you give us the authority, be careful. Guaranteed we'll probably screw it up.
You complained about race to the top and the impact that had in taking power away from localities, but if what the goal is to give parents more choice, would you consider using federal dollars to incentivize states to adopt voucher programs or expand school choice?
Well, listen, as a last resort, yes. If I had to buy them, I'd buy them, but I hope to inspire them to change first. But if I have to purchase them, then I'd give it thought, sure. If I can incentivize people to be able to do the things that I think make common sense and that they should want to do just from common sense, I would, but it would be my last resort. It'd be my last resort because those things always tend then to get into Congress, right, Campbell? And then one little thing gets put on, then a second little thing gets put on. Just 4 more compromises to be able to get it done. And it winds up watering it down a lot. So it would be a last resort for me. I wouldn't totally rule it out, but I'd rather inspire people to see the wisdom of what we're talking about, because you've seen this. I've seen it in New Jersey, you've seen it in New York. When we empower people in that way, when you see great operating charter schools, they produce results. And remember, charter schools they're public schools. Charter schools were meant to be an experiment with new work rules and new teaching rules that could then teach the other public schools how to improve. Well, we got half the equation. We have the formula developed by charter schools about how to improve public school operation, but then we don't apply it. Why don't we apply it? Because the work rules and the union rules won't permit us to apply it. That's why I keep coming back to it. I sound like a broken record, but that's the fight. If we don't have that fight, and I've been fighting it now for 6 years and have the scars to show it, but the fact is that that's the fight that matters. And if we don't win that fight, all the rest of them are going to be more expensive to try to win, like having to buy people off to do something that makes common sense.
You were originally for Common Core. You even criticized some of the other Republicans running for president for running away from it for political reasons. But you seem to have backed away from it yourself now. What's going on?
I don't seem to have backed away from it. I did.
So what was the
it doesn't work. I tried 4 years of Common Core in New Jersey. It was being implemented when I became governor by Governor Corzine. I felt like, listen, this started with the nation's governors. It's a good idea. Let's have high standards. Let's have some commonality. This makes some sense. Let's try it. Well, then Race to the Top came and required certain things. The federal government required more things. And what happened was 3 constituencies in my state hate Common Core: teachers, parents, students. Well, after a while, I stuck with it, and I fought for a while against those constituencies. I said, you know what, give it time. Let's give it time to see if it works. Let's not jump to conclusions. I did it for 4 years.
Could it have been that implementation wasn't done properly?
Listen, government was implementing, Campbell, so it's always acutely possible that implementation wasn't perfect. But the fact is that the thing that offended teachers and parents the most, and I heard this over and over at my town hall meetings across New Jersey, was that they felt like decision-making authority for what their children would learn was being taken away from them as parents and being taken away from teachers. And that teacher said to me, I got trained to do this job, and now I feel like all I am is an implementer. My creativity as a teacher has been taken away from me because I have to do these things this way. And if I don't, then I get in trouble. And so, and I'm still critical of the people who reflexively ran away from it. But I did what I think you're supposed to do when you lead. Something that looks like a good idea, you give it a try. If it does not work, then you can't be worried about somebody asking you a gotcha question, say, well, are you a flip-flopper for political reasons? Well, no. I actually have a thinking, operating brain. And when something doesn't work that we try, we then have to change it. And if those constituencies, if parents and teachers are against it and they're influencing children who don't necessarily all understand it, but are hearing from their parents and from their teachers, Common Core stinks, well, then if those constituencies don't want it, Campbell, it's time for the leader to be responsive. There's 2 different ways to lead, and I lead in both ways. Sometimes it's like saying, listen, leaders shouldn't follow polls, they need to change polls. And you need to work hard. That's what I did for the first 4 years of Common Core. All the polling in New Jersey was against it. I kept pushing for it. But after a while, the other part of leadership is to listen. And you're not always right, and I'm not always right. And so I've listened, and that's why I backed away from it ultimately, because after 4 years, I think it's a fair try. The constituency of New Jersey didn't want it, so I've now assembled a group led by the Education Commissioner who report back to me and to the State Board of Education by December 31st on a new set of higher New Jersey-based standards, and the commission includes State Board of Education folks from the teaching profession, administrators, and folks from my government.
Okay, so let me just, one more question and we'll get off.
Sure.
But the idea behind Common Core was the commonality piece, right? Like we think about national security in this country as being national. We all care about military preparedness. And a friend of mine made this argument to me in favor of Common Core, which is, isn't the knowledge of our citizenry in this country as important to our standing in the world, our competitiveness, and our national security as our missiles are?
Sure it is, but it doesn't need to be taught by one national textbook. You know, let's face it, there are cultural, regional differences in our country that we not only respect, we celebrate. And I don't think we want to lose that. I don't think New England wants to lose its particular image and culture. I think that's why people live here in some respects. You know, folks in the South have a particular way of looking at things and seeing things, and I don't think they want to give up their particular cultural and educational approach to anybody else. You go to every other region of the country. And so I think I agree with the premise, I disagree with the prescription. Yes, it's important, I said that at the beginning, that it's the biggest national security and economic security issue we have, because if we're going to be 20th and 27th in math and science in the industrialized world, if we're no longer going to be the #1 economic power and the #1 military power in the world. We know that. So we have to change all this. So I agree with the premise. I just don't believe in the prescription. The prescription isn't a national set of standards. I hope that it might be, but it isn't being bought by the people who we need to buy it. So we need to stop selling. There comes a moment when a leader has to listen. I've learned as governor that leadership is just as much about listening as it is about talking. And I listened over 4 years and 130 plus town hall meetings to complaints about Common Core, and they finally got my attention. That's why I changed.
Let me ask you kind of to just get a little more personal.
Sure.
And tell us about a teacher who had a big influence on you, who had a big impact on you, and what was it? What was it about that teacher that was so powerful?
My 5th grade teacher, Ruth Manishin. Now, Mrs. Manishin was the 5th grade teacher at the Squiretown School in Livingston, New Jersey, and in walked imagine this, a 5th grade Chris Christie who had gotten nothing but A's from kindergarten to 4th grade. Imagine what a handful I was. And I walked in and I gave my first essay to her in the first week of school. And I got the essay back and it was a C. And of course, Campbell, knowing, my frame of mind, I thought it had to have been a mistake, right? So I waited till after school and I went to Mrs. Manishin and I said to her, Mrs. Manishin, I've never gotten a C on anything in my life. And so you need to reread this because it's really good. And she took the paper and looked at it, and then it was red pen all over it. She handed it back to me. I said, Mr. Christie, I know that you believe you're an A student, but you want to be an A student in this classroom, you're going to have to stop talking and start working. And I'll tell you something, she taught me how to write. And I knew that if I wanted to be an A student, which I did, that I was going to have to toe the line with Mrs. Manishin. She was tough, but she was really smart. And I'll tell you the last piece on Mrs. Manishin. After I was elected governor, after I left Livingston High School, I never saw Mrs. Manishin again. So I graduated in 1980. So now 29 years later, I'm elected governor of New Jersey. I come home one night and Mary Pat has the mail stacked up for me to look through, and I see this return address from Texas with a last name that I don't recognize. And I open the letter and I start to read it, and it says, Dear Governor-elect Christie, I wonder if this is the same dark-haired young boy who walked into my classroom and told me he was an A student when he gave me a C paper. And she said, I was watching on CNN and I'm convinced that it's you. And she said, congratulations on being elected governor. I'm still very proud of you. That's the kind of teacher. Think about it. I hadn't seen Mrs. Manishin for nearly 3 decades. She took the time to find my address, to write that note, and she said, oh, the reason you don't recognize my name is I've been remarried. Her husband had passed away and she was remarried. And she took the time to do that. Imagine that teacher. She not only had an effect on me in that 5th grade classroom, but 29 years after I graduated from high school, she reminded me about what a really great teacher is. someone who's really invested in their students, invested, gosh, that was 36 years after I had left her classroom. She found me.
So how do we elevate the teaching profession in this country? What do we do to attract the best and the brightest and make teachers feel valued so that you get more teachers like that?
You reward greatness like you do in every other profession in this country. How do we attract great people to achieve great things throughout this country, no matter what profession you want to talk about? We honor and we reward greatness. And in those professions, we do not reward mediocrity and we do not countenance failure. And so that's what we need to do in teaching. The tenure system countenances mediocrity and failure. And it does nothing to reward excellence. You get the same step up every year, whether you're an excellent teacher or a lousy one. What would incentivize someone other than a kind and giving heart to be able to go into that profession? Now, luckily for us, we have a lot of kind and giving hearts in this country and teachers who go into that profession. But if we were able to start rewarding them and letting them know that because they know their colleague next door who's not putting in the work, who's not producing the results, who's checked out already, who retired 10 years before they left the classroom, and how are they supposed to feel when they're working hard, doing the extra time, putting in the extra effort, caring, to watch somebody next door getting paid the same as they're getting paid and being treated in the same way they're being treated? We have to reward this. This is not hard. We have the prescription for this. But somehow we've allowed the unions in this country to talk us into the fact that teaching should not be a meritocracy. Why not? Everything else is. If you're the best plumber in the world, you do really well, right? And imagine, right, all of you out here, you find a good plumber who treats you fairly, who comes when you call, and who charges you fairly. Man, let me tell you something. That guy's on your Christmas card list every year. You're calling him, treating him nice because, man, isn't that great? And it doesn't matter what profession it is, whether it's mine, whether it's yours, or what. And so I think the way you elevate this is to say, we're no longer going to treat you differently. We're going to treat you the same as everybody else gets treated in this country, in every other profession. You're great. You're going to be rewarded. You're going to be paid that way. Listen, you know this, Campbell. This education system in America is awash in money. This is not a money problem. Because every time they ask us as taxpayers for money, we give them more. Because what do we care about more than our kids' education? They convince us, give us more money, it'll be better. This is not about money. We can pay good teachers more. But the way we do it, in part, get rid of the lousy teachers. Tell them, you know what? Good try. Let's get you to another profession where you might be successful. Because in this one, you're not. And our kids pay the price for that. Our kids pay the price.
You think about how, and you've touched on this too, our agrarian system of education, but our lives, technology has changed our lives in so many ways over the last century, and it hasn't really impacted or disrupted education the way it has other aspects of our lives. Take us forward 5, 10 years and talk about what education begins to look like. You've probably visited innovative schools that are experimenting with stuff. What do you like? What's interesting?
Well, listen, as I said off the top, every kid in America should be carrying one thing in their hand every day, an iPad. That's it. That's what they should be carrying. Have paper and pencil and bins at the classroom for those kind of things, but every kid should have an iPad so they have the most updated textbooks, the most updated information, and the type of programs that can allow them to take the most out of them from a teaching perspective. Secondly, let's get rid of the blackboard. And let's get smart boards in every classroom where they can use that technology, and the teacher can put that technology up on the board, can use it, the child can use it, they can interact with each other and with the computer systems and all the rest that are going around so that they feel it, because that's the way our children, we have children of similar ages, that's the way they operate now. None of my children are computer illiterate. Our 12-year-old daughter this summer went to computer coding camp. I mean, I got to tell you, they sent me to computer coding camp. It'd be a short week, a really short week. But our kids, they live on smartphones and tablets. So I think the technology is part of it. The second thing, I think we need to make sure that learning is something that occurs not just during the hours of the classroom, but we've got to send that technology home with them and allow them to be using it at home and to be interacting in that way in their homework and everything else allow their homework to be things that they submit electronically. They could be checked for academic honesty, because we want our kids not to be cheating. We want to be able, and we have those programs that are available to do that. We should be doing that to encourage academic honesty and discourage plagiarism and cheating and teach kids an ethic that makes sense, and we can do that and enforce it without putting even more time on a teacher's head. We need, thirdly, the modern school needs to adjust to the children that walk in every day. And right now we don't. Think about it. We're still teaching the same way we did in the 19th century. Rows of desks facing forward, blackboard at the front, one teacher standing, talking to them, them taking notes. That's not the way our children learn anything else. Anything else. Why do we think that the way their minds work now, that that's the best way to educate them now? It isn't. So I think the modern school has to embrace technology. And let's be honest, what's going to happen? Guess who else has to embrace technology? The teachers. Why isn't it happening now? If you don't have to learn something new, life is easier. Well, we need to learn new things. And we need to challenge our kids that way. And I don't know why we wouldn't expect, in fact, demand that from an education system that we're paying so much money for. Think about this in New Jersey. The average spend by the state for K-12 education is $17,700 per pupil per year. Average in New Jersey. There's not a problem with money here. We could do all these things with the budgets we have now if we hold teachers to accountability and those administrators to managing those budgets in an accountable way.
On much more of, I guess, a macro level, look into the future. How does presenting parents with more options of different kinds of schooling, be it a virtual school, a charter school, vouchers to go to any private school they want, are you hopeful that we could just expand the whole system and the horizon of what's available out there? Is that realistic that it might happen soon? I mean, it feels like such a revolution in education that might be available, given the fights that sometimes we get mired in right now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, how about this? Think about the fact that how many years ago was it that nobody in this country had a cell phone? Wasn't that long ago? Now, you can't find a person who isn't walking around with something that fits in a pocket this big, that has access for them to everything in the world. You can find out, I mean, we were in the car driving back from the Jersey Shore last weekend, and there was some argument in the car amongst our children about a particular baseball player. Well, the first thing that happened, it wasn't like they didn't say like they used to, so Dad, what? They all grabbed their phones and they were racing to Google who would find out the statistic they were arguing about faster so they could prove they were right or the other guy was wrong. That's a revolution, right? That's a revolution that happened like this. The reason the education revolution isn't happening and the reason that the technology revolution did happen, nobody was trying to stop the technology revolution. Nobody went to Mark Zuckerberg and said to him, you know what, this Facebook thing sounds like a good idea, but you know what, we have studies that show that this type of thing will be harmful and won't be helpful at all to be able to socially network with people all around the world. So please stop it. In fact, if you won't stop it, we're going to spend tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising against Facebook to make sure that it doesn't succeed. And if that doesn't work, we're going to buy members of Congress and members of state legislatures to pass laws to make it harder for Facebook not to succeed. Imagine if that had happened. We wouldn't have it. That's what happens in education. You want to know why we haven't had a revolution? Because the guards at the gate are better armed than the revolutionaries are. So let's arm the revolutionaries. You want to have a revolution in education, Campbell? We could have a revolution in education in this country in 5 years. Arm the revolutionaries and disarm the palace guard.
How do you arm the revolutionaries?
You arm the revolutionaries in two ways. First, you got to give them hope. And the way, because every revolutionary in the back of their mind thinks we're going to succeed. That's what keeps them pushing. Right now, they look at the palace guard and they say, we're never going to beat them. They beat us every time. Every time. And that's from great revolutionaries, right, that are succeeding right now. You know, look at Eva Moskowitz. I mean, I just spoke to Eva, you know, back in July. You know, she's having a hard time. She's really having a hard time with this new liberal crazy mayor in New York City.
Just Eva Moskowitz runs Success Charter School Network in New York City.
I'm sorry about that. We're talking New York, New Jersey shorthand here. But, you know, we've now got a mayor in New York City who is trying to turn back, you know, 20 years of educational progress that's happened in New York City because he's beholden to the teachers union. So the first way you arm the revolutionaries is to give them hope, and you give them hope by saying, you know what, we're going to level the playing field with the Palace Guard. The second way you arm the revolutionaries is for our leaders in this country to stand up and say, we're with you. We're with you. We believe you're right. We've had this wrong. And that's what we need to do. And I don't understand, you know, why people don't understand this. I sat at the Allen and Company conference, which is a collection of, you know, some of the biggest billionaires and multi-billionaires in the world, who every year have an education reform panel. And I've been there 5 years now. And last year, I stood up during it and said, I'm so tired of hearing this. Like they want another white paper, another study to prove everything. So you know what you people need to do? With 1/100th of the net worth in this place, you could fix this problem. Fund candidates for public office who support parental choice, who oppose union domination of education in this country, and you could fix this thing in 2 election cycles. In 4 years, it could be fixed. Instead, they want to keep funding more white papers and more studies to prove what we already know, which is we have the solution to this problem, but we don't have the guts to challenge these unions. We don't have the guts. That's the way you do it. And that's what I've been doing. That's what, you know, you've watched. I've been banging my head against this wall for 6 years. But I'm going to keep banging my head against this wall because you know what? Mary Pat and I have the ability to be able to send our children to parochial school because that's what we've chosen to do. It shouldn't be just for me. It shouldn't be just for Mary Pat and for our children. If that's what you choose to do for your child and you don't have the economic wherewithal, well, heck, you're paying enough in taxes to be able to have that wherewithal. We should be empowering you to make those choices and not make the comfort of adults more valuable than the potential of our children. That's the way we do it.
Governor Chris Christie, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Great to see you.
You know,
That's good. Quickly, before everybody abandons ship, can I just say a few quick thank yous to this phenomenal school and all the kids who helped us today. You guys were so awesome. Thank you so much for being here. It was really, and to the audience it was a long day, I know, but was it interesting? Wasn't it? I thought they were fantastic. And can I say one more thank you to the American Federation for Children and Betsy DeVos and Kathy Hubbard and everybody who came to support this and be part of this. It was an incredible day. And finally, I don't want to forget, most importantly, my team at the 74. Thank you guys for pulling this off. We've only been alive and kicking for a month, and you did a really good job with this. Thank you everybody for coming. Have a great day.